Games that changed everything for a legendary series.
Welcome to part 2 of the ultimate Kingdom Hearts retrospective.
Kingdom Hearts 2 was released in 2005 in Japan and 2006 globally, with a final mix version releasing in Japan later in 2007. Since we're no longer in Castle Oblivion, Kingdom Hearts 2 goes back to the basics and drops all of the card mechanics from Chain of Memories. In fact, it makes more sense to compare everything in Kingdom Hearts 2 to the first Kingdom Hearts, so if I do that a lot, that's why. For starters, all of the basic gameplay is now kinda back to how it was in the first game with a few tweaks and changes, and with some things added and some things removed. That sounds kind of vague, but it truly does use the first game as a foundation and just builds on it. The visuals of the game are what I'd describe as a lateral move, at least as far as overall detail goes. There's definitely some improvements in effects, animation, and general visual fidelity though, at least in my opinion. The game's camera is kind of zoomed out with an adjusted increased field of view, and this is a shockingly big change that makes going back to the first game feel almost cramped. It's subtle though, and you might not notice it unless you switch back and forth. Overall, the visuals are improved, but the direction of the visual style is the same, and it stays consistent for the foreseeable future actually, like all the way up until super recently as of this video. But let's look at the gameplay. Starting with what's the same, basic combat, moving, platforming, items, spells, and equipment all work almost identically on the surface. The game camera has been zoomed out, and the controls feel a lot cleaner, with the camera controls receiving the biggest improvements from the get-go, though the modern HD versions of both games are the best experience control-wise. However, there are a few key elements that Kingdom Hearts 2 removes, signaling a clear shift in direction from the first game's world design by moving the focus away from platforming and, to an extent, the environmental puzzles. This means we see the removal of quite a few staples. No more ladders, no more objects to pick up and throw, no more spell-based puzzles, and a far reduced focus on platforming. A lot of the worlds are now generally, I don't want to say flatter, but they're less complex in my opinion. Of course, platforming is still here. It's not Kingdom Hearts without some platforming, but for example, the giant chasms and holes we saw in stuff like Agrabah's Cave of Wonders and the hippos or vine swinging in Deep Jungle, these are just kind of things of the past now, and we never really see the focus on platforming from the first game truly come back for the foreseeable future after this. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The Trinity marks are gone too, as is the search for Dalmatians, though it'd be kinda messed up if all of them went missing again, but you get my point. The elephant in the room is that, yes, exploration is more limited in general in Kingdom Hearts 2. The worlds feel a lot more streamlined this time around with fewer nooks and crannies to uncover. Plus, with the lack of many environmental puzzles, like for example using spells to activate objects, there's fewer secrets to find too. At first glance, all of these things that I've mentioned that are lost in the translation from the first game to this one makes it sound like Kingdom Hearts 2 is a terrible downgrade. And hey, maybe some people out there feel that way, but I see it a bit differently. This is a smaller point, but I can't think of a single time I've ever actually gotten totally lost in Kingdom Hearts 2. Sure, the worlds are more straightforward, but I'd take a more straightforward world where I can clearly navigate to the next point of interest over something like Monstro from the last game, where it felt like there were endless doors and I lost all sense of direction. But even then, I'd argue that the biggest reason for this reduced focus on platforming and exploration is because all of this focus was redirected into the new and engaging combat mechanics, which have been totally rehauled and reworked from the first game and are better in almost every way in my opinion. You're gonna hear this a lot from me, but Kingdom Hearts 2 is worlds different with how it approaches combat. The best way I can put it is that the first Kingdom Hearts has a focus on balancing exploration, discovery, and platforming with straightforward combat mechanics that were easy to learn and master, while Kingdom Hearts 2 has a focus on discovery, story, and combat mechanics that are incredibly accessible, but incredibly deep and challenging to master. When you begin the game, or if you watch some early gameplay, you'll notice that fundamentally, combat is the same as the first game. You use a weapon, usually the Keyblade, and at the beginning of the game especially, you can pick up combat as if you're just playing Kingdom Hearts 1 because it's simple with no flourishes or complicated options. I think this is by design, and I imagine it's intended to allow new and returning players to become reacquainted with the gameplay. You begin with the standard 3-hit combo and unlock abilities that modify the combos with strength increases and additional finishers as you level up and progress through the game. But the number of abilities and movement options have been greatly expanded, and the overall speed of this game's combat is immensely faster paced than the first game's. By the time you're even just midway into the game, Sora's performing incredibly flashy combos with powerful finishers, sometimes even multiple finishers. And I don't know how to explain it, but it feels just more responsive too. Like every attack has has been fine-tuned and adjusted to feel snappy with this initiation and payoff, in a way that the first game's attacks don't even come close to touching in my opinion. It makes going from Kingdom Hearts 2 back to the first game feel really bad to me, and the first game's combat is still excellent. It just, in my opinion, doesn't hold a candle to how good it feels in 2. It's that good. And it's not just the speed changes or changes in animation frames or whatever, it's every little change and adjustment and completely new system that's been introduced. To go off track for a second, my favorite new mechanic isn't really a mechanic, but a movement ability called aerial recovery. With aerial recovery, you can tap the jump button to quickly regain control when you're hit with an aerial attack while in the air, or with an attack that knocks you into the air. This ability alone improves the flow of combat considerably, and is another huge factor of increasing the game's pace. There are a lot more examples of abilities and movement changes that affect the flow and feeling of combat, but before I get too into those, I should probably explain more of the wider gameplay changes first, and then come back to these. There are some overall changes to the game systems and HUD that, in my opinion, are improvements across the board. Your party's HP and MP now appear directly above Sora's, which to me looks a lot more readable, since you're naturally looking in that area to track your own HP anyways. Enemies now have a more easily readable health bar too. It's in the top right corner and it's represented by a large green bar with any additional health bars represented by a clear number of smaller bars below it. As you deplete each bar, one small bar disappears from below, letting you know clearly how much HP the enemy has left. No more mystery Sephiroth HP this time around. There's also some big presentation changes, the most notable being the way special fights begin. When a special fight begins, usually one related to the story or just coming off of a cutscene, there's a little cinematic intro showing Sora and his party along with the enemy with some dynamic camera movements and mission text at the top. This style of introducing fights actually became a trademark of the series from here on out and made beginning boss battles feel a lot cooler and more impactful. Speaking of bosses, this game also changes how bosses are defeated. Now, in order to defeat a boss, you have to perform a combo finisher for melee attacks. Even if they only have the tiniest sliver of HP left, no attacks will end the battle unless they're a combo finisher or a spell. And speaking of spells, magic, while similar in functionality and available abilities, has been totally reworked in this game. Instead of your MP bar being broken into chunks with visible points, it's now one bar. While many of the spells from the first game have returned, many are brand new. They're still staples like Fire, Thunder, and Blizzard, with Thunder and Blizzard functioning mostly in the same way they already did. Fire is now a ring around Sora that deals a short-range area of effect attack, making it much different in utility from Blizzard and usable in different contexts, like defeating swarms of enemies around you. Then of course there are two brand new spells like Magnet, which draws enemies into a swirling vortex, allowing for easy targeting with basic attacks, or following it up with Thunder. And then there's my favorite new spell, Reflect. Reflect creates a circular orb around Sora that reflects all incoming attacks, releasing them back in a small area as magical revenge attacks at the enemy. Compared to Guard, Reflect has a more forgiving window and activation time, making it easier to avoid taking as many hits, but with the downside of depleting your MP. Spells still have a cost in this game, but even if you've used all but a sliver of your MP, you can still use any spell of any cost one more time. The main helpful use for this mechanic working this way is using cure spells. Rather than having a set cost, cure spells use the entirety of your remaining MP, regardless of the fullness of your MP gauge. Emptying your MP gauge puts you into MP charge mode, which is where your MP gauge begins to refill by itself over time, but you're unable to use any spells until it's fully recharged. There's a variety of abilities that affect MP charge, including MP haste, which makes the MP bar refill faster, and Berserk charge, an ability that allows you to endlessly string together combos without a finisher until the MP gauge is fully recharged. The best change to the spells though is the way that they can be used in smooth combos the same way physical attacks can. This means that you can chain together spells in quick succession a number of times and even activate a finisher too. While you could, for example, rapidly shoot the fire spell in the first game, this is more of a preset combo mechanic that increases its combo based on the number of combo pluses you have activated in your abilities. The menu interface of this game is shockingly similar to the first game's, all the way down to how it's arranged, which is honestly welcome and makes the transition between games pretty easy. This game made a couple of minor adjustments to how items work, giving you the ability to add them to your shortcut menu and to make them auto refill into your usable inventory between battles too. Keyblades of course work just like they did the last time, and they can be swapped between battles. There's quite a few more Keyblades to find in this game, and while they all have unique stats, they also now have abilities attached to them. This means that you're not just looking at the raw stats of a Keyblade, but its unique ability too. Some abilities are standard ones that Sora can already access, like combo pluses and the like, but there are some abilities that are unique to certain Keyblades or inaccessible until far later in the game. Accessories also return and function pretty much identically to how they did in the first game, but there's now an additional equip category in the form of armor. The function of accessories has been reduced and simplified to an extent, making the accessories more focused on boosts to base stats like strength and magic, while armor is more focused on providing elemental resistances and defense. And of course, where there's equipable items, there's item synthesis making its grand return. While you could only really shop and synthesize synthesize in Traverse Town in the first game, this game changes that by having Moogles run shops through holograms in every world, usually next to a save point. By interacting with these Moogles, you can buy items with your money and access the synthesis menu. The items that the Moogles sell vary, and you can gain access to more and more items as you progress through the game. On a basic level, synthesis works exactly the same as it did in the first game. You collect synthesis materials and you can use them to synthesize consumable items, accessories and armor, and weapons. However, this time the Moogles have a level that increases as you synthesize more and more items. The higher the level, the more bonuses you receive, usually in the form of a material cost reduction for more valuable items. There are two kinds of synthesis, free development and recipes, but I'm going to focus on recipes. You unlock these recipes by finding them in world chests. When you visit a Moogle shop, you automatically turn in all synthesis materials along with any recipes that you found, and that recipe becomes available for synthesis if you have the required materials. When synthesizing an item, you have the option to use one of a new super rare material, a bright, energy, or serenity crystal. Bright materials double the experience that you earn from that synthesis, energy materials have the amount of needed synthesis items, and serenity materials upgrade the item you're synthesizing to a better form, like turning an elixir into a mega elixir. While these modifications are a nice little bonus, it's actually required in order to synthesize Sora's Ultima weapon Keyblade in this game. One of the required materials is Orichalcum Plus, and there's only a finite number of them in the game. The number needed to craft the Keyblade exceeds the number that you can actually find, meaning that you have to use an energy crystal. Speaking of the Ultima weapon, I feel like the grind to get the Ultima weapon wasn't nearly as annoying in this game, but your mileage may vary. Really, your main hurdle is getting the Orichalcum Plus materials, but if you're big on finding chests like I am, you'll naturally come across them through normal exploration as you move along the story. Speaking of exploring, I know I said the game removed much of the item and collectible hunting from the first game, but there are still items to find in the form of torn pages, secret Ansem reports, puzzle pieces, and the Mushroom 13 challenges. Torn pages and secret Ansem reports work pretty much the same way they did before, which means yes, you are finding pages for the 100-acre wood again. You'll get used to it, I promise. Puzzle pieces and the Mushroom 13, however, are brand new things introduced in the final mixed version of this game. Puzzle pieces are little crown-shaped collectibles scattered across every world. Simply touching one of these will collect them, but some of them can be trickier to get and may require an ability you don't have when you first see it, like high jump or glide. This gives you the incentive to come back and visit these worlds again later on to hunt for these pieces, because each piece represents a puzzle piece you can use in puzzle mode, accessible from Jiminy's journal. In this mode, you have a set of puzzles, each with their own code names. Each puzzle piece can be moved around and in some cases rotated, and the later puzzles have more and more pieces. Once you found the correct spot for that piece, you don't get any kind of indicator, but the spot and orientation you left the piece in is saved, and when you complete the puzzle, you earn a special reward in the form of an item or piece of equipment. Plus, seeing the completed piece of art finally full is a reward in its own right, in my opinion. Then there's the whole secondary optional quest in the form of the Mushroom 13 challenges. I'll talk about these in the actual worlds that they appear in, plus I need to explain some more gameplay concepts first anyways. There's one big mechanic in this game that I need to talk about first because it's one of those things that most casual players probably don't know about. This mechanic is kind of complex and is never actually revealed to the player in any official capacity, but it fundamentally changes how the bosses in this game behave. The best way I can explain it is that when you're hitting a boss and getting them into kind of a stun lock, they have this invisible counter that goes up over time. At a certain point, this counter hits a threshold, and the boss is basically able to break out of the stun and attack you back. I know that's a really simplified and probably inaccurate way of explaining it, but that's kind of the layman explanation. Now that I've given a broad overview of the various changes and additions to this game, let's talk about the biggest ones. First is reaction commands. To explain this, I'm going to be referencing PlayStation 2 controls, but this is applicable to any version of the game. Kingdom Hearts 2 has a ton of enemies in the form of Heartless, Nobodies, and other enemies like bosses. While not all enemies have this, a huge chunk of them have special situational moves that you can activate with triangle called reaction commands. In normal battles against normal enemies, these reaction commands aren't always available and only appear at certain times for certain enemies, but when they do appear, it triggers one of a variety of possible effects, each unique to that reaction command. For example, when you're fighting the Berserker Nobody, it'll sometimes drop its weapon. Using the Berserk reaction command next to it, Sora can pick up the weapon and use a special ability against the enemy to deal a huge amount of damage. If you're fighting a Samurai Nobody, sometimes you can activate Dual Stance, which begins a short little minigame where you have to wait for the end to appear on the command menu and select it faster than the Samurai to deal a really neat Samurai-style slicing attack. There's also the Tornado Ride command against the Tornado Step Heartless, which lets you fly around on top of one and attack the other enemies in the crowd. These commands aren't just limited to basic enemies either, because unless I'm mistaken, every boss in the game has their own reaction commands, sometimes with multiple steps and dedicated cutscenes too. I'll get into more detail about some of these later, but the reaction commands are a huge focus in this game, and while they can sometimes feel almost like QTEs, I don't really have a problem with that since they can lead to some incredibly stylish and impactful moments, especially in the boss battles. And just to clear this up, while reaction commands were technically retrofitted to the contextual commands used in the first Kingdom Hearts with the HD re-release, I'm not counting counting these as reaction commands in this context, since those commands were originally just on the command bar and reworked to use triangle instead. Their first appearance in this series was with Kingdom Hearts 2. The next big addition is of new playable characters apart from just Sora. In fact, this game begins with Sora still in stasis from the events of Chain of Memories. Instead, you're controlling Roxas, as he spends the last few days of his summer vacation in Twilight Town. Roxas plays almost identically to Sora in the first game, and these first few hours of Kingdom Hearts 2 function as a sort of tutorial that reintroduces you to the mechanics of Kingdom Hearts, while also introducing a few of the new ones like reaction commands and some new abilities. You eventually switch back to controlling Sora for the rest of the game, at least unless you get a game over in specific boss battles. In some of the more challenging boss battles, getting a game over gives you the standard options of continuing and loading your game, but also a new option called I Won't Give Up. If you choose this option, you return to the boss battle controlling King Mickey, complete with his Keyblade. Mickey has his own unique abilities completely separate from Sora's, but is perfectly competent. As you use him, you charge his drive gauge, which when full can be used to activate the Healing Light ability, causing Mickey to revive Sora and leave, giving Sora another shot at defeating the boss. This Mickey mechanic actually has a percentage chance of activating, with each subsequent use decreasing that percentage over the course of the entire game. This means that if you don't ever use Mickey, your chances of having the option are 100% if you get a game over during the specific boss fights where the option is available. However, if you use him multiple times, this chance is reduced a set percentage every time with a floor of 50%. So in a late game battle, if you've used him 4 times, your chance of him being able to save you in the event of a game over is only 50% for those specific fights. There's one more place where you control Riku at the very end of the game, but this is during a specific boss battle and it's super limited in scope, so I'll talk about it when I actually talk about that segment. Another big addition to Kingdom Hearts 2 is limits, special group abilities that can be activated in battle at the cost of the entirety of Sora's MP. Donald and Goofy have 2 limit abilities that they can equip, while all guest party members have 1, which they either have by default or gain after certain story milestones in their respective worlds. These limits usually have 2 phases, one where Sora teams up with the party member to use special attacks and deal damage in a wide area, followed by a large powerful finisher attack. When the limit is activated, a limit gauge appears in the top right corner of the screen and depletes over time as the limit is used, disappearing and ending the limit attack if it runs out or if the finisher is activated. These are super flashy and I love their addition solely because they make the guest characters feel more like they're actually working with Sora in this game, rather than just tagging along, if that makes sense. You get these really neat scenes showing Sora and the party member directly working together in the fight and performing powerful moves inspired directly from the property that character is from. It's one of those neat things that only further proves that Kingdom Hearts as a concept is a magical experience that you can't get anywhere else. Because where else would you ever see Tron performing a big group attack, let alone alongside a Square Enix RPG protagonist? And you may have noticed that Sora has a brand new look in Kingdom Hearts 2, complete with a brand new outfit. Ditching the iconic red onesie with a jacket, Sora now wears predominantly black colors with the white trim and yellow accents. I really love this outfit and I think it looks a lot less goofy, but the first outfit is still charming and iconic. In the story though, this outfit is created by the 3 good fairies and imbued with magical powers in the form of drive forms, forms that change the appearance of the clothes along with Sora's abilities. Sora has 5 drive forms, each with its own focus and abilities. He starts with only 1 form available, unlocking the rest through story progression with the exception of Final Form. Sora's 5 drive forms are Valor Form, a form focused on physical attacks, Wisdom Form, a form focused on magic, Master Form, a form with equal focus on both, Limit Form, a form featuring callbacks to Sora's abilities from the first Kingdom Hearts, and Final Form, Sora's ultimate drive form with powers drawn from Roxas. Drive forms are unique in that they all have their own list of abilities and equipped Keyblades, as some of them use more than one. This has the added bonus of giving you access to more than one Keyblade ability, but with the drawback of taking away some abilities that you may have on Sora's base form. Each drive form also has a signature growth ability, a movement ability unique to each form. Leveling up each form levels up the growth ability, increasing the usefulness of that growth ability. Of course, they're called growth abilities because leveling them up gives Sora access to the growth ability in his base form, albeit 1 level below the drive form's ability level. This means that if Final Form has Glide level 3, base form Sora has Glide level 2, and Sora can unfortunately never access the maxed out version of the growth ability outside of the drive form. Using a drive form requires a certain portion of Sora's drive gauge, a new gauge on the HUD seated above Sora's HP and MP. This gauge can be recovered through damaging enemies, picking up drive orbs, which now drop from the enemies along with HP and MP orbs, and through the use of new drive recovery items on the menu. The drive gauge does not get recovered when you touch a save point though. Each drive form has its own experience level, and each form earns experience in a different way, meaning you can't just fight any enemy and hope to level up a drive form. For most drive forms, you have to have Donald, Goofy, or both in your party. This means that if you have a guest party member replacing Goofy, you can't use the Valor, Master, or Final forms. And if they replace Donald, you can't use the Wisdom, Master, or Final forms. Additionally, these party members have to be conscious, meaning that if Donald is knocked out, Wisdom form is too. Let's go over every drive form briefly, starting with Valor form, the very first drive form that Sora unlocks. Valor form is a red theme and focuses on physical attacks. This one can put out a flurry of attacks incredibly fast with Sora's 2 Keyblades, which is really good because it gains 1 experience for each hit landed. It can't use magic though. Wisdom form has a blue aesthetic. This one changes Sora's movement entirely, giving him a sort of slidey skatey movement, and it's really focused on magic. He uses 1 Keyblade and it has this rapid fire projectile magic attack, along with improved standard magic abilities. You get experience for every Heartless defeated in this form. Master form has a yellow aesthetic, and this form uses 2 Keyblades like Valor form, but one of them floats in front of Sora telekinetically, which is sick by the way. This one just increases Sora's strength across the board in terms of physical and magical attacks, though Master form is apparently incapable of staying on the ground during fights. This one levels up through collecting drive orbs, which makes it one of the more annoying forms to level up. Next is Limit form, which didn't exist in the original version of 2 and was added with the final mix version. Limit form's appearance takes on the color scheme of Sora's Kingdom Hearts 1 appearance, and the moveset also takes inspiration from the same place. He only has 1 Keyblade, but he gets access to a bunch of limit commands that are taken straight from his abilities in the first game, including Sonic Rave and Strike Raid. This one earns experience through using limit finishers, earning 1 per finisher. Oh, and this one doesn't replace Donald or Goofy either. Last but not least is Final form, which has the coolest design of all the forms in both its appearance and its animations and style. The entire outfit has a silver theme, and he has 2 floating Keyblades along with, floating himself. Also, when you glide in this form, Sora spins the Keyblades like a windmill in front of him, damaging enemies he runs into. This form is immensely powerful, and as far as I can tell, seems to be the most powerful form overall. It kind of boosts all of your attacks, spells, and movement to such an incredible degree that it honestly just turns the screen into a bunch of flashing lights and effects when you're attacking. Of course, you're not invincible in this form or anything, but it is still a lot of fun just plowing through crowds of enemies in it. However, this form only gains experience through defeating nobodies, which severely limits the number of places that you can actually grind for experience with it. While most forms are unlocked through story progression, Final form is the one exception, as it can only be unlocked after a certain boss fight later in the game. After that, it has a totally random chance of actually unlocking when using any of the other forms. It's a neat surprise to try to use something like Master form and instead getting Final form for the first time, though in any subsequent playthrough it turns more into a I want to get this as soon as possible kind of situation, but still. There is one more form that I haven't mentioned yet, and that's Anti-form. Anti-form can't be activated intentionally, at least not at first, and it instead has a set chance of activation which increases every time you use any form but Final form. Once you use any of these forms, an invisible counter increases, which increases the chance of activating Anti-form on the next drive form usage. Anti-form has the appearance of a completely dark Sora with yellow eyes, making him look almost like a Heartless. He runs on all fours and has a dark trail behind him, and his attacks are incredibly fast, giving off an energy that reminds me of a wild animal. This form replaces both Donald and Goofy regardless of which form you were trying to use initially, and while it is powerful in its own right, it completely empties the drive gauge and has no access to magic, and it can't even pick up any HP orbs. On top of all of that, Sora takes more damage from attacks in this form and gains 0 experience from defeating enemies. Also, unlike all other forms, you can't manually deactivate this form unless you're out of battle, meaning that you have to wait for the gauge to run out to go back to normal. As you can imagine, this form can be incredibly inconvenient to activate in a pinch, especially in a really difficult boss battle. Activating a drive form normally restores your HP, which makes it a valid method of saving you at the last second when you're about to lose a fight, but the addition of Anti-form makes relying too much on that strategy a little bit risky. Fortunately, Final form can't activate Anti-form, and in fact reduces that invisible counter by 10 every time you use it. On the flip side, the 2 become 1 Keyblade has an ability called Light and Darkness, which increases the invisible counter to its maximum value, making it basically a guarantee that you'll get Anti-form every time you use a drive form with it equipped. One of my favorite things about drive forms in this game is their appearance. Like, yeah, they are very 2000s in their design, but the new animations and the changed up movement Sora gets from these is super clean and smooth and a ton of fun to see in action. Plus, this game brought back the thing where the party's appearance can change in certain worlds like Halloween Town, and each drive form has its own unique alternate appearance in these worlds, with the changed style, even extending to Sora's HUD icon in the bottom right. Plus, for most in-engine cutscenes, if you trigger the cutscene while in a drive form, Sora stays in that form in the cutscene, with the exception of Anti-form. These are some incredibly neat details that a lot of games might not have even bothered with, but not this game, and it's one of the zillion things I love about this game, and it makes it super charming and timeless to me. So now that I've explained limits and drive forms, let's talk about some summons. These have returned and work a little bit differently from the first game in both how you acquire them and how they're used in battle. For starters, they don't use MP anymore, but instead your drive gauge, and acquiring them simply requires you to find that summon charm. No need to take it to the fairy godmother or anything, you just have the summon now. Actually using the summons in battle is pretty similar to last time, but every summon now has a limit that can be activated on top of their standard abilities. First is Chicken Little from, well, Chicken Little, and you earn him with the baseball charm. Genie from Aladdin returns and you summon him through the lamp charm. Stitch from Lilo and Stitch is summoned through the ukulele charm, and Peter Pan makes his appearance in this game with Tinkerbell. Summons also now have an overall summon level that increases as you use the drive gauge with a summon out. Increasing the summon level increases the duration and power of all summons. A fun little exploit I took advantage of was actually maxing out my summon level by just constantly keeping my drive gauge moving up and down. See, every time the drive gauge changes numbers up or down, you earn an experience point for your summons. Since landing attacks increases your drive gauge, you can attack something at just the right rate to keep it constantly flipping back and forth and raking in the EXP. Now let's talk about the party members and the worlds that you visit in the game. In Kingdom Hearts 2, you visit a mixture of worlds Sora's already been to, along with a handful of brand new worlds. All original non-Disney worlds are brand new outside of cutscenes, and all the returning worlds have been expanded significantly, some in surprising ways. Almost every world has a special guest character who joins your party, and while some are returning characters like Aladdin and Agrabah, there's a bunch of brand new characters too, like Mulan in the Land of Dragons and Auron from Final Fantasy X in Olympus. The fact that there's a straight-up Final Fantasy character in your party is incredibly cool to me, but I'll move past my excitement for now because I'll talk about it later. There's also an additional sort of temporary party member mechanic in this game, and at certain points in important story battles, these characters will join your party in kind of an unofficial capacity. They contribute to the fight and battle enemies alongside you, but they aren't added as permanent party members, usually only helping for that one fight. While this is a minor detail, it only makes Sora, and by extension you, the player, feel like you're actually making an impact and involved in these worlds because you're working with its characters, which is one of the biggest appeals of this series at the end of the day. Also, a neat touch I noticed in this game is that the party members' artwork differs depending on whether they're an animated character or a live-action character, with most animated characters having 2D artwork, while Jack Sparrow and Tron have 3D renders instead. About the Mushroom 13 stuff. At the end of the game, each world has a Heartless in the form of a dark mushroom, numbering 13 in total, and each can be found in a different world. These aren't standard enemies either, and instead of a normal battle, when you approach one, you can initiate a special minigame challenge with it. While you can complete and get any score in these minigames, there's a minimum score you have to reach for the Mushrooms game to be counted as complete in Jiminy's Journal. These battles, while totally optional, are a fun way to test your game knowledge after spending so much time with the game, because you have to tackle them all in specific and creative ways. It's not always straightforward, but it's a fun way of forcing you to think outside of the box when it comes to Sora's overall set of abilities and drive forms. I'll be going over each one in a bit more detail in the world breakdowns. Finally, I have no idea where to mention this, so I'm sticking it right into the end. In most of the worlds of Kingdom Hearts 2, you can find a skateboard to hop onto. The skateboard moves super fast while you're on it, and you can perform a bunch of tricks mapped to the face buttons, along with grinding on flat surfaces by using a reaction command. The skateboarding is kind of a gimmick and only really has real value inside some of the mini-games, but it's still awesome that they chose to stick it into a bunch of worlds because, I mean, why not? It's fun and it doesn't hurt anything, and the skateboard is literally just there for no reason other than fun and maybe getting around slightly faster, but primarily fun. Game-changing, earth-shattering, hardcore, pointless fun. If anybody ever slanders skateboards in this series, I will get very upset. Anyways, all of these added gameplay details and mechanics tied together make Kingdom Hearts 2 feel incredibly good to play, more so than the Kingdom Hearts games that came before it, and I'd even go so far as to say some of the games that came after it. And I'm not just talking about the Kingdom Hearts series itself. I know I'm doing that thing again where there's still a ton to talk about, but I'm already forming opinions, but remember that I grew up playing these games. This is my favorite video game series of all time, and if I have free reign to just gush about one of them, by golly, I'm gonna do it, but I'll be responsible. We'll save more of my thoughts for later. For now, let's talk about some of the extra gameplay stuff like gummy ships, which make their grand return. The world map in Kingdom Hearts 2 is a lot more interactive than the one we saw in the first game. Now, instead of the worlds just being a menu with world icons, every world is now a 3D representation floating in space, and you can fly around your gummy ship to go to the world of your choice. There's still a specific order that you can visit the worlds, and these worlds are unlocked in waves, but anytime you visit the world map, you can fly around and choose where you want to go without having to bother with warping like last time. When you're flying around the world map, you can see the status of the worlds you've already played by paying attention to their visual effects. See, in this game, you visit some worlds multiple times, and it's not always obvious which worlds have new or incomplete content to explore. Fortunately, an indicator appears on the world map in the form of a little particle effect on that world just to tell you that that world has new content. Worlds with no new content are completed and just sparkly in general. I also really enjoy that you're able to see a silhouette that teases the yet unlocked worlds too. Sure, I know now what every world is, but as a kid playing this for the first time, I had no idea. This is one of those minute details that really enhances the experience and gives you this sense of childlike wonder. Yeah, I can guess that that's Pride Rock, and I'm excited to visit it soon. Plus, what if it isn't Pride Rock? I mean, it is, but what if it wasn't? The gummy routes themselves are standalone and have to be chosen from the world map itself. When you select the route, you can see that route's mission and rewards, but only after completing it for the first time. The actual gummy editor functions mostly the same as the first games, but the interface is so much better than the first games in my opinion. There's also a bunch more options for customization with new weapons, piece shapes, and color options. My favorite improvement is the ability to flip pieces, meaning that you can now have symmetrical builds using only one piece. The weapons available for gummy ships include weapons similar to the first games, but now with more powerful options along with a few new weapons and weapon types. On top of the projectiles and lasers, there are now lock-on weapons that you can use from holding the shoot button, almost like Star Fox. There's new slash gummies which give you a special attack with a refillable slash gauge, and impact gummies, which are pieces that deal damage to enemies that physically touch them during missions. The gummy editor gives the player a lot more freedom than the first game in terms of requirements, to the point where the ship doesn't even have to have a cockpit this time. Including this stuff still does give a bonus to stats, but also a speed reduction for every additional piece. Similar to the first game, this game has a collection of blueprints you can find, but this time they're divided between sample blueprints, which you unlock by finding the gummy blocks to build them, and then special models, which are unlocked through completing gummy missions. On top of the standard editing, you can now equip abilities to your gummy ship, which functions similarly to abilities for Sora in that each ability costs AP against your ship's AP limit. These abilities are usually acquired through completing gummy missions and include abilities that increase stats like your gummy ship's weapon strength or how much HP you earn from HP orbs. There's also more specialized ones like Cost Converter, which allows you to add a teeny ship's cost to the main ship's build cost limit. Speaking of, you can equip two smaller teeny ships that fly alongside you in missions. These ships are mostly hands-off, not able to take damage, and will attack enemy ships for you. There is an ability that lets you control their formation though. The actual gummy missions are a pretty big departure from the ones we saw last time. Rather than flying through space and avoiding obstacles, 2's gummy missions are completely on rails. You can move your ship freely around the screen in any direction, but you have no control over where your ship actually goes through the mission. You do have a new role that you can use at any time though, but the focus here is on surviving these massive on-rails set pieces with tons of enemies. As you fly through these missions, you're automatically and dynamically switching directions based on where the enemy ships are coming from. I really like the presentation upgrade here. Making these entirely on rails makes the scale seem way larger than the first game's missions, and I do like how you can see these gigantic walking enemies in the distance and fight them with your tiny little spaceship. The first time you pick a mission, it's a simple on-rails mission to survive and defeat the enemies, which then unlocks the world that you're trying to visit. After you've completed it once, you can then play it again with specific mission requirements. Each of the levels have their own unique name and aesthetic, some of them taking place in expansive wide open areas, while others are relatively cramped inside of narrow corridors. One of them even seems to have a straight up F-Zero aesthetic with music to match. Each gummy segment has a series of missions broken down by level, with each level having a different score requirement. Level 1 is always a medal collection mission, medals being the points that you collect from defeating enemies. Level 2 requires you to destroy a minimum number of enemy ships for a high score, and Level 3 is special because it gives you direct control of the camera angle, meaning that you have to physically rotate the camera to face the enemies that appear from every angle to shoot at them. When you complete these missions, you earn a rank, and earning a high enough rank unlocks both mission rewards in the form of items and blueprints, along with an EX version of that mission, which is a harder mission with specific requirements for what kind of ship you have to use, like one with a certain number of weapon gummies, for example. These missions can get tough, but hilariously, a valid strategy to taking them on is using what's affectionately called a donut ship. Apparently, the enemy AI for gummy missions focus their fire on the center point of your gummy ship's hitbox, meaning that if you make that center point totally empty, you avoid most of the incoming damage. Sure, this is cheesy, but it's cheesy in the funniest possible way. Like the first Kingdom Hearts, I really just have never gotten too deep into the gummy ship stuff. It's not bad, it's just not what keeps me coming back to Kingdom Hearts. I don't mind it, and it's a nice break from the insanity that the combat can become at certain points, but I don't ever see myself trying to go for 100% on these gummy missions anytime soon either. On a quick note, I haven't talked a whole ton about the various differences between game versions, but I just want to highlight that these games can change a whole lot in between releases, from the original Japanese versions to the global and English releases to the final mix versions. There's all kinds of content additions and changes, sure, but there's also so many little things under the hood that are changed too. You'd probably need a video about as long as this one already is to go over all of them across the series. Just as a reminder, I'm playing the newest available versions of all of these games, and the experience I'm having today, while very similar overall, might differ from the experience someone would have with these games back in the early 2000s. I know most people probably realize this, I just felt like it was worth mentioning. But of course, I've been working on these videos for a pretty long time actually, and I actually had this part of the video scripted and recorded before it was announced that not only was the Kingdom Hearts series coming to Steam on PC
PC, but that it was also getting updated textures across the board. So for just a second, I want to talk about some of the overt differences between each version of Kingdom Hearts 2, because there are some that aren't so obvious. Also, I want to give a massive thanks to Square Enix for providing me with a code for the Steam release of the series. For starters, the original version of the game on the PlayStation 2 was nearly identical to modern versions, but it has a 4:3 aspect ratio and is locked at 30 FPS. The final mix version had additional content, of course, but also some visual changes with the heartless color schemes and some of the character models. The PlayStation 3 version is expanded to widescreen with what looks like even more updated character models and higher resolution textures. The PlayStation 4 and initial PC release on the Epic Games Store are bumped up to 60 FPS, but otherwise don't seem much different from the PS3 version. Finally, there's the most recent updated release on Steam. This release has upscaled textures across the board for basically everything from characters to weapons to environments. These changes were also implemented as an update to the original PC release too. And on one additional note, the HD remastered versions of the games from the PS3 onwards have completely remade soundtracks for the PS2 games apart from Rechain of Memories. Excluding the most recent titles, each game in the series got all of these upgrades and enhancements, including the updated textures in the Steam release. That being said, a lot of the changes that these games underwent are mechanical under-the-hood changes that happened between the original release and final mix, but there's so many of these differences I could do an entire video on those alone. That being said, if you were planning on getting these games, I'd highly recommend just going for the collection on PC if you have one. The next best option being the PS4 or Xbox One releases. I'll talk more about these HD remasters in part 3, but for now I don't want to get too ahead of myself.
Alright, that was a lot, wasn't it? We've covered pretty much everything about Kingdom Hearts 2's gameplay, and anything that we haven't will probably get touched on eventually. For now, let's dive into the story.
Roxas awakens from a reoccurring dream of a boy he doesn't know, the events of this boy's life flashing by in chronological order. He opens his window and peers out at his home, Twilight Town, before meeting his friends Hayner, Pince, and Olette in their secluded usual spot to begin the last week of their summer vacation. The group rant and complain about Cypher and his gang, who have accused them of stealing things around the town. Soon, they discover not only has an important item been stolen, but even the word for that item, rendering them unable to even say it. The group head to the Sandlot to confront Cypher and his gang, but he accuses them of the most recent theft too. The confrontation turns into a scuffle, and Roxas spars Cypher using a foam struggle bat, coming out victorious. Pince takes a photo of Roxas, but almost instantly, a white creature appears and steals the camera, prompting Roxas and the group to chase after it. Roxas finally catches the creature in front of the town's old mansion, and as he approaches it, he hears a voice speak to him, calling him its liege. Roxas attempts to attack the creature with his struggle bat, but the attacks have no effect. Suddenly, his bat transforms into an unfamiliar new weapon, and a confused Roxas is able to slay the creature and recover the stolen items. A series of photos, all of which feature Roxas. Elsewhere, in a computer room, Diz and a robed man complain that nobodies have discovered them and are interfering with their plans. Diz stresses that Naminé must hurry to recover Sora's memories. Roxas once again dreams of unfamiliar events, recognizing the mysterious weapon he wielded as a keyblade. He returns to the usual spot and shares sea salt ice cream with Hayner, Pince, and Olette. Sad that their summer vacation is almost over, Hayner suggests that they all go to the beach. After doing some odd jobs around the town, they save up enough money to afford train tickets, and as they all begin walking into the station, Roxas is tripped by a robed man who whispers, "Can you feel Sora?" before disappearing as suddenly as he arrived. Inside the station, Roxas realizes the money is suddenly gone, assuming it was taken by the robed man, though Roxas is apparently the only one who actually saw the man. The train departs without the group, and, defeated, they spend the rest of the day eating ice cream at the top of the town's clock tower. Back in Diz's computer room, the robed man tosses the stolen money bag around and asks why Diz wouldn't let Roxas go to the beach, Diz replying that the beach would only be another entry point for an enemy, revealing that the version of Twilight Town that Roxas inhabits is actually just data of Diz's creation. The next day, Roxas is greeted by Pince and Olette, but to his shock, they're suddenly frozen in time. Abruptly, Naminé appears and says she wants to meet Roxas at least once. As she leaves, time resumes, making Roxas the only one to have seen what happened. Roxas suspects the unknown girl went to the old mansion, but when he tries to follow her there, he's intercepted by the white creatures. As he flees, he encounters Cypher and his gang, and the group try to fight off the creatures to no avail. Suddenly, time freezes again, and Naminé tells Roxas to use his Keyblade. As the creature attacks again, Roxas is suddenly transported to a vast space with a stained glass platform. There, he's confronted by a massive, similarly white creature that he fights off with the Keyblade. Defeating it, he begins to become consumed by a pool of darkness, but is saved by Naminé. She introduces herself and asks Roxas if he remembers his true name, but before she can say more, the hooded man appears and silences her, pushing Roxas through a dark portal and back to the sandlot with Cypher's gang. His friends quickly arrive and assume that Roxas chose to ditch them and spend the day with Cypher instead, ruining their plans to visit the beach and creating tension between Roxas and Hayner. In the computer room, Diz complains that Naminé hijacked their data, but maintains that as long as she accomplishes her goal, he doesn't care about what happens to Roxas. The next day, Roxas participates in the town's struggle tournament. From the sidelines, Pence and Olette cheer on Hayner and Roxas, despite the tension between the two. In the first round, Roxas takes on Hayner, apologizing for the day before. Hayner forgives him, and the two battle, with Roxas coming out on top. Next, Roxas fights Vivi, but in the middle of the match, time freezes yet again, and Vivi is transformed into one of the white creatures. Roxas defeats them once again with the Keyblade before a robed man appears, sarcastically applauding the victory. The robed man reveals himself as Axel, implying that Roxas could somehow remember him, but he doesn't. He tells Roxas that he doesn't have time to explain and draws his chakrams, saying that Roxas is coming with him, conscious or not. He calls Roxas number 13, the Keyblade's chosen one, before initiating his attack. The fight is interrupted by Diz, and he and Axel both vie for Roxas's attention, disappearing as the time resumes and Roxas is declared the winner of the match. Rucksack faces Setzer in the final match of the tournament and comes out victorious. He's awarded a champion belt and a trophy with colored gems that he splits among his friends atop the clock tower later that day. As he stands up, he slips and tumbles off the clock tower. On Destiny Islands, Kairi asks Selphie if she remembers the boy they used to hang out with, and while Selphie remembers Riku, she doesn't recall the second boy. Kairi says that she can remember his voice, but not his face or name. She says she won't go back to the island until she can remember him. Suddenly, Kairi hears Roxas's voice calling out to Naminé as he hurtles to the ground below the clock tower. He asks Naminé what is happening to him, but Kairi replies asking who he is and why he's calling her Naminé. Immediately, he recognizes Kairi's voice, addressing her by her name, saying she's the girl he likes. Kairi asks for his name, and Sora's voice interjects, playfully prodding Kairi for forgetting his name and hinting that it starts with an S. Kairi excitedly rushes to the beach and places a message in a bottle into the water containing a letter she wrote to Sora, remembering an important promise they once made. She tells Selphie she knows he'll receive it, recalling Sora's name aloud. Diz concludes that Naminé visiting Roxas put Sora's heart in contact with Kairi's, speeding up the recovery of his memories. He says that Naminé is different from other nobodies, and the robed man asks Diz who Naminé is a nobody of. Diz offers the answer, but only in exchange for the robed man's true name. The man removes his hood and introduces himself as Ansem. Diz laughs and says it's an honor to meet him. In a massive room of white, 13 elevated seats bearing the sigil of the nobodies are aligned in a circle. Several members of the organization sit atop these seats alongside Axel, who pleads passionately for leniency for a defected former member. Roxas jolts awake in his bedroom. Unsure of what was real or a dream, he meets up with his friends once again. He asks if they remember him falling off the station's tower, but they say it was merely a close call. With summer vacation ending, the group decides to begin an independent studies assignment to turn in when school begins, and their subject of choice, the 7 wonders of Twilight Town. Mysterious rumors about strange occurrences around the town that they think might tie into the strange things happening to Roxas. The group investigates each rumor but finds that they all have perfectly reasonable explanations. Roxas convinces Pence to accompany him to investigate the 7th and final wonder at the old, allegedly haunted mansion. According to Pence, the rumor says that sometimes you can see a girl in the 2nd floor's window, even though no one has lived in the mansion for years. Suddenly, Roxas can visualize the room and the artwork on its walls as Naminé speaks to him. One sketch in particular stands out, a sketch of Roxas and Axel standing together. Naminé tells Roxas that he and Axel are best friends, but Roxas writes it off as a joke, saying no one knows him better than himself. Naminé draws his attention to another sketch, and he recognizes it as depictions reunions of Sora, Donald, and Goofy. Naminé says that a year prior, she had taken apart Sora's memories, but is now putting them back together, and soon, Sora will be back to his old self. She says that Roxas and Sora are connected, meaning that this process has also been affecting him too, explaining his odd dreams. She says that Roxas holds half of what Sora is, and that Sora needs him. Roxas asks Naminé what she knows about him that he doesn't, and to his shock, she says that he was never supposed to exist. Pince jolts a seemingly daydreaming Roxas back to the front of the mansion, and despite Naminé standing in the window, Pince only sees the movement of the curtains. He writes it off as yet another false wonder, and the group reconvenes to enjoy some ice cream at the top of the clock tower. In the mansion, Diz says that the hooded man should have begun to remember more and more about Sora, along with everyone else who has ties to him. The man asks Diz what he truly wants. Diz simply says it's revenge, and begins to formulate a plan to eliminate Naminé now that her task is almost complete, saying that she, along with Roxas, was never meant to exist. Sometime in the past, a robed figure wields two keyblades against a swarm of Heartless as a blindfolded man peers from a building above. The two begin to battle, and the blindfolded man demands to know why the other has the Keyblade, but he receives no answer.
Why? Why do you have the Keyblade? Shut up!
Roxas awakens in his bed once again as his figure morphs between him and a ghostly apparition of the boy from his dreams. He heads to the usual spot to meet with his friends, but is shocked to find that they can't see or hear him. Confused, he heads outside and is confronted by Axel, who says he's been given orders to destroy Roxas if he doesn't comply. To Axel's joy, Roxas feigns remembering him but quickly realizes this is a ruse. The confrontation is interrupted by Diz, who freezes Axel and instructs Roxas to head to the old mansion. Axel mourns that the Roxas he knew is gone and follows after him. Roxas enters the mansion and finds the room littered with Naminé's sketches, surprised to see a depiction of himself as a memory suddenly surges into his mind. In it, he walks purposely through a dark city street, crossing paths with Axel, who warns him that he can't turn on the organization. Back in the mansion, Roxas regains his composure and finds Naminé seated in the room. He says that the Organization 13 are a bad group, but Naminé says they're just incomplete people who want to be whole. Roxas asks what will happen to him, but before she can answer, Diz stops her once again. Frustrated, Roxas says he has the right to know, and Diz dismisses him. Diz says that not only does a nobody not have a right to know, but it doesn't have a right to be either. Naminé manages to return through a dark portal and tell Roxas that nobodies like she and him are half a person, assuring him that he won't disappear and will just become whole. As Diz drags her into a dark portal, she promises him that they'll meet again, even if they don't recognize each other. Aimless, Roxas wanders through the mansion and manages to unearth an underground lab full of computers, the sight of which causes another memory to flood into his mind. In this memory, he sits among the organization's ranks, but escapes and eventually confronts the blindfolded man. Later, Diz and the robed man stand before an unconscious Roxas. Diz explains that they'll keep Roxas in a simulated version of Twilight Town with a new personality until Naminé can chain together Sora's memories. He says that because Roxas holds half of Sora's power within him, he'll have to give it back. These new memories make Roxas finally realize his true circumstances, causing him to angrily destroy the machinery in an outburst, despite the knowledge that it's only data. Roxas delves further into the underground lab and is confronted by Axel once again. Axel acknowledges that Roxas finally remembers him, but says it's too late and begins an attack. To Axel's surprise, Roxas summons Keyblades and the two battle. Roxas manages to subdue him and remembers the final words the two shared as he left the organization. On that dark city street, Roxas tells Axel that no one would miss him even if the organization destroyed him for his desertion. Axel somberly admits,
"That's not true. I would."
but this admission falls on deaf ears. In the aftermath of their fight, Axel tells Roxas that they should meet again in the next life as he fades into a cloud of darkness, with Roxas replying that he'll be waiting. Further into the lab's corridors, Roxas stumbles upon large pods, containing a sleeping Donald and Goofy, who he recognizes. Soon, he reaches the final room where Diz awaits. Roxas expresses hatred for Diz, but Diz rebukes him, saying he should share the hatred with Sora. Roxas maintains that his heart belongs to him and him alone. But despite his protest, Diz disappears and the pod containing a sleeping Sora opens. With no options left, Roxas is forced to confront his fate and faces Sora. As he accepts the end of his existence, he laments that his summer vacation is over. Sora awakens to the sound of Donald and Goofy calling out to him, and the trio gleefully reunites, along with Jiminy Cricket. Their memories restored apart from the events of Castle Oblivion. Jiminy checks his journal for answers, but finds only one message: thank Naminé, though none of them are able to recall just who that is. Sora wanders through Twilight Town, feeling almost as though he's been there before. The group stumble upon Hayner, Pince, and Olette in their usual spot. Hayner is dismissive, but the group introduce themselves, and they discover that a person matching King Mickey's description has been looking for them. He quickly finds them when he saves them from a relentless attack from the mysterious white creatures at the train station. Sora expresses hope that since the king is no longer trapped in the realm of darkness, Riku may have somehow escaped as well. Following the king's instructions and a gift of a bag of money, the group heads to board the train to leave Twilight Town. Before they depart, Hayner, Pince, and Olette see them off, feeling as though it was something they felt they had to do. As Sora says goodbye to the three, he's surprised to find a tear running down his face. As Twilight Town disappears behind him, Sora finds a small gem in the money bag and expresses a puzzling feeling of sadness that he can't explain. Axel is alive and well, traveling with Naminé and Diz's robed companion. The group unsure of where to go next, Naminé expresses that there is a place she wants to go, longingly peering down at a sketch of Sora and Roxas. Axel reveals that Diz seeks to get rid of him and Naminé, but the robed man allows the two to escape, saying he owes them both for helping him in Castle Oblivion. Sora's train arrives at an isolated tower, and outside of it, someone peers nefariously inside. Donald and Goofy recognize him as Pete, an old rival. Pete exclaims that he heard an old wizard resides inside the tower, and his plan is to turn them into a Heartless to help build an army of them for Maleficent so they can conquer worlds. The group informs Pete that they had already defeated Maleficent, and Pete storms off, promising vengeance. Discovering that the wizard inside the tower is King Mickey's teacher, Master Yen-Sid, they hurriedly make their way inside to meet him in the chamber at the top. Did you know Yen-Sid backwards is
I will not allow it.
Yen-Sid recognizes Sora and tells him that he's about to have to begin another dangerous quest, but Sora protests and says he simply wants to find Riku and return to their island. Yen-Sid explains that this quest is connected to everything in Sora's journey, calling him the key that will open the door to light. He explains to the group that the ever-present Heartless have a counterpart in the form of nobodies.
If one such as you, Donald, yields to the darkness in their heart, they too will become a Heartless. But you know this. The Heartless are always lurking and ever seeking to capture new hearts. Never let your guard down. Now then. At times, if someone with a strong heart and will, be they evil or good, becomes a Heartless, the empty shell they leave behind begins to act with a will of its own. An empty vessel whose heart has been stolen away. A spirit that goes on even as its body fades from existence. For you see, no bodies do not truly exist at all.
When someone with a strong heart and will becomes a Heartless, their empty shell takes on a will of its own and becomes a nobody. He says that while they may seem to have feelings, they only pretend to have hearts and don't actually exist. Nobodies can range from the common dusk to much larger enemies with incredible powers. However, a small number of powerful nobodies with command over the lesser ones has formed a group called Organization 13. Yen-Sid believes the organization is working towards some unknown goal, and King Mickey is helping find just what that goal truly is. Sora, Donald, and Goofy resolve to find the king and help, and in cooperation with Yen-Sid, the three good fairies give Sora new clothes that unlock special, powerful abilities. Before they leave, Yen-Sid explains that the pathways between worlds have disappeared, meaning that they'll have to travel along new pathways in their gummy ship, but warns that the nobodies can use corridors of darkness to quickly travel from world to world themselves. Heeding the Master's warning, the group departs in the gummy ship to explore new worlds. As they leave, the three good fairies are confronted by the surprise return of the evil witch, Maleficent. Later, in Hollow Bastion, Pete is reunited with Maleficent and they begin to travel together to pursue Maleficent's nefarious plans. Sora, Donald, and Goofy's first voyage takes them to Hollow Bastion, now undergoing a large-scale restoration effort by its citizens in the aptly named Hollow Bastion Restoration Committee, whose members include Leon, Sid, Yuffie, Aerith, and their allies. Leon asks Sora, Donald, and Goofy for their help with the world's continued infestation of Heartless, and they happily agree and are given Restoration Committee membership cards. Leon shows them that a massive flood of Heartless has infested the outskirts of the world, and also draws attention to the new threat of the Nobodies. Goofy mentions Organization 13, and as if on cue, a man in black robes appears overhead, followed by a number of other robe-clad figures, members of the Organization 13. Soon, all but one of the organization members depart, and the remaining member confronts Sora, Donald, and Goofy directly. He taunts Sora and begins to leave, but before he does, he remarks that someone used to give him Sora's same scowl.
I think you got the wrong impression.
You gonna cry?
As if. Why don't I remind you how tough the crowd you're dealing with really is?
Remind me?
That's right! He used to give me that same exact look.
Leaving the group to wonder who he could have been talking about. Suddenly, Sora's membership card unexpectedly transforms into the world's keyhole, and Sora immediately seals it. Realizing that this action has opened a much-needed gate to the other worlds, Sora and company immediately depart and begin their new journey. Much like their previous adventure, they travel from world to world, meeting their inhabitants, making new friends, and encountering powerful foes along the way. While Maleficent and her lackey Pete pursue their dark goals, and the Heartless still infest every world, a brand new threat looms over their journey, Organization 13. Its members sow discord and chaos across the worlds in different ways. The organization's discordant actions include summoning powerful enemies, assisting evil antagonists in their plots, and even manipulating the allies Sora has already made. Many times, Sora confronts them and they refer to him by a name he doesn't understand, Roxas. For example, in Olympus's underworld, Sora encounters Dimix. Dimix is about to flee, but not before pleading with this Roxas to come back to them. Meanwhile, Kairi still reflects as she stands on the shores of Destiny Islands. Suddenly, Axel appears through a dark portal and introduces himself as an acquaintance of Sora's. He makes an offer for her to go see Sora, surrounding her with dusk. Just in the nick of time, a dark portal opens and Kairi flees through it as Axel pleads with her, saying they both have something in common. They both miss someone they care about. In a bright yet desolate void, Kairi wanders through a portal of light. As it closes, she gets a brief glimpse of her savior, though she's unable to identify them. After a short while, she awakens in Twilight Town, surrounded by a worried Hayner, Pince, and Olette. She recounts what happened, and the group tell her that if she waits there with them, Sora would likely eventually return. Unfortunately, this idea is immediately nullified by the arrival of Axel through a dark portal. Despite the group's efforts to stop him, Axel kidnaps Kairi. Sometime later, Sora, Donald, and Goofy return to Twilight Town, and are immediately forced to fight a number of nobodies to protect Cypher and his gang. After dispatching the nobodies, they're confronted by another organization member who says he's looking for Axel, who he complains is no longer acting in their best interest. He warns Sora to watch out, saying Axel would stop at nothing to turn him into a Heartless. He jokes that it would break their hearts if something happened to Sora, which Donald refutes, reminding him that nobodies like him don't have hearts. Revealing his face, the man agrees, but says they're special because they remember what having a heart was like. He tells Sora to continue fighting Heartless as he begins to exit through a dark portal. Sora considers following him, but he tells Sora to not be reckless, or else he'll end up like Riku. He leaves Sora without answers as to what that could mean. Cypher, now fully recovered, complains that Sora has caused too much trouble, but still offers Sora the Struggle Trophy, claiming that it goes to the strongest guy in Twilight Town. Soon after, Sora meets with Hayner, Pince, and Olette, who tell him what happened to Kairi and apologize for not being able to help her. Suddenly, the Struggle Trophy is dropped and the gems scatter. Sora picks up a familiar-looking gem and examines it against Twilight Town's sunset. it. For a brief moment, he sees himself as Roxas as the gem begins to shine, revealing itself as the world's keyhole. Elsewhere, the organization convenes in their headquarters, and the man who encountered Sora in Twilight Town says he passed on the message that Sora should continue to defeat Heartless. Seemingly pleased, the organization's leader says that Sora will soon doubt himself, and this doubt will help pave the way for their future plans. Asked about Axel, he stresses that Axel deserves nothing more than their pity for chasing after what he describes as the illusion of friendship, when Axel himself lacks emotion. Sora and company return to Hollow Bastion and learn that Ansem's computer, which may contain information about Organization 13, has been found. In Ansem's lab, they accompany Leon to the computer room. Impatient, Sora and Donald try to interact with the computer's terminal, but are abruptly transported into the world inside the computer, the Space Paranoids. There, they are immediately placed under arrest and meet with the fugitive security program called Tron. Tron offers to help the trio, and with his assistance, they manage to activate an energy core that allows them to return to the real world. He asks them to find his user, who will have the needed password which will allow them to access the needed data space, which Tron's user has named the DTD. He says the DTD may contain information about the Heartless and Organization 13. However, the system is under the control of the MCP, the Master Control Program, limiting Tron's access to it, and, by extension, anyone in the outside world. Sora asks who Tron's user is, to which he replies, Ansem the Wise. Hearing the name Ansem shocks the trio, but before Tron can elaborate any further, the MCP finds them and Tron rushes to help the trio escape back to the real world. The trio begin their new mission to find the password to the DTD in order to access Ansem's research. They begin their search in Ansem's lab, and while they initially come up empty-handed, they discover some of Ansem's writing, which reveals the DTD stands for Door to Darkness. As they ponder how this can help them get the password, Mickey suddenly appears, leading to a heartfelt reunion.
The Door to Darkness!
What do you know? But that still leaves the password.
Say, fellas, did somebody mention the Door to Darkness?
Your Majesty!
Mickey explains that the Door to Darkness can only be opened by the 7 princesses, giving them a crucial hint as to what that password could be. Mickey also expresses that with the DTD's data, they may be able to figure out where Ansem is. Thinking Mickey is confused, Sora reminds him that they've already defeated Ansem. Focused on the mission at hand, Mickey promises to explain everything when they return from assisting Tron. The trio return to the Space Paranoids and are forced to survive a dangerous challenge set up by the MCP and SART. Still, they manage to escape the game grid and eventually find a weakened Tron. Together, they make their way to the DTD and relay the password to Tron, the names of all 7 princesses. The password succeeds and restores all of Tron's functions. However, it also gives the MCP full access to the system as well, allowing him to take it over entirely. The MCP immediately begins an emergency self-destruct program for Hollow Bastion in the real world, prompting the group to hurriedly confront it at the I.O. tower. With the help of Tron, Sora, Donald, and Goofy incapacitate the MCP, and Tron is able to retake control of the system. Tron gives the group access to the DTD that they can use from the real world. Sora searches for any information that can help them, but it all seems to be corrupted apart from an image of an unfamiliar man. Soon, Mickey arrives and recognizes the man as Ansem the Wise. In disbelief, the group brings Mickey back to Ansem's lab and shows him the portrait on the wall of the man they recognize as Ansem, the same man that they defeated in their previous adventure. Mickey finally explains that the man they fought, who called himself Ansem, was actually the Heartless of the man in the portrait, an imposter. The man in the portrait was not called Ansem, and stole his identity from the real Ansem the Wise. Because this man has a Heartless, he also has a nobody, and this nobody now serves as the leader of Organization 13. The real Ansem's whereabouts are currently unknown, however. Mickey decides to put his search for Ansem on hold so he can assist Sora in finding Riku and Kairi. Suddenly, the ground shakes and Hollow Bastion is thrust into chaos. The group head outside to help and find that a massive horde of Heartless has invaded the city, commanded by Maleficent. However, Maleficent's invasion is complicated by the unpredictable nobodies, who attack everyone, including her Heartless army. Becoming aware of the trio, Maleficent commands her Heartless to redirect their focus on them instead of the nobodies. The trio, along with Leon, Cloud, Yuffie, Tifa, and the rest of the Restoration Committee, put up a large-scale counteroffensive to protect Hollow Bastion. As the fight rages on, Mickey tries to convince Sora to leave the fight and search for Riku and Kairi. Sora protests, saying saying that Leon and the others are his friends too, and that he promised he would help. Mickey commands Donald and Goofy to take Sora to find his friends. Goofy and Donald pretend to follow the order, but deceive their king and push ahead to continue protecting the city, apologizing as they rush past him. During the siege on Hollow Bastion, a robed man infiltrates the computer room and logs into the system. Through a hidden hatch that closes behind him, he makes his way down a spiraling ramp into the depths of the castle sublevels. As he silently treks down, he recalls a conversation between himself and Ansem the Wise about an experiment that he wanted to pursue, but Ansem the Wise expressly forbids it. The voice in the memory pleads with Ansem, and Ansem refers to this man as Xehanort. Still silent, the man finally arrives in a small room of white and takes a seat on a throne-like chair, accompanied only by the discarded remains of what looks like armor and a unique keyblade. Finally, he pierces the silence with the same voice that belongs to the organization's leader and refers to the armor as a friend. Sometime in the past, Zexion meets with Vexen, who demands to know where Xemnas is. Zexion replies that it's Xemnas' usual spot, the Chamber of Repose. A third organization member, Xigbar, is revealed to be eavesdropping and expresses his distaste for the chamber. Xigbar recounts a large battle between Keyblade wielders that left behind only an unconscious man with no memories. He initially refers to this man as Xemnas, but corrects himself, saying that Ansem found a man called Xehanort in the aftermath. Making their way past Mickey, Sora, Donald, and Goofy push further into Hollow Bastion, but are quickly intercepted by Dimix, who hesitantly follows his orders, but complains that he's the wrong guy for the job. Suddenly, Dimix's demeanor changes and he calls Sora a traitor as he initiates a battle that ends in his defeat. The trio begin to push further ahead, but are stopped by Mickey, who has a change of heart and embraces their plan to help their friends in Hollow Bastion. As they depart, a boulder falls from a hilltop and hurtles towards Mickey.
So, I guess we better all pull together and finish this battle for good.
Yes, Your Majesty! Look out! Wow!
Goofy!
No.
Hey, you're the king's captain. You gotta get up.
Come on, wake up!
I'm sorry about the ice cream.
Goofy?
Goofy.
This is not happening. It can't be happening. It can't.
They'll pay for this.
Devastated and empowered, the group fight onward to avenge their friend. GG Goofy. He dead. We push on. I'm sorry. I can't help it. After a number of it's so stupid. After a number Stop. I know you're not doing anything. I'm telling myself to stop. I need to stop, dude. Okay. Devastated and empowered, the group fight onward to avenge their friend. After a number of battles, they stop for a brief respite and are overjoyed with the unexpected arrival of I hate myself. After a number of battles, they stop for a brief respite and are overjoyed with the unexpected arrival of none other than Goofy. I'm sorry. And are overjoyed with the unexpected arrival of none other than Goofy, who is revealed to have quickly recovered from his injury. Relieved that their friend is okay, the group push ahead one final time to protect Hollow Bastion, and come head to head with a massive horde of hundreds of Heartless. In the confrontation, the leader of the organization, Ansem's Nobody, finally reveals his face, causing Mickey to recall a conversation he had with Ansem the Wise in his lab. Ansem worries that his research opened doors in many worlds, allowing the Heartless to infest them. This conversation is cut off by the arrival of Xehanort, Ansem's apprentice, and the imposter whose Heartless Sora defeated and whose Nobody now commands the organization. In the present, Mickey rushes after the organization's leader while Sora battles the wave of 1,000 Heartless. After a grueling fight, the horde is defeated and the trio push further ahead to find Mickey confronting the organization's leader. Mickey refers to him as Xehanort, but he says that he once abandoned that name a long time ago. Mickey chases after the man as he disappears through a dark portal, jumping through the portal with him, leaving the trio behind and without answers. Axel suddenly appears, telling them that they've been duped by the organization. He claims that Xemnas, the leader of the organization, is using Sora as a means to destroy the Heartless, a crucial factor in his master plan. He explains that Xemnas' plan is not simply to slay all of the Heartless, but to release all of the captive hearts they contain, which can only be done with the Keyblade. What the organization wants to do with these hearts, Axel refuses to say. Realizing Axel kidnapped Kairi, Sora demands to know where she is. Axel apologizes, but is interrupted by the arrival of organization Saïx. Sora pleads with Saïx to let him see Kairi, and in an act of desperation, kneels before him. He coldly rejects the plea and tells Sora to direct the anger he feels at the Heartless, who mindlessly collect hearts, not realizing the power that they hold. He says the hearts released from Heartless slain by the Keyblade weave together to make Kingdom Hearts, and when Kingdom Hearts is made, they can finally truly exist. Suddenly, Maleficent appears and claims that Kingdom Hearts actually belongs to her, rejecting anyone else's claim. Seeing the organization as an enemy to her plans, Maleficent summons Heartless to attack Saïx, who summons his own nobodies as a counter. Maleficent takes on the nobodies herself, temporarily taking Sora's side in the hopes that he can vanquish the nobodies forever. As the nobodies completely surround her, she emphasizes that this is not a permanent alliance and disappears. Saïx summons a number of Heartless that surround the trio. He watches with pleasure and departs as Sora has no choice but to defeat the Heartless and release their captive hearts. Sora, now acutely aware of his role in the organization's plot, wonders if everything he's done has been for nothing. Suddenly, Maleficent opens a portal below them, leading them to a dark void where an unknown robed man stands holding a box. He disappears and leaves the box behind, which contains seesaw ice cream and a photograph of Hayner, Pince, Olette, and a boy they don't immediately recognize. Unsure of why, Sora is able to identify the boy as Roxas. Suddenly, the ice cream glimmers, revealing itself as the world's keyhole. With the conflict at Hollow Bastion seemingly at bay, Sora and company continue their journey to find Riku and Kairi, clues about Ansem the Wise, and find some way to stop the organization. In Beast Castle, the Beast reconciles with Belle, but Xaldin intervenes, stealing the rose that is the key to restoring him to his original form. This leads to a direct confrontation with Xaldin, and Sora battles him on the bridge outside the castle and comes away victorious, as long as you don't button mash. Xaldin disappears in a burst of dark energy, defeated once and for all. In the Land of Dragons, Sora encounters an unknown robed man who continually evades him. Sora approaches who he believes is the same robed man, theorizing that this man could be Riku in disguise, only for the man to reveal himself as organization's rank number 2, Xigbar. In the underworld, Sora helps Auron defy Hades and watches as Hercules regains his strength through self-sacrifice in order to save his love. In Port Royal, they learn that a man in a black robe has unleashed Heartless upon the world, and the undead pirates, and now Jack Sparrow too, are still afflicted by a curse they thought was lifted. Despite a meeting with the now unmasked organization member, Sora helps lift the curse once again. Eventually, the trio make their way back to Hollow Bastion, and discover that as a final gambit from the MCP, Heartless from the data world have somehow infiltrated the city. What's more, all communication with Tron has been cut off, and the only way they can save Hollow Bastion is to return to the Space Paranoids to find Tron and stop the MCP from the inside. In Space Paranoids, they reunite with Tron and, with the assistance of Merlin and the rest of Hollow Bastion's Restoration Committee, Tron is able to gain additional powers that enables them to defeat the MCP once and for all. Tron bids the group goodbye, and they return to the real world to find that Hollow Bastion is finally safe. Tron discovers an archive of the town when it was first built and pulls up the data. Suddenly, everyone begins to remember Hollow Bastion's true name, Radiant Garden. The trio depart Radiant Garden and return to Twilight Town. They meet up with Hayner, Pince, and Olette, who believe that inside the old mansion lies a gateway to what they call an alternate Twilight Town. Their evidence? The existence of identical copies of both a handmade money pouch and the one-of-a-kind struggle trophy. Soon, Mickey arrives, and the group head into the old mansion and find the computer terminal that is connected to the data Twilight Town. Sora, Donald, Goofy, and Mickey enter the data Twilight Town and find it just as Roxas left it. There, they find a portal that leads to a vast open void. Before they know it, they're surrounded by a large number of nobodies, and when all hope seems lost, Axel arrives and assists in the fight. As they battle together, Axel finally reveals that he kidnapped Kairi, but she got away from him. Soon after, she was caught by Saïx. Sora and Axel work together to battle the nobodies, and Axel unleashes a final massive attack to destroy the entirety of the remaining threat. This attack, however, was too much for Axel, and he begins to fade away, urging Sora to go find Kairi and apologizing for what he did to her. Sora asks Axel what his goal was, and Axel says he wanted to see Roxas, the only one he liked. He says that Roxas made him feel like he had a heart, and that Sora makes him feel the same way. As Axel fades away, he opens a portal that takes Sora to the home and headquarters of Organization 13, the world that never was. Mickey pushes on ahead, while Sora, Donald, and Goofy explore the ominous cityscape, eventually arriving in the city center. Suddenly, Donald and Goofy are separated from Sora, and a roped figure emerges. The figure summons a Keyblade and attacks Sora without hesitation, taking them both to a vast expanse on a stained glass platform. With great effort, Sora strikes the boy down, and the boy recalls the beginning of his existence. He awakens in front of Twilight Town's old mansion and is soon greeted by Xemnas, who tells the boy that he can feel nothing, but he can still be given a purpose. Xemnas bestows him with the name Roxas, an anagram of Sora's name with the organization's signature X, bringing him into the organization as its 13th member. Next, Roxas has a vision of himself sitting atop Twilight Town's clock tower with Axel, pondering if it's time for him to go back to where he belongs. Axel asks Roxas if it's possible that the organization, Nominee, and other nobodies like them actually could have a heart inside of them. Roxas argues that if there was something inside of them, they would feel it, but confidently concludes that Sora will find the answer he's looking for, because Roxas is Sora. Enjoying sea salt ice cream together, Roxas bittersweetly remembers his time spent with Axel, along with Hayner, Pence, and Olette. Axel reassures him that he will see his friends again. With finality, Roxas says goodbye to Axel, who reciprocates as a tear rolls down his face. Roxas collapses, revealing his face to Sora for the first time. He says that Sora makes a good other, as Sora is suddenly brought back to the world that never was, where Donald and Goofy await. From their perspective, Sora simply disappeared, and it was only Sora who experienced the events with Roxas. The three begin the trek toward their final destination, the castle at the crest of the world. Inside the castle, Saïx visits Kairi, who is held captive with Pluto. A dark portal opens, and Nominee helps her escape.
Kairi, we're almost there.
As Kairi and Nominee escape, they're intercepted by Saïx, who summons a number of nobodies. However, they're saved when a robed man appears. Surprised, Saïx claims that he thought that Roxas had, in his words, taken care of the robed man, who Nominee reveals to be Riku. Wordless, Riku fires a dark ball of energy at Saïx, fighting him head to head and tries to follow him as he flees through a dark portal. Before he can step through, Kairi stops him and removes his hood. However, the face she sees is that of Ansem, Seeker of Darkness. As Sora, Donald, and Goofy make their way up the castle that never was, they too encounter Saïx, who says that the organization has no further use for Sora. He gestures toward the heart-shaped moon, an indicator that Sora has helped them collect enough hearts to summon Kingdom Hearts. That's the name of the game. As the confrontation begins, Sora reunites with Kairi for the first time as she jumps down to help him, but she's quickly overtaken by the Heartless. Riku swoops in and saves her, offering her a Keyblade of her own. Wielding Destiny's Embrace, Kairi enthusiastically joins the fight for the first time. Further up the castle, Mickey encounters Diz, who has collapsed next to some kind of device. Diz removes the bindings on his face, revealing himself as Ansem the Wise. He tells Mickey that Xemnas is the nobody of his former apprentice, Xehanort. He says that he felt responsible for Xehanort's acts and became obsessed with revenge against the apprentice, who he felt had taken everything from him. He also takes the blame for Riku's new appearance. He says that he tasked Riku with finding Roxas, telling him that it would help to awaken Sora from his slumber. However, Riku was unable to defeat Roxas without immersing himself in the darkness, giving him the form that he now takes. Ansem describes Riku as, in his words, a victim of his revenge, and he wants to make amends to all of the people that he's hurt. Carrying the device, the two walk into the castle. As Riku and Kairi battle the Heartless, Sora is confronted by Xigbar, who refers to him as both Sora and Roxas. Calling Sora a traitor, he begins a battle. Winning the fight, Sora asks Xigbar why he calls him Roxas, but Xigbar just laughs disappears as he disappears. Sora is finally reunited with Kairi and the two embrace. Riku, who Sora still believes is the Heartless he already defeated, attempts to leave, but stops when Sora calls out to him. Sora says that despite his negative feelings over their previous conflict, he's still thankful that the man had saved Kairi. Kairi reveals the truth to Sora, but Riku tries to diminish the situation and claims that he's no one. With Kairi's encouragement, a confused Sora approaches Riku and touches his hand. He closes his eyes and is able to sense that the person standing before him is, indeed, Riku. Finally reunited with his two closest friends, Sora collapses and tells Riku tearfully that he looked everywhere for him, but Riku says he didn't want to be found in this form. Sora assures him that regardless of his appearance, he's still Riku. As the group once again begins their trek up the castle, they encounter Luxord, who launches a surprise attack. Sora strikes him down, and Luxord also calls Sora Roxas before fading away. Further up the castle, they encounter Saïx, who, to Sora's protest, does the same. Wielding his claymore, Saïx battles Sora, but is ultimately defeated. He hobbles to the window and makes a desperate plea to Kingdom Hearts, asking where his heart is as he fades away. Sora finally asks Riku why everyone is calling him Roxas, and Riku reveals to Sora that Roxas is his nobody, reminding him that he became a Heartless when he released his heart to save Kairi. As Sora's nobody, Roxas was able to use the Keyblade, and for that reason, the organization didn't hesitate to recruit him. However, Roxas betrayed the organization and abandoned them. Shortly after, Riku faced Roxas directly. Riku recalls striking Roxas down, but Roxas recovers and continues to attack. To prove a point, Riku calls out to Roxas, referring to him as Sora. Without even realizing he's doing it, Roxas answers as if he was Sora, proving once and for all to Riku that Roxas is truly Sora's nobody. Hearing this, Roxas protests and says that he is Roxas, no one else. Riku realizes he won't be able to defeat Roxas by normal means and removes his blindfold to release the dark power in his heart, aware that it will change him forever. Releasing this darkness, he takes on Ansem's appearance and utilizes the dark figure to decisively win the fight. Soon after, Diz appears through a dark portal, and Riku tells him that Roxas could feel Sora, but Diz doubts this because, in his words, a nobody cannot feel anything. Riku says that if Roxas had met Sora, things might be different. Ansem the Wise begins to deploy his device, which he says can reclaim Kingdom Hearts and encode it as data, though he's unsure if it will actually work. He activates the device, and it fires a beam of light into the heart-shaped moon. After some time, the device seemingly begins to malfunction, and he laughs at his own creation, saying that hearts are incalculable. He expresses regret at his hubris and warns Mickey to run because the machine is going to self-destruct. Quickly, Sora and company arrive, and Ansem entrusts Sora with the remainder of his mission. He also apologizes to Roxas, unsure if Roxas is even able to hear it. Mickey protests at his sacrificial intent, but Ansem asks Mickey to allow him to do what his heart says is right. As the group argue, Xemnas appears, scoffing at their attempt to interfere with his plan. Xemnas tells him that indirectly, Ansem is the real source of all Heartless, as it was his research that, in his words, inspired him to go further than Ansem ever dared. Ansem says his final goodbyes as his device self-destructs. The group race themselves as a huge pillar of light erupts from the machine, engulfing everything. Countless captive hearts are released from the device, spawning a sea of Heartless that begin to climb the castle's walls. In the aftermath of the explosion, Xemnas is missing, but somehow Riku has regained his original form. The group resolves to defeat Xemnas, the organization's only survivor. Riku discards his robe, and the group pushes forward as the swarm of Heartless begin to flood the castle. Maleficent and Pete intervene to fight the Heartless, telling the group to flee so they can take on Xemnas, the one thing she perceives as stopping her from taking this castle for herself. With the Heartless at bay, Sora and his allies finally push forward to the top of the castle, where they come face to face with the distraught Xemnas. He demands that the group use their Keyblades to give him more hearts and repair his ruined Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, my Kingdom Hearts. Ruined. No. I'll have to start all over again. Warriors of the Keyblade, go forth and bring me more hearts.
Sora is separated from the rest of the group and forced to take Xemnas on in a one-on-one fight. Seemingly defeating him, Sora is returned to the group, but finds that Xemnas is no worse for wear. He makes a desperate final bid to summon Kingdom Hearts despite the damage, and is absorbed into the moon, causing a door to materialize. Through the door, Sora, Riku, and Mickey are faced with an armored Xemnas, who sits upon a throne atop a monstrous castle-like beast. After a grueling fight, they manage to strike Xemnas down. He collapses in front of the group, saying he needs more hearts. Sora empathizes with him and tells him that there's more to a heart than just anger and hate, and asks if he can remember those emotions. As he fades away, Xemnas says that he can't. With the group unsure of how to proceed, Naminé suddenly appears as an apparition behind them, opening a dark portal that allows the group to escape. Mickey, Donald, and Goofy escape from the portal, allowing Sora, Riku, and Kairi to speak to Naminé directly. Through Sora and Kairi, Naminé and Roxas are able to meet once again. They agree that anytime Sora and Kairi are together, Roxas and Naminé are together too. Naminé and Roxas rejoin with Sora and Kairi as the two begin to approach the portal home. However, as Kairi steps through, the portal prematurely closes, stranding Sora and Riku on the castle alone. Suddenly, they find that Xemnas is still alive and they are forced to face yet another terrifying creature of his creation. The two fight a harsh battle with Xemnas, leading to one final confrontation in a circling white void. Xemnas fights Sora and Riku with his two ethereal blades, and after a fierce battle, they defeat Xemnas once and for all. Before they can celebrate, they're surrounded by nobodies and fight to exhaustion. The fight takes a toll on Riku and he collapses. He begins to lose hope, but Sora reassures him that it's not over and helps him stand up. Exhausted, they hobble aimlessly into the empty void, eventually encountering a bright, brilliant light. Walking into it, they find themselves on a desolate, dark beach with a piercing moon. Believing this is the end of the road for both of them, Riku embraces it and says that if the world is made of light and darkness, and this is the darkness they're forced to live in, then he can accept being the darkness. Sora agrees, taking solace in the fact that the realm of light is safe thanks to their actions. The two sit alone in silence when suddenly a message in a bottle washes up at their feet. Sora begins to read the message that was written by Kairi and tossed into the waters of the Destiny Islands.
Thinking of you wherever you are. We pray for our sorrows to end and hope that our hearts will blend.
Now I will step forward to realize this wish. And who knows? Starting a new journey may not be so hard. Or maybe it's already begun. There are many worlds, but they share the same sky. One sky, one destiny.
As he does, a wall of light appears in the water ahead of them, which they recognize as a door to light. Sora offers his hand to Riku, telling him that they'll go together. In the waters of the Destiny Islands, two bright lights hurtle towards the surface in the form of Sora and Riku, smashing into the water. The two emerge, greeted by Kairi on the shore. The two rush to the shore to meet her. Donald and Goofy excitedly embrace Sora, as Riku is reunited with Mickey. Sora shows Kairi that he still has her lucky charm, and as Sora looks up at her, so too does Roxas peer up at Naminé. Holding the charm, Sora takes Kairi's hand. Sometime later, Sora and Riku sit in their usual spot and gaze at the sunset, noting that nothing has really changed. Soon Kairi arrives, holding a new message in the bottle with the king's seal on it. Together, the three read the message, prepared for whatever new adventure may await. An armor-clad Keyblade wielder stands in a vast barren wasteland littered with endless Keyblades. The figure is approached by two other armored Keyblade wielders, and the three approach a trio of abandoned Keyblades, each taking one in their grasp. As they stand at a crossroads in the sea of abandoned Keyblades, they're approached by a distant figure. An old man with yellow eyes and a crooked smile is joined by a dark-clad figure with a spherical helmet. As the two groups clash, a ferocious battle begins. The old man uses a number of powerful abilities to thrust the battlefield into chaos, including manipulating the sea of discarded Keyblades into a massive whirlwind. One of the wielders is hit by the torrent of Keyblades, revealing the wielder to be a girl who uses a barrier spell to protect her ally from suffering the same attack. As the old man watches on, the first armored wielder runs after the old man, who wields a Keyblade of his own. The old man deflects his attack, knocking him away with an ice spell that slowly begins to consume his arm. The third wielder attempts to attack from behind, but the old man dodges the attack completely. He grabs the wielder by his helmet, crushing it with a single hand, as the first wielder is sent hurtling back to the ground below. The girl looks up at her ally's peril, peering down at her in desperation as he's encased in ice. The old man throws him off of the cliffside and he slams into its side, damaging his armor and his Keyblade on the way down. The girl catches him and he looks up at her, revealing a familiar face. The old man gathers a ball of dark energy and fires it into the sky. The clouds part, revealing a massive heart-shaped moon. Gazing up at the moon, the first wielder removes his helmet with piercing blue eyes that quickly shift to a menacing yellow. Far away from the battlefield, Keyblade in hand, Mickey Mouse watches the events unfold.
Why are we laughing, guys? A person died and you're laughing.
So many things happen here. We have the whole Roxas arc, Diz's identity is revealed, Riku is redeemed, Kairi casually gets a Keyblade, and so much more. The story is still a feel-good story, especially after that ending, but yeah, it's bittersweet with Roxas and Naminé's existence is basically trapped within Sora and Kairi. But everyone is still together at last, and that's huge in my opinion. They've been separated since the beginning of the first game, and to see them reunited and ready to start a new chapter is invigorating both for story reasons and hype for the players in their wait for the next major entry. Of course, at the time, we had no idea just how long that wait would actually be, but I digress. It's a fantastic story with a fantastic ending.
Donald, Goofy, Mickey, and Kairi are all there celebrating the return home, and then we see Roxas and Naminé being together since Sora and Kairi are together, and then Sora gives back the good luck charm to Kairi. It's just peak. Literally peak Kingdom Hearts.
But where there is a story, there is also plenty of discourse. Some people tend to say that Kingdom Hearts 2 is where the story either got complicated or jumped the shark or went off the rails, or one of many different kinds of complaints about how it's not as straightforward as it was in the first game. To be frank with you, I agree to an extent. This is a more complex story with a lot of moving parts, but I think some of the best stories ever told are complex stories with a lot of moving parts. And complex doesn't mean confusing, and I don't think that anything that happens in Kingdom Hearts 2 is outright confusing. I don't want to get into the weeds here preemptively defending the wider story of the series, I just want to highlight a common complaint that I don't think holds much weight, especially this early on. For now though, let's talk about the worlds. The title screen of Kingdom Hearts 2 is in the running for one of my favorites in the entire series. Before you even get to the title screen, the music begins to swell, and a new rendition of Dearly Beloved plays right as the title menu appears. In the original version, it's accompanied by artwork of Sora once again standing on a now sunset beach. In Final Mix, Sora sits next to Roxas as they both eat ice cream. Let me just say, this version of Dearly Beloved is god tier, and it establishes it as an ever-evolving orchestral piece, rather than just a simple piano melody. I still get chills every time I hear it. The difficulty options are beginner, standard, proud, and the new critical mode. Like the first Kingdom Hearts, the difficulty options in this game affect a lot of things, including player damage given and taken. It also affects how easy it is to unlock the secret movies, with one of the endings entirely inaccessible in beginner mode. Once you've selected a difficulty, the game begins and transitions to the pre-rendered introduction. This introduction starts out with a similar introduction line from Sora, this time visible and standing at the crossroads from Chain of Memories. And in the English dub of the game, his voice is notably different thanks to the power of puberty.
A scattered dream that's like a far-off memory. A far-off memory that's like a scattered dream. I want to line the pieces up. Yours and mine.
After this introduction line, a new track from Utada called Sanctuary plays, called Passion in Japanese. The first thing we see is Kairi sitting on the beach holding her good luck charm, then transitioning to the spot where Sora used to sit with his friends. Quickly, they start to fade away like sand right as the music picks up, and Sora hops down and straight into Hollow Bastion in a super slick representation of the end of the first game. In fact, the rest of this intro is an incredibly stylized recap of the events so far, with some beautiful visuals and, in my opinion, some really impactful symbolism. The way it shows Riku reaching out his hand in the same way he did in the original when the islands fell, only for Sora's run at him to be an attack instead of reaching back out to him, gives me chills. It goes on to show the door closing and it cuts to Kairi standing on the islands as they're reformed. But after this segment, we actually get a peek of Kairi with an entirely new design looking older, signaling to us that some time has definitely passed. After this, my personal favorite sequence plays out, showing Naminé's sketch cleanly transition into a stylized representation of Sora climbing Castle Oblivion and taking on Marluxia as Riku takes on Ansem. After this, we get another shot of Sora climbing as Riku descends upside down in a super trippy way. After that, we get a payoff to the first game's secret ending as we watch Sora climb into Naminé's pod, and as he begins to recover his memories, we see him flying through the air in the same way toward the Destiny Islands to relive and recover his memories. Now, you might be wondering why I went into so much detail with this intro, and this is why. We get this beautiful moment that echoes the first game's intro, but it twists it. Sora lays down with Kairi and Riku on the sand before the ground violently suddenly opens and descending down the water this time is not Sora, but an entirely new character, the blonde-haired kid Roxas from the end of Chain of Memories. My god, this entire intro is so good, and it's one of my favorite video game introductions or even cutscenes ever. The beautiful stylization that recaps everything that's happened so far, while simultaneously introducing a brand new character, while also maintaining symmetry with the original intro from the first game. It's an incredible opening, and it absolutely eclipses the first game's opening for me. No offense to those who love the first game's opening. I still like it, but this one is stylish, emotional, and impactful, especially if you've never played the game before. Anyways, after the CGI opening, there's an entire in-engine cutscene that's on a dark beach, and that's covered in the synopsis. Twilight Town is one of the most iconic locations in the entire series, and it's well deserved. Apart from its crucial role in the story, it's a town that's basked in the warm orange glow of twilight. And the color scheme of the town complements this with warm reds and earthy browns. There's a feeling of serenity and comfort here, which is elevated even further by Lazy Afternoons, the excellent background music. The city has a tram running through its large main area, which is accentuated by shops and little bits of residential areas. It's really a geometric marvel with sharp edges and flat angles on the buildings that punctuate the glowing sky. Now, the layout for this city doesn't really make much sense from a planning and efficiency standpoint, but I think they were going for a sort of California-ish vibe with how many steep slopes and walkways there are. The way this city is built is almost on multiple levels, with each area being up or downhill. The train station is at the height of the city, while the Sandlot sits in its lowest valley. There is technically a series of underground tunnels too, but I don't know if I'd count those as being in the city. Around the city, you find areas like the Sandlot where struggle battles take place, along with the train station below the iconic clock tower. On the other end, you can take a broken wall from the train common into a wooded passage between the town and the old mansion. The mansion itself is also a fully explorable area too. This world means a lot to a lot of people.
Every time I think of summer, I think of Lazy Afternoons, and I think of Twilight Town, and I think of rolling around on a skateboard, delivering mail to pigeons, and smacking a ball in the air, trying to juggle it. It just feels right. It feels like home. It feels like my happy place.
I love KH2 Twilight Town, probably because design-wise, its sensibilities trend back towards that KH1 style of these more interconnected spaces, more considerable platforming opportunities. It's not to the degree that most things in 1 are, but I just love the way that 2's Twilight Town is laid out, and that it feels like a livable space. And that's something I always really enjoy in video games, when I can imagine and almost experience to a degree how someone would live in this environment.
It is the ultimate nostalgia world. Whenever I think about Kingdom Hearts, I always think back to when I was first playing 2, back when I was a wee little 12-year-old, and I was just like, Twilight Town is like, I don't want to leave Twilight Town. It's simply the best.
Of course, when you begin Kingdom Hearts 2, you play as Roxas instead of Sora. Roxas doesn't play too much differently to Sora, but that's on purpose for both story reasons and I'd bet for gameplay reasons too. The first Roxas segment of the game is broken into days, which doesn't really affect anything as far as gameplay goes, but is a nice narrative device that bookends each set of events and gives the story a bit of extra breathing room. On the first day, Roxas wakes up in his bedroom with all kinds of stuff. Just don't ask me what a single one of these things is, because I probably couldn't tell you. Anyways, from there, you're taken to the tram common, and you go through some basic tutorial stuff, which feels distinctly different from starting in the Station of Awakening dive to the heart thing again. For example, this game sidesteps dream weapons with struggle weapons instead, at least at first. Before your first sparring match with Cypher in the Sandlot, you're able to pick a struggle bat, much like how you selected the dream weapons, one bat being a staff, one a sword with a handguard, and one basically just being a blunt bat. However, instead of it affecting the entire playthrough, all this decision does is give you a single point in whichever stat the weapon specializes in. After this, there's some more story stuff, and you eventually end up chasing down a dusk, leading to a short fight in front of the old mansion where you find your struggle bat literally does nothing, kind of echoing Sora trying to hit the Heartless with his wooden sword. You eventually do get the Kingdom Key though, and it pops back up situationally for the rest of the time that you play as Roxas. The main enemy that you fight in Twilight Town are Dusks, which can warp and bend their bodies to attack you from unexpected directions, but if you use the reversal reaction command, you can slide around behind it to catch it off guard. After this fight, you're done with the first day. More story stuff happens, and yeah, yada yada, but you already know about it. I really hope you're enjoying these synopsis segments for these games, by the way. The fantastic people narrating them worked super hard on them, and they did a wonderful job, and I'm super happy with how they all came out. You guys did amazing. Anyways, on the second day, it's all about collecting money, and to do that, we've got to play some mini games. In these odd job mini games, there's usually a target score, and reaching that score gives you a certain amount of money, with higher scores sometimes rewarding a small bonus. While you can come back and do these as Sora later, he unfortunately doesn't earn money from them. The first minigame is mail delivery. In this, you're on a skateboard and you have to deliver mail to every character as quickly as possible. Nice and simple. This one's a lot of fun to kind of challenge yourself with, because every time I play it, I think, I could probably do that a bit faster. This minigame is probably the fastest, most efficient way to earn money, since you can usually complete it in less than 10 seconds pretty consistently. Next is Cargo Climb, a minigame where you have to push this wheelbarrow thing up the hill and into the garage as quickly as possible. After that, there's Grandstander, where the goal is to juggle this ball and keep it suspended in the air for as long as possible, and it ends when the ball touches the ground 5 times. I'm gonna be real about this one. It could literally go on forever.
Dax is in the Lark Sing Step on My Throat fandom. Yes? Are you not?
In Poster Duty, your goal is to hang 20 posters as fast as you can in preset spots in the tram common area. Bumblebuster is probably the most straightforward. The goal is to simply hit bees. And finally, there's Junk Sweep. This one feels a lot like the Olympus Coliseum barrel minigame, and you're just trying to break all these junk metal heaps in as few hits as possible. After you've collected your money, you're on to the third day. On this day, Roxas is thrust into his very own dive to the heart sequence. In a fun twist, the stained glass is now Sora himself, with his friends complimenting the artwork in the background. And here's where we go into the dream weapon selection, and these options do have an effect for the rest of the game. If you pick the Dream Sword, you learn more offensive abilities earlier on. The Dream Shield has you learn more defensive abilities first, and the Dream Rod has you learn more magical abilities first. Choosing these also affects the total number of item slots Sora can get. Once you select a weapon though, it doesn't let you actually use it, and it just has you use the Keyblade this time. From here, this plays out very similarly to the first game's Dive to the Heart, with the stained glass staircases and groups of weaker enemies. This is also where the game outright explains some of the new mechanics, like how consumable items can be automatically reloaded into your in-game inventory, so you don't have to reset them manually every time you use them in a fight. Once you've ascended to the top, there's a shot-for-shot remake of the first game's scene, where Roxas encounters a huge enemy and stumbles before taking it on as this game's official first boss. The Twilight Thorn looks scarier than it actually is. The fight starts out with a full cinematic sequence of reaction commands where it traps Roxas in the air and tosses him around, but each command lets Roxas deflect the attacks and knock it away. Then, out of nowhere, it grabs the entire platform and tilts it sideways to throw Roxas off, and it fires this giant dark ball of energy at him. You can use a reaction command to deflect it, sending both you and the Twilight Thorn hurtling back into the ground. This stuns the Twilight Thorn. You can attack its head, and from here it does a lot of terrifying body horror movements and swipes at you with its arms before summoning smaller enemies. Fortunately, during this phase of the fight, you can focus mainly on attacking the head. The next phase has you using reaction commands to dash forward toward its head, and then the phases start to cycle until the boss is defeated. It seems pretty obvious, but yeah, this entire Dive to the Heart segment seems to be clearly designed to mirror the first games, from the aesthetics, boss fight, and outright reused animations. There's some obvious story reasons this is done, but what's fun about it is finding the differences and comparing them to the previous experience. Like, yeah, the Twilight Thorn and Darkseid are similar bosses on the surface, but they serve entirely different purposes with entirely different and new mechanics. This mirroring thing actually becomes more and more explicit as you get through the introduction, but it's neat how it's gradually introduced as a concept, especially with the little twists like Roxas not drowning in the darkness, but instead being saved by Naminé. After this segment, we cap off the third day and head into the fourth, which is the Struggle Tournament. Struggle is a melee combat thing that I guess children play competitively in Twilight Town. I know they're using foam bats, but there's zero body protection or armor whatsoever. Anyways, the goal is to take a foam bat and beat orbs out of your opponent. There's a total of 200 orbs, and the goal is to either finish the fight with the most orbs or collect all 200 for yourself when the time runs out. When you hit an opponent, they drop orbs, and when you're hit, you drop orbs. Also, the struggle orbs aren't just a gameplay thing, they're straight up a real thing in this world. People actually can drop orbs when they're hit, I guess? Eventually you fight Vivi, and after Vivi, there's some more story stuff, and then you have to fight off some Dusks with the Keyblade, followed by the return of my man Axel. Axel is pretty non-aggressive overall, but you don't really have a whole lot of tactics to work with here anyways. Your only real strategy is to land as many Keyblade melee hits as possible. He'll swipe at you with his chakrams at first, but eventually he starts using this fire-charged AoE short-range projectile thing. Still, the fight isn't too challenging, and it gets cut pretty abruptly anyways. Once the fight's over, there's a few more scenes, and then it's on to the final struggle battle against the reigning champion, Setzer. And to be perfectly honest, Setzer is kind of a joke. I don't know if it's done that way intentionally, or if I'm just somehow really good at this fight, but he's weirdly defensive. Maybe it's to teach you how to take on defensive enemies early or something? I don't know, but the the fight is really trivial, especially after the Axel boss fight right before this. Hell, even the Vivi fight felt harder than this. After this fight, there's some more story stuff that we covered in the synopsis, but I do want to bring special attention to the Kairi cutscene. Here, Kairi and Selphie walk on the Destiny Islands, but not the part that we usually see. Instead, we actually get a look at the part of the islands where people actually live. This is sort of a retcon since this area wasn't at all visible in the first game, but it is nice to see that they fleshed out the world and showed how people could actually live here. We also, for a brief moment, see that not only is this world pretty expansive with a full city in the backdrop, but there's an entire behemoth of a mountain range too. I don't usually see people talk about this much, but I would definitely love to be able to explore this place in a game someday. And that's not a fun joke or tease or anything. As of me making this video, we literally never get an opportunity to explore this place in any current game in the series without cheats or exploits. These characters all have families, so I'd personally love to meet them sometime and see what life is like for Sora when he's not exploring Disney worlds. Sorry, I got kind of sidetracked there. On the 5th day, we finally get to see a new area of Twilight Town by taking the train to Sunset Station. Here, the task is to investigate the 6 wonders of Twilight Town, which is basically a set of little mini-games. I'm not gonna go over each of these in super great detail, but one of the most interesting ones is a fight against a Shadow Roxas. It's not a super tough or crazy fight, and he just kinda does his own 3-hit combos against you. The other wonders are a little less interesting and basically boil down to disproving urban legends. After this is a slew of cutscenes, but inevitably it leads to the 6th day, and this is what gives you the most in-your-face direct reference to the mirroring of Roxas and Sora. When Roxas gets up out of bed, he phases between looking like himself and looking like Sora. There's a really neat little part here that's nearly impossible to see, but when the birds fly by, there's a split second where Roxas turns into Sora. It's one of those details that I didn't notice for years, but it's super neat to find on subsequent playthroughs. On this final day, we finally get to explore the inside of the old mansion and eventually uncover its super high-tech basement. This all culminates with one more fight against Axel, but this time Roxas is able to summon a second Keyblade, giving him both the Oblivion and the Oathkeeper. In this fight, Axel isn't playing around. The entire arena is surrounded in fire and he goes straight for an AoE attack that completely covers the floor in fire that damages Roxas. If you attack Axel enough and deal a finisher, you can follow it up with the Overtaker reaction command that leads to a QTE sequence where you run on the firewall and then pin him to the ground, dissipating the fire. Axel's got a pretty big variety of moves this time, like this Fire Surf move where he charges at you, along with a Fire Pillar move that can be sent in a straight line around the battlefield. I'll be honest, it feels good to wield 2 Keyblades, and the attacks come out way faster. Once Axel's defeated, Roxas eventually makes his way to the pod room where Sora sleeps to regain his memories. Once Roxas reunites with Sora, Sora becomes the playable character and we are full speed ahead.
It's summer with friends. I played this over a summer. We all played Kingdom Hearts. I tried to make sea salt ice cream once, it didn't work out so well. But we watched the sunset pretending we were on the clock tower. We spent our days telling each other secrets about new things we discover in the game, and revelations were coming out about the future Kingdom Hearts games that we'd get excited about.
My overall feelings of Roxas when I first played this game were initially feelings of frustration. After the wait between the first Kingdom Hearts and 2, all I wanted to do was keep playing as Sora, and this intro to a child feels like teasing more than anything. Sure, Roxas plays like Sora, but he isn't Sora. But now that I'm older and I've played these games countless times, I can say that the Roxas stuff has really grown on me, especially with how attached I am to the character and his story. Listen, I'm getting ahead of myself, but after playing Days and then coming back to this scene, it just hits different. If you know, you know. After you regain control of Sora and finish up business in Twilight Town, you visit Yen Sid's mysterious tower. While it is technically its own world in a way, it's attached to Twilight Town in this game, so I'm counting it as a part of Twilight Town. Before we do that, let's talk about the first Mushroom 13 challenge. This is more of an endgame thing, but they're in every world and kind of out of order, leading Twilight Towns to be number 7. Mushroom 7 is a super easy one. You have to defeat it in under 10 seconds, which I did by casting Final Form Thundaga. Twilight Town is an anomaly in that it has a second mushroom challenge with Mushroom 12 too. This challenge is to defeat 40 of the mushrooms within the time limit. They die in one hit, but they spawn in random locations. Plus, the area is covered in pillars that block your attacks if you're going with the Wisdom Form strategy like me, so you have to move around a ton to take them out. But back to Yen Sid. Yen Sid as a character is kind of in a weird place in this series, because he serves as the de facto mentor, who is knowledgeable and helpful, but also in sort of a perpetual retirement. I guess the general idea is that he used to be a Keyblade master, but gave it up and now just kind of monitors things, I guess? Either way, he's a pivotal character in the series, he's just mostly behind the scenes. Outside of the mysterious tower is a small patch of grass and trees, and while this would normally be an unimpressive locale, the fact that it's kind of detached from anything and basically floating through space above the clouds makes him significantly more interesting to look at. When you enter the tower, there's a sort of entryway lobby followed by a series of rooms that are sets of floating stairs that lead to colored doors across a bunch of these wormhole-like portals, with enemies littered along the way. Every new floor has a small buffer room with a moon and star theme, and the very top of the castle is Yen Sid's loft, where he sits in his big chair. A lot of important scenes happen here, both in this game and in future games. But in this game, when you first arrive to talk to Yen Sid, there's an entire story sequence with tons of exposition. Then you talk to the 3 fairies, and they give you magical new digs that grant you the power of drive forms, with Valor form unlocked right off the bat. I think this outfit for Sora is tied for my favorite in the series because there's something about how he switches from a brightly colored red, black, and yellow, with a big focus on the red, to the same scheme but with a focus on the black this time. Something about that just looks more stylish to me, while also somehow making Sora seem older.
I've just spent these few hours with Roxas kind of getting attached to this person, and all of a sudden, like, the baton has been passed back to Sora, and now I get to have this massive adventure with him. By the time you wrap back around to Twilight Town, it's like coming back home to this like place that's so full of beauty and sadness at the same time, and it's really special.
But I did want to go back to the Roxas thing for a second. See, I think Roxas is meant to be a sort of easing in character for getting accustomed to this game after the multi-year release gap between the first game and this one.
They actually use Roxas as the switch from Kingdom Hearts 1 combat to Kingdom Hearts 2 combat. Roxas mirrors all of Kingdom Hearts 1's Sora's animations, down to like the run and walk animations and battle animations, until he pulls out his 2 Keyblades.
Roxas having a simple 3-hit combo, no special or flashy movement abilities, and playing almost identically to Sora on the Destiny Islands seems like an underrated design choice to me. Yeah, Sora is nerfed when you regain control of him, but you very quickly start ramping up in power, so this introduction is great for setting kind of a baseline. Like I mentioned earlier, it was pretty frustrating the first time I played this as a kid, but nowadays I think this is an excellent way of coming back to the game, though I'm sure some might still disagree. The Mysterious Tower has mushroom number 8. This is a challenge where you have to hit the mushroom 85 times while keeping it airborne. If it touches the ground, the challenge ends. Anyways, after Sora leaves the Mysterious Tower, we're in the gummy ship and it's time to visit some brand new worlds. And by brand new worlds, I mean we're going back to Hollow Bastion. The Hollow Bastion in Kingdom Hearts 2 is starkly different from the Hollow Bastion from the first game. The first game's version was limited to a castle, but this version expands the world a lot. And of course, we eventually learned that this place wasn't always called Hollow Bastion, but instead Radiant Garden, and that's the name that's used for this world for the rest of the series. This is an entirely new perspective of this world, showing you that it's actually a place where people live and work and try to build their lives. The biggest example for this would be the Central Market. Here, a variety of NPCs roam, along with a handful of shops and an overall sense of calm and community. And here you can overlook the cobbled walls to see a pretty extensive crop of houses littered around the landscape under the huge castle. Speaking of the castle, is this supposed to be the same castle that we explored in the first game? By all accounts from what I've read online, it apparently is? I can't find a solid official answer on this, but the entire landscape around it is totally different in that case, along with the structure and design of the castle itself. I guess they're in the middle of rebuilding it, but also it definitely seems like a design retcon either way. But back to the layout, some of the other notable locations in Radiant Garden include Merlin's house, where the Hollow Bastion Restoration Committee have made their base, and where you can find Merlin in the book that takes you to the 100-acre wood. Past that, you can find a series of areas under various states of repair or disrepair that all lead to these expansive ravines. And of course, I also have to mention Ansem Study, a small lab that you can visit which contains a computer nearby that takes you to space paranoids. This means that this world is actually a gateway to 2 other entire worlds. Radiant Garden has a fun design quirk that plays into the lore whenever you're in combat. There's these little energized pillar things that will appear around you, which are apparently the world's security system, and it's a nice little touch. Also, for some reason, Radiant Garden just seems to be where Final Fantasy characters live by default in this universe. Basically, everyone is here, including Leon, Aerith, and Cid. Cloud and Yuffie return, now in his Advent Children movie outfit, along with the introduction of Tifa, too. And then, in a later visit to the world, there's Yuna, Riku, and Pain from Final Fantasy X too, but for some reason they're fairies or something? There's even a gull-winged Keyblade that you get from them. And an interesting side note, Riku was apparently apparently supposed to be in the first game in Yuffie's role, but with an outfit similar to what she wore in Final Fantasy X. But apparently they just swapped in Yuffie instead because there was already a Riku in the game, or at least that's the reasoning people assume. Radiant Garden is home to a ton of scenes and fights, including the iconic 1000 Heartless battle, where you mowed down a huge horde of Heartless with the help of some really flashy reaction commands, like this one that straight up lasers a massive row of them in an arc. This is probably one of the defining moments of this game, and it's not hyperbole. You quite literally get to take out 1000 Heartless. And just before this, there's a really cool sequence where Yuffie, Leon, and Cloud all help you fight your way to the Heartless Horde, temporarily joining as unofficial guest party members that you get to fight alongside. There's even a whole scene with Cloud and Leon working together, and it's just such a cool bit of fan service.
Seeing Squall and Cloud like fight together in Kingdom Hearts 2 was the coolest thing ever. I don't know, it's just like little moments like that were like extra cool to me, and it's still cool, I think, even if you didn't experience those games, because you got to know those characters in Kingdom Hearts 1 anyway, so it's still cool to see them fight with each other. But once you've played both the Final Fantasy games, it does make it like an extra
I haven't gotten to it yet, but you fight Demyx for the first time in Olympus Coliseum, and here you fight him a second time. Here he summons his water forms, and you have to beat 50 of them under the time limit. They can be defeated manually, but if you don't want to risk failing, it's better to use the reaction command that slings them into each other. He summons more of them in waves further into the fight, and really the main challenge here is the clock.
I remember the hardest fight for me growing up was actually the Demyx fight. I was stuck in that fight for a long time for a weird reason. I don't know why. I guess it was just, maybe I just wasn't good at games. I don't know. I'm generally not good at games. So, you know, there might be a reason there, but that was always like the hardest fight for me growing up.
This game does a great job of showing Radiant Garden as a place that can be redeemed, whose people really want to see it rebuilt. The feeling of dread and danger that you got from the first game is kind of replaced with a feeling of hope, and some of my favorite moments happen here, especially this dumb, goofy death fake out.
They'll pay for this.
Before I can move on from Radiant Garden, there's a few extra things I have to mention, the first being the Cavern of Remembrance. In the final mixed version of Kingdom Hearts 2, a brand new area is unlocked that is essentially a massive trial for your drive forms. There's a series of interconnected challenges that require powered-up drive form growth abilities, like high jump, quick run, and glide. This is actually one of the few examples of a pure platforming challenge in this game, and realistically, you're able to fully clear this area for the first time once you've basically maxed out all of your drive forms levels. Of course, leveled up drive forms aren't quite enough because there's also this insane gauntlet of enemies that you have to fight through. The main areas of the cavern aren't too bad, and the main challenge is the platforming and movement ability challenges. But once you reach the vibrant white transport to Remembrance, you're in for a super tough series of enemy waves. Even if you've breezed through the previous challenges, that means nothing against the 3 waves of enemies you take on in here. The toughest enemies for me were the Berserkers, whose reaction command allows you to pick up their weapon and round them up to deal damage. Also, the Assassins have the failsafe reaction command that makes Sora yeet them directly into the ground before they explode. And of course, I can't forget the Sorcerers, who have no reaction command strategies at all. This is, again, a tough room, but fortunately, clearing this immense and brutal challenge unlocks the ultimate prize, a relaxing and immense brutal challenge right after. 13 of them, actually. The final room in the Cavern of Remembrance is the Garden of Assemblage, a room featuring 13 separate portals that all lead to battles that, in-universe, are data recreations of the Organization 13, including members that were already defeated in Chain of Memories with brand new mechanics tailored to fit this game's design. And each of these fights comes with a huge difficulty increase that makes them, in my opinion, some of the hardest boss fights in gaming, period. These are entirely optional, of course, but there's a kind of glory to clearing them, and clearing all of them unlocks one of the winner's proofs too.
So my favorite rogue in the Kingdom Hearts series is Radiant Garden / Hollow Bastion in the Kingdom Hearts 2 final mix, and that's almost entirely because of the Cavern of Remembrance. Because the Cavern of Remembrance, it really makes the player grind for those drive forms. It gives incentive for the player to max out all the drive forms to get through the cave and kind of like check those skills in terms of navigating through the cave, as well as for transport to Remembrance. And then you really get that payoff, making it to the Garden of Assemblage to fight the data fights. I beat all the data fights in Kingdom Hearts 2 on critical mode with a guitar controller, baby. Let's fucking go.
Proofs, by the way, are collectible endgame items that you can earn which give Sora crowns. These crowns serve no real function and are mostly just a little vanity trophy. Regardless of what order you obtain the proofs, Sora's crown begins as bronze, then silver, then finally gold. I'll talk about how I did these individual fights a bit later, because there's a whole other secret boss here. The return of Sephiroth! This time Sephiroth actually has his own dialogue and story stuff, which includes a big beef with Cloud, as you'd probably expect. Of course, this means an opportunity for even more awesome fan service, and he challenges you to a battle. The most fun thing about Sephiroth as a boss is that the battle opens with an instant reaction command to block his first move. If you don't react in time, you're hit with a flurry of damage that can end the fight instantly. This fight opener is just iconic, and it's super funny to see people's first experience with this because no one ever expects it.
Honorable mention, Sephiroth in Kingdom Hearts 1 because Neoside decided, oh, you didn't finish Olympus, you need to go back. And so I went back and I got all the way to the last where it's like 500 question marks. It's probably not 500. But I went back and I got to the question mark stage and he was like, ooh, go ahead, do it. And I got like one shot by Sephiroth, game over. And I'm sitting there like mouth agape in front of the TV while Neoside's just laughing because he set me up for failure. In Kingdom Hearts 2, when Sephiroth shows up, I was just like, nah, I know better. I know better.
The fight itself is pretty tough, but it feels more mechanically fair than the first games, at least in my opinion. He's a lot more acrobatic and fast here, but so is Sora, so the playing field is still pretty even. He still has that Heartless Angel move too. Defeating Sephiroth unlocks the Fenrir Keyblade, a nod to Cloud, and more specifically, his Fenrir motorcycle, given that this is a motorcycle key.
That fight is just so fun. It's like not super hard. It's gonna give you some trouble when you first started, but they have a great use of reaction commands. The reaction command doesn't even give you a leg up. It just stops you from dying. So like, it's not even like a press triangle to win kind of thing. It's literally just press this to not have your health go down to 1.
Returning halfway through and you have one of the most memorable segments of, I think, the entire Kingdom Hearts like series. You know, the battle for Hollow Bastion is insane. Also getting stuck on the Demyx fight as a kid, I will never forget that. And then we have the epic battle against 1000 Heartless, and you know, being younger, not understanding how games worked, I genuinely thought that there were 1000 Heartless loaded into that one space, right?
And as one little final challenge, this world has mushroom number 9. The goal is to hit it 75 times while keeping it continuously spinning. This can be done pretty easily by using Wisdom Form and spamming the main attack, nothing too complicated. Technically, this world also contains the final mushroom 13, but 13 isn't actually a challenge, rather a little reward sequence where all the mushrooms come together and bestow upon you the Winner's Proof Keyblade and the Proof of Peace. But yeah, Radiant Garden, most of the major story developments either happen in Radiant Garden or have something to do with it in this game. But once you're done with the first visit, you can finally take off to the first full Disney World, which, like the last game, may vary depending on your playthrough. For me, that world is Mulan's world, the Land of Dragons. But before that, we do have to talk about the world inside of this world. Space Paranoids is such a cool name for this place, especially given that it's based on the arcade game from the original Tron movie. The aesthetic of Space Paranoids nails the 80s Tron look. It's not just a neon sci-fi aesthetic, it's got that flat, primitive, blocky emptiness that evokes Tron's visual identity in the perfect way. Everything is covered in bright, sometimes pulsating lights, and it's always clashing reds and blues. Even the dialogue boxes have a total neon blue theme to them. The sounds here are all beautifully electronic and true to the 80s vibe they're going for. Even when you run, your footsteps make a crunchy electronic noise, and the music that accompanies the world is electric in a way that is totally different from anything else on the soundtrack. Listen to that crunch! Sora, Donald, and Goofy's outfits here are as Tron-inspired as you could ever hope for, too, with Sora's spiky hair sticking out of a neon blue helmet, along with everyone's face getting that signature gray look to it. Every drive form has its own unique adjusted Tron version, and even the Keyblades all have the Tron aesthetic, which is one of those touches that really ties together the whole visual experience for me. The world absolutely feels like Tron in every detail, and they just knocked it out of the park. The actual environments are hard to compare to anything except for the Tron movie, though, which kind of makes it tough to describe. Fortunately, as this is a video, I mean, you can see it. Just look at how everything has this flat, glowy, lit look to it. And if you look out onto the horizon, it's just an endless datascape with a grid on the base floor of it all, and even a grid-like set of moving clouds. My only real complaint is the lack of recognizers anywhere that I could find in this world, because they're a pretty iconic part of the overall identity of Tron, but I can let it slide this time since, spoiler alert, we do see them in a future game. I could gush about this world's aesthetics for longer, but I'm gonna move on. Tron is this world's guest party member, and his weapon of choice is his identity disc. Tron travels with Sora and company through the world to help them return to the real world, and there's this prevalent mechanic where you have to attack something to make it drop clusters to fill this cluster gauge to activate something. It's used a few times, and the first big minigame to use it is this one where you have to follow and select the correct box to hit in order to activate the computer. It's straightforward and easy though, and I'm glad they found some way to do something cool with the computer data thing, because, I mean, when are they ever gonna have another opportunity to have some kind of like computer data block-based gameplay mechanic in any of the future titles? Sora and company restore power and return to the real world, and shortly thereafter they return to the Space Paranoids for a second visit with some much-needed outside information. When they get there though, they're sent to the game grid where Sark forces them to play games to survive. The first game is a light cycle game because if they didn't have that, what would even be the point of a world based on Tron? In this, you're piloting the iconic light cycle on rails. You can move left and right, attack adjacent enemies with the Keyblade, use a charge move to break enemy guards, and also guard yourself. As you cycle down this long grid, the walls open up next to you in real time, and it's a super neat effect. The end goal is to reach a hole that's blown open in the wall, just like in the movie. Well, this time it's a big Heartless that blew open the wall instead of a dude straight up dying to do it. But still, just like the movie. Along the way, you're up against a bunch of Heartless, and while they're not much of a threat, these big pillars appear out of nowhere at any given time, keeping you on your toes. Not to mention the sudden hard left and right turns that you have to super quickly react to. I love this minigame on a conceptual level for sure. The idea of riding a light cycle and avoiding the walls as you fight off opponents is super neat. However, the actual execution here is really just an on-rails motorcycle type minigame, where you may as well be on a normal road in the real world. The light trails on the light cycles don't even exist, and I feel like the cool snake game meta game in Tron, where you have to trick the opponent into ramming into your light trail, was pretty much the entire point. It's an otherwise passable minigame though, and I think Tron fans like me will enjoy it far more, at least for the aesthetics, than someone who doesn't care about that franchise very much. This world's first boss is the Hostile Program. At first the enemy seems similar to the guard armor from the first game, but it's actually a lot different. This thing tries to keep its distance, rotating to the other side of the room with a speed that makes it difficult to keep close as it fires projectile energy attacks at you. However, if you hit it and pick up enough data clusters, you can use a reaction command to freeze it temporarily. It has a powerful desperation move where it super quickly flies around the room and fires lasers in every direction, but fortunately you can freeze it in the middle of this too to minimize the risk. With this enemy defeated, you've beaten the first visit and you're rewarded with the Photon Debugger Keyblade. There's also this super cute little pixel art thank you message from Tron on the Hollow Bastion terminal too. Later on, Sora and company have to return once again and rescue Tron, and together they all head to confront the MCP and stop it from waging war on the users in the real world. There's a segment here where you ride the Solar Sailor and have to fight off waves of enemies, and it reminds me a lot of the Hollow Bastion lifts from the first game. This time though, there's a framing in the form of a weight limit on the Solar Sailor, which logically makes no sense to me in a world made of data. Like, does data have weight in this world? But once again, it's one of those things that I try not to think about too much so I can actually sleep at night. The environments leading up to the final confrontation actually have a bit of a different appearance from the rest of this world, with these blocky mountains and the surroundings and areas feeling a bit more disconnected and overall unintended for normal passage. It gives the build up to fighting the MCP a sort of foreboding vibe, which is pretty neat for this otherwise standard Disney boss encounter and reminds me a lot of Ursula from the first game. The characters finally reach where the MCP lies, but Sark intercepts the confrontation. This leads to the world's final boss fight. The first phase is against Sark alone, and all he really does is teleport around and chunk his data disk at you. Once this phase is defeated, there's a cutscene where Tron straight up domes the guy with his identity disk, but right as they claim victory, the MCP wakes up and in what is essentially a Power Rangers moment, uses his power to make his Sark grow to a massive size. The second phase is against a giant Sark and the MCP at the same time. The MCP is surrounded by this rotating wall of plates. You have to destroy the plates to create openings to hit it, but this is a bit tricky because not only are the plates constantly rotating fast, Sark is on you. The strategy I used was to attack Sark until he gets stunned and then to destroy a wall plate and attack the MCP, which involves using a combo reaction command attack with Tron, where you have to mash the button to deal damage for a short time. Then Sark gets out of his stun and you have to repeat the process. This is a pretty engaging fight and has a fun sense of scale, but I have to be honest, the MCP is just creepy as hell. Not just in this game, but in the original movie too. Something about him gives me this unsettling feeling, and that feeling is intact in the game. It's like if Zordon was scary, I guess? Either way, once the MCP is defeated, Sora leaves Space Paranoids and everybody begins to remember Hollow Bastion's original and true name is actually Radiant Garden. The Land of Dragons is based off of a Mulan and is meant to be an almost condensed version of the locales featured in the movie. I say condensed because almost everything is connected by deceptively short pathways. From the camp to the village to the Imperial Square, everything feels like it's right next to everything else. But that's not necessarily a bad thing because it wouldn't make any sense to have Sora making long treks across China for a video game level. I just find it interesting how they used a bit of artistic expression for the scale here. This is probably one of the less visually interesting worlds in the game due to the almost realistic approach to the set dressings, but I can't really be too upset in this case since Mulan is more of a relatively grounded film and the iconic imagery is still intact nonetheless. But the locales you'll see here are like a bamboo grove, a rocky brown mountain trail, and a snowy mountain summit. There's definitely variety here at least, especially if you add in the palace and its interior, but again, the environments themselves do tend to feel a bit bland overall. But there are these fun little whirlwind things that you can ride to rocket yourself up in the air, I guess. The story for the Land of Dragons almost feels like we're arriving right in the middle of everything, which actually really works for this world, because the beginning of Mulan is kind of slow-paced and probably wouldn't work too well for an action-adventure game. You just get right into the action and it immediately establishes that the summons you met in the first game actually remember because Mushu recognizes Sora, Donald, and Goofy. Speaking of the trio, they arrive in the middle of Mushu advising Mulan, who's going by the name of Ping in order to join the Imperial Army in place of her father. Hilariously, Goofy instantly recognizes what's going on, one of the many indications that Goofy might be the smartest character in this entire franchise.
Would you join us? It'll be easier to fit in if I'm with guys like you.
What do you mean, fit in?
Well, don't worry about that. You're pretending to be a boy, aren't you?
Huh? What? You're a girl?
Anyway, Sora joins Ping/Mulan and they all head to the encampment, meet Li Shang, he sizes them up, and here we learn about the morale gauge, an ever-present mechanic in this world. The gauge appears in every fight and slowly trickles down over time. Getting hit by enemies makes it go down even more, but hitting enemies makes them drop orbs that replenish the gauge, almost like Struggle. Why this mechanic exists in this world, and eventually I think I just kind of forgot it was there. I don't remember any times where I ran into trouble keeping the gauge up, and I have to wonder if this was meant to be more important at some stage in the game's development, or maybe it's more difficult on critical difficulty. Definitely let me know in the comments. A fun detail here is that eventually Ping's identity is revealed to be Mulan to the wider cast, and Mulan's Ping persona and Mulan herself have audibly different voice lines in battle. Also, it isn't until she drops the disguise that you can use her Dragon Blaze limit. Anyways, Shan Yu burns down the camp and you have to confront him at the mountain summit. He sends down this huge wave of Heartless, leading to a super fun segment where you can either fight them all with melee attacks or spam reaction commands to cause total mayhem. There's a time limit, so the fun doesn't last forever, but you do get a tally of how many you defeated. After this, we're confronting Shan Yu in front of the Imperial Palace. The boss battle against Shan Yu is incredibly cool because it opens with a 6-sword clash where you can push right up against him and send him flying back. Shan Yu himself isn't much of a threat, and the real challenge of this fight is protecting the gate from the Heartless that are trying to destroy it. This is still just the morale gauge though, since picking up orbs refills it. The second visit for this world involves Sora chasing after Riku, who is there, but the person he catches ends up being someone else. First is a similar fight to the Wave of Heartless, but this time a mysterious robed man holding Riku's Soul Eater is the main target. It's Riku, by the way. The man is it's literally. The fight is a bit slow-paced, though this is probably because of the endless storm of Heartless covering the screen at all times. Riku charges at you with some pretty nicely ranged attacks, but most of the time he just kind of stands around and also has zero knockback whatsoever, so it's almost like attacking a statue. The final boss of this world is the Storm Rider, a huge flying Heartless. This thing flies around the battle arena and is pretty hard to hit since the main targets are its horns, but these little whirlwinds can be used to get some air and try to land on it, or at the very least get some hits in. The enemy has a heavy focus on thunder attacks, and a carpet bombing ability from above, and if you stand on top of it for too long, it flies up in the air and tries to knock you off, but there is a hang-on reaction command that you can use to stay on its back if you pull it off. The big set-piece reaction command of this fight is the Vertigo Toss, where the Storm Rider flies off to the side of the arena and tries to do a large sweeping attack. The executing the reaction command makes Sora pull out the sickest barrage of attacks, followed by a straight-up superhero flourish. Eventually, this thing will summon 2 damaging walls, severely limiting your movement, but if you keep the pressure up, it eventually drops down the wall. This fight is a straight-up spectacle, and while it's full of style, it's not shallow either. It's a pretty challenging fight with a nice balance of feeling not too easy while still making Sora feel incredibly powerful at the same time. I think this is a super underrated boss fight solely because of how stylish it is. I just feel really cool playing it. After this fight, the Land of Dragons is complete too. Oh, and the Mushroom 13 challenge, Mushroom 4, is to defeat 85 endlessly spawning mushrooms without any of them hitting you. Beast's Castle is about as true to the name as you can get, as this entire world is limited to this one area. Fortunately, this is a fantasy Disney world, so it's actually pretty expansive. The main entrance hall is the central connection to different areas of the castle. The front door leads to the outside courtyard, while the large main door at the top of the stairs leads to the iconic ballroom, which seems almost perfectly movie accurate to me. At the top of both sides of the stairs, there's the entrances to the east and west wings, which contain the majority of the explorable areas of the world. After moving a wardrobe, you encounter the first boss, the Thresholder, a door possessed by a Heartless called the Possessor. My strategy for this fight was to first collect the 2 puzzle pieces in this room and ignore the boss entirely, but after that you have to attack the door statues while avoiding the flying Heartless. Then you can use your reaction command to drag the Possessor out of the door and attack it directly. After this you go into a big secret passage where you have to light a bunch of lanterns scattered across the room with the help of Lumiere and Miss Potts under a time limit. It's a bit frustrating since you have to wait for them to manually move across the environment though. Soon after, there's a short fight against the Beast as he's manipulated by Zaldin, but he becomes a guest party member after this. And eventually you're up against the second boss, the Shadow Stalker, followed by the Dark Thorn in the ballroom. The Shadow Stalker teleports all around the room and possesses the chandelier, but is otherwise pretty simple. Then it transforms into the Dark Thorn, which has a sick design by the way. In the second phase, it stomps around the room and can turn invisible, plus the chandelier continues to be a threat too. This fight's still pretty easy overall though. On the second visit, Zaldin takes Beast's Rose and you have to fight him on the bridge. But I want to give a quick little aside here. Zaldin can be kind of a challenging fight if you typically stick to a full offensive melee sort of playstyle, because this fight requires quite a bit of, movement and using reaction commands, kind of different from just mashing X. Before we got married, I introduced my spouse Burbside to the Kingdom Hearts series and watched them play through most of the games. When Burbside got to this Zaldin fight, I watched them struggle to beat this fight pretty much endlessly for a very long time. Eventually, we called it a night and decided we'd come back to it another time, but I was pretty excited to see Burbside finally defeat Zaldin. One day, I was at work at my retail job and Burbside decided to have another go at Zaldin and defeated him when I wasn't there, without me.
Beating Zaldin while Neosai was at work and him getting incredibly upset that I did that. Not in an anger way, but more of a you did this without me thing. Yeah, that sticks with me.
It was soul crushing. So for this video, you are currently watching Burbside take on Zaldin and not only defeat him, but do it on their first try with zero warm-up or practice playing a Kingdom Hearts game for at least a couple of years. Granted, they did get saved by Mickey, but you know what? Let me have my bias. I still count it. Anyways, Zaldin uses a flurry of lances that surround him as he floats around the arena and can launch them at you if you get too close. He has a bunch of homing attacks and Dragoon-style air dives that he can use too. This is a pretty acrobatic fight, like I said. At various times, he'll ride the lances like a mount off the sides of the arena, but the main strategy here is the learn reaction command that you can bank up multiple times for a jump command, which gives you a free hit on him and deals a ton of damage, and honestly, you can kind of spam this to take him out pretty handily. For the record, dude is literally a Final Fantasy Dragoon. That's pretty sick. Anyways, Beast's Castle features Mushroom 3, and the challenge is to collect 450 of the orbs it drops before it stops moving, and this thing moves fast. Olympus Coliseum makes its return, and while the Coliseum foyer is still here, the world has been greatly expanded this time thanks to the addition of the underworld and its zigzagging passageways littered with dark, misty caves and stony tendrils that creep up the walls. The story for Olympus involves Hades and goes a lot further in actually adapting the story of the Disney movie. But that's not all, because we also get a short but incredibly effective arc with Auron from Final Fantasy X, who also serves as the guest party member for this world. He has some really cool callbacks in his abilities, like his overdrive limit that has him work together with Sora to use a ridiculously cool Bushido attack. As an aside, I feel like Auron actually gets some really complex character development in this story, and I mean outside of his original game development, in a way that a lot of other Final Fantasy guest characters don't typically get. Like sure, you see Cloud and Sephiroth get mad at each other, or Leon open up a bit to his friends, but those things are just reinforcing the traits that those characters already had. Here, Auron has to grapple with some things that I don't think are fully explored in Final Fantasy X, at least not in this direct of a manner. Plus, this is the only time in the series that I think we get a direct reference to unrelated events from a Final Fantasy game, in that there's a scene where the dialogue from Auron's past is taken verbatim from scenes in Final Fantasy X, and honestly, knowing the context of this dialogue actually enhances this stuff a lot. Plus, it kind of makes sense that the lead writer of Final Fantasy X would self-indulge just a little bit, given that he's also the lead writer of Kingdom Hearts 2.
If you know his backstory in Final Fantasy X, then it's perfect. It makes sense why he's there in Olympus Coliseum, you already have some motivation to go off of, and like that cold one-liner to Hades.
Did you forget who you're talking to? I am the Lord of the Dead! No wonder no one wants to die.
Dog. Like, it's awesome. It's perfect.
There's just the embodiment of Orin as just a stoic, badass character that they presented so well in both KH2 and Final Fantasy X. But if you don't know, Orin has so many cool overdrive abilities in Final Fantasy X. He literally will take his sword, hit the fiends, and then they just go flying off in the distance.
As someone whose favorite Final Fantasy game is 10, I just find Auron's inclusion to be really cool. However, this is a Kingdom Hearts video, and as much as I'd like to dive into that even more, I don't want to spoil Final Fantasy X for people who haven't played it yet, since they didn't really sign up for Final Fantasy X spoilers in this video. However, I will take this opportunity to reveal that my next big project after the Kingdom Hearts retrospective is done will be a full, massive Final Fantasy series retrospective. If you want to see that happen, please consider helping me out with liking the video, leaving a comment, subscribing, and sharing it. But back on track, Olympus is fleshed out quite a bit with its underworld, and the caverns are accessible from a huge open area in the underworld's entrance. This is my favorite area of the world just because of the foreboding underdrome that's immediately visible in the distance. There's something about seeing the arena beforehand that makes it feel cooler and more menacing and mysterious than standing in a little lobby unable to see the venue like the normal Olympus Coliseum. Well, until everything's rubble, but I'm getting ahead of myself. There are two huge doors leading to the inner caverns of the underworld, and a massive winding stairway that takes you straight back to Olympus. The story is, again, a bit more fleshed out and includes stuff adapted from the movie, with Meg and Hercules losing his strength only to get it back at the end after he saves her, and it's kind of split between stuff that happens at the Coliseum and stuff that happens in the underworld, but it's mostly focused on the underworld. At a certain point, the main Coliseum foyer area gets destroyed by the Hydra and you have to fight it off. This Hydra fight has a pretty grand scope, and it's really neat to see this area turned into a battleground. The Hydra's heads are its weak point, and sometimes it'll stick them into the ground to create these spaced out targets. The heads are the main targets, and over the course of the fight, the Hydra gets more and more of them. There's a cool reaction command where you can fly up on Pegasus to deal a few hits to the heads too. You can also manually jump in the air to deal hits on the heads with aerial attacks, which is the main strategy when you're not doing the most important part. See, the most important thing that you have to do in this fight is to... You have to get up there. You have to
get up on the Hydra's back!
It's the most important thing you can do in this fight, you know, getting
up on the Hydra's back!
So anyways, once you
get up on the Hydra's back!
You can use the Phil 1-2 reaction, where he tosses one of the huge training urns at you, and you can rebound it straight into the Hydra with the aptly named Urninator reaction. I like how the world is actually visibly damaged after this fight, and as a neat touch, you can still see all of the cup trophies from the last game on display outside. In the underworld, there's a couple of boss fights, including a new Cerberus fight. Fighting Cerberus is still pretty easy, but it has this neat new reaction command where it pins Sora between two of its heads and he has to break free. Like I mentioned earlier, the first Demyx fight happens here, and this fight works about the same way as it did last time, or I guess the second time, and has you destroying his water forms, though it's significantly easier and he's far less aggressive. Doing this out of order is kinda weird, huh? Eventually, you end up facing off against Hades again, and since the underworld is his domain, he's not susceptible to damage, at least not directly. This leads to a fun sort of spin on the first game's Hercules fight, as knocking these aura spheres into him make him vulnerable to attacks for a short period of time. I kind of like the symmetry, and it's never not fun to beat up Hades.
That childhood dream of yours when you're watching these Disney movies and you hate these villains and you want to like assault them with something, whether it be your god-given hands or a cartoonishly large key. Like fighting Hades just feels good when you whack him with a key and he's like, oh no, ow! And you're like, that's what you get for betraying Hercules and Meg!
Well, you don't get the traditional cups from the last game inside of the Colosseum's main area. There's brand new cups in the underworld. Pain and Panic give you access to the new tournament cups, which you unlock as you progress through the game. These are the Pain and Panic Cup, the Cerberus Cup, the Hades Cup, Titan Cup, and the Goddess of Fate Cup. Additionally, all but the Goddess of Fate Cups have a secondary Paradox version with a higher difficulty level. Each cup functions similarly to the cups from the first game, but this time there's additional rules, like removing the ability to use the drive gauge, having the fights all be solo fights, and more. The Goddess of Fate Cup does the same thing, but every individual fight has its own rules and modifiers, like time limits and survival challenges. These cups include a variety of fights that you only get by playing them, like in the Pain and Panic Cup, you fight against Leon and Yuffie. This fight is way easier than the last game's version of it, though I may have been overleveled by this point too. In the Cerberus Cup, you face off against, you know, Cerberus again. In the Titan Cup, you take on Hercules at the end, but this time he doesn't have the invulnerability gimmick. He still has little moments of doing the glowy thing, but you're not throwing barrels at him or anything. Like the normal Colosseum, the underworld also has a fun little little trophy display for all your completed cups. This world features Mushroom 6, which requires you to defeat all of the mushrooms in under 45 seconds. Pretty straightforward. We only saw it in cutscenes in the first game, but in Kingdom Hearts 2, Disney Castle is fully playable. Though, fun side note, this world was seemingly supposed to be playable in the first game early in development based on pre-release footage. Right off the bat, I love that you can visit the courtyard where we were first fully introduced to these versions of Donald and Goofy, and it's covered in impressively trimmed greenery in the shapes of all kinds of instrument-playing animals. Inside the central tower is a stairway that leads to the underground gummy ship hangar, while heading inside the castle takes you to a long hallway that connects to the library and the audience chamber, where you can find an entrance to the Hall of the Cornerstone, the main place you're gonna see in this world. The theme song for Disney Castle is the Mickey Mouse Club March, but to err on the safe side, I'm not going to actually play it in this video because I think playing one of Disney's actual theme songs on YouTube is like Moneta Icarus flying a bit too close to the figurative copyright sun. Editor Sai here. If you're hearing this, that means that I decided that joke I just made was way too good to cut out of the video, so I'm gonna play with fire and play it anyways. If you don't hear this part, then how are you here? It shouldn't be in the video. Did you break into my home and go through my hard drive? How are you listening to this right now? At least subscribe to the channel if you're gonna rifle through my belongings. Anyways, back to the video. The overall story for this world is one of the coolest in the game thanks to a very unique twist in the middle of it. It starts off with a pretty normal heartless invasion as they threaten Minnie Mouse in the castle. You're forced to do this sort of annoying escort mission where you have to protect Minnie and use a reaction command to call her toward you as you make your way to the audience chamber, and this can be kind of frustrating, especially since the enemies in the audience chamber are constantly rotating and only vulnerable in one specific spot. Fortunately, Minnie does have the Faith reaction command, which deals a bunch of damage to them when they swarm her, but I don't think I'd call this segment necessarily a highlight of the game or anything. She takes you down into a secret area under the chamber called the Hall of the Cornerstone, and there, everything is covered in thorny vines, and as we all know, thorns equals evil, especially if Maleficent is involved, and she wants the Cornerstone of Light, which would give her control over the castle. They enlist Merlin's help, and he creates a door that leads to another world, instructing them to go through it and take care of the enemies on the other side. Sora opens the door and walks straight back in time and into
Cornerstone Hill, the heart of Timeless River. The Cornerstone of Light shines its radiant glow among the denizens of the river, who patiently await the construction of the upcoming Disney Castle. Our heroes are fashionable, giving us a peek into the style of our time. The youngster Sora dons his trusty onesie with jacket and gloves to boot. Donald Duck and Goofy the dog wear their iconic looks from their earliest appearances in Disney classics and in our hearts. Down on the pier, our valiant youngster and his two friends get in a tussle with old Captain Pete in a case of mistaken identity. Our heroes knock him around and really give him the what for, but Pete wants to know the question of the hour. Who are these heroes? It's like they came out of nowhere, but hey, maybe they can help old Captain Pete find his steamboat. But what's this? Our trusty heroes have a wrench thrown in their rescue thanks to the arrival of these mysterious creatures. Looks like they've got to hatch a new plan. Our heroes travel far and wide to dispatch these nightmarish creatures, first to a nice cozy home. Wait, who's this? Why, that's Mickey Mouse and he's in trouble. There's a whirlwind in this house and these rapid thrusters are everywhere. Look, it's Sora, Donald, and Goofy to the rescue. Be careful, Sora. Watch that mayhem meter and protect that furniture. What a spectacle. You've saved Mickey's home. What's that? I hear that a fire's broken out. Our heroes head to the scene. Quick, Sora, you've got to put out this fire. Oh, but watch for those pesky hot rods. If you're not careful, they might give you a run for your money. I can't stand those dastardly hot rods with their frustratingly impenetrable defenses and constant ramming charges. But we should never have doubts. After some effort, our heroes dispatch the threat and save the building. Mickey Mouse seems pleased, that's for sure. Now, on to Lilliput, a bustling neighborhood full of homes of tiny people, and at its center, a wall of defensive cannons. What's that, Mickey? A barrage of aeroplanes have appeared, and Lilliput's under attack. Quick, Sora, take care of these guys before they destroy the town. Don't let the mayhem meter fill up. If you do, it's lights out for Lilliput, and I don't just mean the electricity. Don't forget to use your Stomp Bomb reaction command to let the cannon tower really show them who's boss. That was a close one, and hey, Mickey Mouse once again seems pleased. Looks like our heroes are headed to the building site next. Like clockwork, here comes the hammer frames. Our pal Mickey swoops in with the warning shot. Now teach him a lesson, Sora. Be careful, a wire snapped. You've got to knock him into the air. What a relief. Sora saves the day once again. Down at the waterway, someone's trying to steal the Cornerstone of Light. Who's that? I think it's the boat thief. Captain Pete's no match for this doppelganger. Quick, Sora, chase after him. Break the cage to get the Cornerstone back before this dastardly foe can get away. The doppelganger's tossing some heavy stuff your way, but you can knock it right back with your trusty keyblade and send that boat reeling back to the walkway. Quickly, the doppelganger's out cold. Grab onto that hook. Maybe you can reach the box. Do that a few more times and you're home free. You've saved the Cornerstone, but the doppelganger's getting away. Quick, he's headed to the wharf. It looks like good old Captain Pete's taking him on. Sora and his pals are gonna join the fray anyways, and he's throwing some quick punches, so be careful if you get too close. Watch out for that shockwave move. What's this? An entire burning building. Careful, the fire's pouring out, and if you touch it, it'll definitely sting. And now he's dragging you somewhere else? Even Lilliput. Just stay focused on the doppelganger, Sora. Take him out once and for all. Well, I'll be. You've done it. You've driven out the doppelganger. And now Sora can lock the keyhole. Just try not to say something you'll regret. Good old Pete letting Sora pilot the steamboat. What a nice moment. Looks like Sora's got a new weapon, too. With the cornerstone safe, Sora and his pals head back through the door and into
Disney Castle, where the thorns immediately begin to disappear, securing its safety. Honestly, I think Disney Castle itself isn't really its own world and kind of just exists as a sort of hub for Timeless River. The castle has relatively little to explore, but I still get why it's here. But obviously, the main focus is Timeless River, and I'm fine with that because I love what they did with that world. The monochrome aesthetic, totally different art style, and the throwback to classic Disney characters is a lot of fun. Plus, who doesn't love a fun little time travel mechanic? And also, I guess technically Timeless River and Disney Castle are the same place at the end of the day, just in two separate time periods. Which actually begs the question, are Disney characters immortal? Completing Timeless River and Disney Castle earns you the monochrome Keyblade and Wisdom form, which is funny because arguably the best place to grind Wisdom form experience levels is in Timeless River, since it levels up specifically from defeating Heartless and going in and out of the entrance door while in a drive form resets the drive gauge to the max amount. Oh, and drive forms in Timeless River don't change Sora's appearance or color, but his HUD image does change to get a small little color tint based on the form itself. Oh, and you can skateboard around here too. Nice! God, I love these skateboards. They will always be in style.
I like Timeless River a lot. It reminds me a lot of that Kingdom Hearts 1 charm, you know, just the stylization. I just love the exaggerated proportions and how everything's black and white, and I just think it's really cute.
I really love Timeless River and its whole aesthetic. It's something that I think only could be done in a universe that's already as wacky as Kingdom Hearts. And I'm so glad they made the effort to do something just so weird and charming. Like, they went the full mile here. Even the audio has a crunchy, old-timey sound to it and everything.
It's kind of ironic because I don't like time travel in media. I think it's kind of a cheap storytelling technique. But I think in the context of that world, it's just kind of cute. You know, it's not super important to the plot, but it's just like such a charming world. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It's a world that really highlights immersion in the way that the HUD goes black and white. The voices get crispy like it's a 1920s early animation.
We've seen more games nowadays heavily inspired by the early rubber hose animation style, but this is, as far as I know, the first high-profile game to do something like this, at least in 3D. Oh, and just to be transparent, the world doesn't normally have that thick film grain. I added that in post. Haha, movie magic. And of course, Timeless River has its own Mushroom 13 challenge with Mushroom 11. And its challenge is to defeat it in the time limit, but the mushroom doesn't have HP and instead requires a specific number of hits. This was probably the most frustrating one to complete in my opinion, because the only realistic way I can see it being possible is to use Wisdom form with only the negative combo ability equipped, so you can use as many finishers as possible. I'll talk more about this in a second. Don't you worry. Either way, I ended up completing it after so many tries I lost count. But in what I consider an odd choice, the Hall of the Cornerstone is also the hub where you access the game's biggest secret boss once you've completed the game. When you come back here, you're able to go through a portal. Through that portal, Sora, Donald, and Goofy wander onto an unknown wasteland. There, an armored figure kneels behind a large keyblade on the ground. It talks to Sora, first uttering the names Aqua and Ven, before saying it recognizes Sora and has met him before. It utters the name Xehanort before lifting the keyblade and attacking Sora.
Lingering will. My lingering will to live is killed when I play that boss.
I'm not gonna beat around the bush. This battle is ridiculous. It is so hard. So to complete this battle, I had to use a super advanced strategy called cheesing the entire thing.
Lingering Will is just this white knuckle balls to the wall fight where you've got to lock in. Like, don't sit down to fight a Lingering Will unless you've got a free 6-7 hours ahead of you, because you're gonna learn stuff, and if you don't break that barrier of finally cracking the code and beating him, you're gonna have to step away and you're gonna forget all of it. You're gonna have to relearn it. Like, you gotta lock in.
To break down my incredibly pro-level mozzarella strategy, the Fenrir Keyblade that you get from beating Sephiroth has an ability called Negative Combo, which reduces the total number of hits in Sora's attack combo. If you then unequip all of Sora's combo plus abilities, Sora just stops using combos entirely. This means that every hit is a combo finisher, which for Lingering Will, stuns him. This means that you can infinitely stun lock Lingering Will with this strategy. Now, I did have a brief moment where I absolutely dropped the ball and missed my attack, but after a bit of panicking, I got back on track. To be perfectly honest, I have no idea how I would ever approach this fight without cheesing it. All of Lingering Will's attacks are huge and they deal a ton of damage, and at least to me, they don't seem like they have any sort of pattern or predictability. It's a super cool fight aesthetically and for lore reasons, but I definitely do not feel any remorse for cheesing it. I would personally consider this one of the hardest fights of the entire series, actually, at least on normal difficulties, and, you know, not actively wearing a blindfold.
Also, just a note, he's using the base Kingdom Key Keyblade. It's the first Keyblade you get.
Yeah, I believe it was like a 4 strength.
That was a very clutch dodge there, by the way.
But hey, that's Disney Castle and Timeless River. Let's move on to something completely different in almost every single conceivable way. Port Royal brings us to the world of Pirates of the Caribbean, or Caribbean, however you like to say it. Set entirely at night, this world houses a few landmarks. There's the rampart that looks over the sea and gives you a taste of the general atmosphere of this world right as you first arrive, and then there's the town, which has a ton of breakable wooden crates and other objects that block your ability to move freely through it without doing some smashing. And immediately you'll notice that the colors here are incredibly muted and kinda gloomy, which would normally be a recipe for blandness in any other game, but it actually really works here because everything has a texture to it, and it's grimy and detailed in a way that keeps the environment looking interesting and contrasts with the general vibe of the rest of the game. Obviously, given this game's art style and the hardware, I'm not sure they could have done a better job with the realism. This world looks great overall outside of one small tiny little thing: Sora, Donald, and Goofy. This is a perfect example where it would have made sense to do something to any of their outfits. They didn't even have to give them new outfits or anything. They could have just, I don't know, muted the colors a bit or something. As it is, their bright, cartoony color palettes against the drab realism of the Pirates aesthetic mean that Sora, Donald, and Goofy just stick out like a sore thumb here. It's jarring, and I think it would have been a no-brainer move to at least change the color palette, right? As you progress through the world's story, you're able to navigate using a map on the ship, which itself is explorable too. You'll mostly be fighting here on the journey between locales, but the ships themselves are actually really nicely detailed and feel authentic to the movies. The biggest area is Isla de Muerta, which I'd say is the main exploration destination and also where most of the important story stuff takes place, at least stuff that doesn't happen directly on the ship. Also, this is another world where I really don't want to risk the wrath of Disney, so I'm only gonna play the normal background music, not the battle theme, because it is literally He's a Pirate from the movie, you know, the theme song? It is a really cool addition, and I'm sure you can use your imagination. I don't want to risk it, but God, I wish I could at least play the janky PS2 version of the song, because oh, it sounded so bad, but in a really, really fun way. The story for this world is handled really similarly to the story of the first game's worlds. It's like a weird chunk of the Pirates movie's story, but then shaved off and rearranged to play out on a much smaller scale, while also incorporating Luxord, Organization 13's very own gambler, and I'm so sorry, that is how it's pronounced. And it's all about Barbossa and the curse of the Aztec gold turning people undead. This means that not only do we fight Heartless in this world, but also the undead pirates too. At first, these undead enemies are a really novel concept. When exposed to the moonlight, they're susceptible to attacks. When shaded from the moon, they're completely invulnerable. But note how I said they were novel at first. After just a handful of fights, I just started getting tired of waiting for them to pathfind their way to a moonlit spot, especially when I got to the second visit for the world and had a time-limited encounter with them. This undead invincibility gimmick breaks up the flow way more than something like the large bodies, who require an adjusted and more patient yet momentum-breaking strategy to take out. Plus, with the large bodies, there's a reaction command this time around that rewards you with more damage if you time it right. With the undead pirates, the return fire reaction command is entirely useless if the enemy is shaded in any way. Fortunately, there is one solid strategy to dispatch them, and that's using magic. Different spells have different immobilizing effects, but at the end of the day, the goal is to slow them down and stop them from getting back into the shade. There's this lengthy segment where you're on a timer and you have to keep fighting off undead enemies on the ship while you try to hang on to a medallion, but if you're hit, it drops to the ground. I am not a big fan of this segment, especially since it's followed up by a way more fun segment where you're getting rid of burning barrels around the ship before they explode. But Port Royal's got two bosses. The first visit's big boss is Barbossa and the Illuminator Heartless, which darkens the whole arena until you defeat it, though it will continually come back. The whole fight is kinda just wailing on Barbossa, but you get a couple of neat reaction commands, including the Twin Counter command, where you get to team up directly with Jack to launch Barbossa into the air. I didn't really struggle with this fight overall, though. On the second visit, you fight the Grim Reaper, and this whole fight revolves around gold, which the boss steals from a central chest, and if that boss has even one gold, it becomes becomes invincible. You have to use a special reaction command to get the gold back so you can place it in the chest. I did find that I could make it drop some with spells in the meantime though. There is one little jarring change in the international versions of the game that bothers me a tiny bit. In the scene where Will threatens to take his own life to prevent the curse from being lifted, any version of the game outside of Japan changes his stance from pointing the gun at himself to pointing it at the ground. In fact, multiple things in this world were similarly censored, including the sword sticking out of Jack when he fights Barbossa, and the undead pirates using crossbows instead of their original guns. While these aren't the only examples of changes outside of Japan, they are, in my opinion, some of the most noticeable if you've seen the source material. And while I know most people know about this censorship, the thing that bothers me about it is that Clayton had a very prominently featured shotgun in the first game. So the gun censorship makes even less sense to me. Like, yeah, he was shooting at gorillas, but I'm pretty sure he aimed the gun at Tarzan at least once. And also, I'm pretty sure he shoots at you in the but I'm getting off track. I have to wonder if the age rating for this game truly was hinged on that one thing, but I guess we'll never know. One last thing, Port Royal has mushroom number 10, where you have to defeat it in under 45 seconds, but the twist is that every time you attack it, it does the old switcheroo with a bunch of other mushrooms. Hey, we're visiting Pooh again, and the 100-Acre Wood is, well, it's pretty much the same, honestly, but it really wouldn't make any sense if it wasn't. You access the book from Merlin's house in Hollow Bastion / Radiant Garden, and you still shrink down and run around on the book's pages the same way too. Even the music is the same, but I mean, if you don't use Pooh's theme, what else would you use? One minor difference, though, is that most of the little locations in the book are streamlined. You still access them from the outside, this time with cute little pop-up images, but the maps themselves are a bit simplified. They're usually just one outside map, and you can't quite explore like you could in Kingdom Hearts 1. While I'm okay with this change overall, it does lose a little bit of the charm that you saw in the first game, like seeing the contraptions in Pooh's house, which you can now only see from the outside. On the other hand, some of the smaller environments are more aesthetically pleasing to me for some reason. I don't know if it's a change in the application of the style to some subtle degree, the more creative use of the storybook aesthetic like in the Honey Slider minigame, or maybe just a personal bias for this particular iteration of the world, but I know that I like the way this version looks more overall than the first game. Oh, and this world's progression is the same. Merlin gives you the book, but it's damaged in a fight and the pages are torn and scattered everywhere, you know the drill. This time, Pooh's memory has gone away, and when Sora arrives, Pooh doesn't recognize him at all. So, do I really want to cover these minigames for a third time? Wouldn't that just be exhausting? So the first one is a blustery rescue, another balloon riding game where you're destroying rocks almost asteroid style to earn points. Honey Slider sees Sora sliding down a huge slope with Pooh on his back as he dodges obstacles and collect points. And this one gives me similar vibes to the tree sliding minigame from Deep Jungle actually. But my favorite part of this is that you eventually transition over to a storybook area, and I just love how this is portrayed as you're quite literally going through a pop-up book environment with words that you can see on each page. There's some other areas and environments, but this really is the highlight for me. Balloon Bounce has you bouncing off of the balloons to gain height. Sorry to keep comparing these things, but this is basically just a Kingdom Hearts version of Doodle Jump for the 5 boomers that remember that game. The Expotition has you exploring a branching cave with falling rocks as Pooh's friends accompany you. There's a courage meter that slowly drains, so speed is the real game here. However, there's all kinds of chests you can grab here, some containing some rare synthesis materials. And finally, there's the honey pot. This is the simplest one. You have to time these reaction commands with the power gauge to sling the honey pot off of Pooh's head. Each try for this only lasts a few seconds. As you complete these pages, Pooh's memories are restored, and after everyone is reunited and Sora leaves, there's another beautiful full circle moment, and the damaged cover of the book is repaired, this time with a brand new adorable illustration featuring Sora and Pooh sitting together under the stars. Just like the last couple of times we saw this world, it really is more of a time-wasting change of pace thing, but god, it's just so cute. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but again, this whole sequence of getting a new adorable cover artwork will always make the stuff in this world feel worth it to some degree. In my opinion on the 100-Acre Wood hasn't changed one bit. And yes, I should have talked about this world back when I was talking about Radiant Garden, but sometimes you just have to let the chaos take over. Well, Agrabah's back, and it's definitely still like Agrabah, at least tone-wise, but at least visually, it's still kinda Agrabah. Jokes aside, aesthetically, it gives off an incredibly similar vibe to Kingdom Hearts 1's Agrabah, but with a bit more detail and a lot more feeling like this is an actual city humans could realistically live in, rather than a series of cramped pathways. Lots of little stand-up bazaar shops, and a lot of verticality for Kingdom Hearts 2's normal lack thereof. It's a bit maze-like, and has a bunch of entrances to different wards of the city. This means that there's all kinds of chests littered around in all of its nook and crannies, and it's really easy to miss them if you're not looking carefully. It is definitely easier to navigate, though, and again feels more like a place you can explore rather than just simply jumping around and navigating and platforming like you did in the first game. Plus, there's a new big outside area that you can explore on the magic carpet, and you can move around freely on it, but I'll talk about that more in a second. The story sees the group trying to recover the lamp containing Jafar, leading them on a goose chase that takes them back to the Cave of Wonders. And while the outside of the cave is seemingly identical, the cave itself is way less complex than the first game in basically every way. The most interesting part of it is probably the Chasm of Challenges, a multi-level challenge where you fight off the enemies to drop down further and further. This in itself isn't super challenging still, but there are a few puzzle pieces you can collect, and one of them you have to grab while you're falling, otherwise you can go back and redo the whole thing later if you really want that piece. After they leave the Cave of Wonders, there's a confrontation with Pete, which leads to this world's first boss against Blizzard Lord and Volcanic Lord. The Volcanic Lord bounces around the stage, but can be countered and knocked away with the Fear-a-Gun reaction and launched into the Blizzard Lord. On the other hand, the Blizzard Lord has a similar reaction called Blizzagun. After this, the one you launched is usually susceptible to standard attacks for a short time before you do it all again. Once only one is left, the strategy doesn't really change actually. After this fight, you go do other stuff until the second visit where Jafar is released from his lamp, so, you know, you gotta take care of that. You end up going back on the magic carpet for an entire pseudo-exploration chase sequence where you're going after Jafar's shadow and fighting off Heartless in small batches. After chasing him for a while, you reach this big central tower where you have to do this minigame where you find these colored infinity egg things, and use the correct magic on them to activate them and open the tower, where you spend about 30 seconds before triggering a trap and having to escape on the carpet once again. During this sequence, you're moving fast and it's totally on rails, almost like a gummy mission. And while that alone is a pretty cool set piece, my favorite thing about this is that these Heartless that show up aren't fought normally. No, you're hitting them so hard that they get rocketed at supersonic speed, violently exploding into the structures in the background. It's so weirdly satisfying. Back in the city, you fight the last boss of the world, Genie Jafar. This fight happens way up in the sky while you ride Magic Carpet and is kinda stupidly easy. He slowly swings his arms at you, but he has this gigantic weak spot on his abdomen that opens him up to attacks on his head. Honestly, it feels like he spends most of this fight stunned. Eventually, the scenery changes a bit and he starts launching stuff at you, and he does have some extra projectile magic attacks, but this fight legitimately never feels like a challenge, even with this extra chaotic projectile stuff. I think I'm super underwhelmed by it because there is another fight much later in this game that handles the whole hurling scenery at you thing way better. Agrabah's Mushroom 13 challenge is number 5, and it's probably the easiest. It stays stationary but constantly recovers health, and your goal is to beat it in under 10 seconds. With a strong enough weapon and fast combos, it's a breeze. And also, this mushroom is fantastic for grinding experience for a couple of the drive forms and the summons, since you can technically just endlessly wail on it if you don't defeat it. Oh yeah, Halloween Town returns and retains its awesome aesthetic from the first game, but the world's been expanded quite a bit to include a new Christmas Town area. But I'll step back, because I was exposed to some cursed knowledge that I can never unhear, and now I've decided that you all must be cursed with this knowledge too.
Donald has a shovel in his cloaca in Kingdom Hearts 2, Halloween Town. Fun fact. He has a shovel up his butt. It's canon that Disney thinks that he has a stick up his butt. It's in the Christmas part! It's very important. When I noticed it, it scarred me for life.
You can file all complaints with her. Anyways, a really cool improvement to Halloween Town this time around is the more interactive town square. As opposed to the last game, everything in the square is now kind of trying to kill you. There's all these reactive elements like the guillotine and the central fountain, and these can actually be used to damage enemies, but it is fun to also torture your party members sometimes too. And of course, Sora, Donald, and Goofy have fun Halloween Town outfits, but once you go through the movie-accurate portal to Christmas Town, you get completely different gothic Christmas-themed outfits too. Though I think these weren't in the original version of the game and were added in Final Mix. Still, it's super cool. The story here actually adapts The Nightmare Before Christmas way more this time around and depicts Jack Skellington tackling Christmas celebrations. After some shenanigans in Halloween Town, the group head through the Christmas door, and while Christmas Town isn't super expansive or anything, it has its own little plaza with Candy Cane Lane and the full suite of Christmas decorations and snow. Actually, come to think of it, this world is pretty small. A lot of Christmas Town is literally just stuff in Santa's workshop/house. Mainly just the Toy Factory, which by the way has a whole mini game where you're firing presents with this cannon-like gun thing at boxes to fill them while Lock, Shock, and Barrel actively run around trying to sabotage you. Anyways, the first boss in this world is the Prison Keeper, which you fight back in Halloween Town. This thing swallows up Lock, Shock, and Barrel to access different kinds of attacks depending on who's trapped. It's a pretty hectic fight because it flies around doing all kinds of different swiping, spinning, and projectile attacks, frustratingly keeping its distance most of the time. After that, you're up against a revived Oogie Boogie who's kidnapped Santa Claus. The fight takes place place in the toy factory and is about as mechanically obtuse as the first game's Oogie Boogie fight. You're on these constantly moving conveyor belts and have to knock presents up at Oogie on his raised platform. There's a variety of contraptions trying to hit you and the conveyor changes speed. You can't just stop moving though because the back of the conveyor has spikes that damage you. Plus, sometimes Oogie will change which conveyor he floats above and you have to manually move between them, but only when the opening is enabled, giving this fight a sort of chaos that I actually didn't really enjoy all too much. If you hit him with enough presents, he drops down and you can wail on him for a short time before he gets back onto the platform and you just repeat the process. Like I said, I don't really like this fight all that much because it's just a whole bunch of random things thrown at you. Like, it makes sense, it's sound on a conceptual level, but the creativity here doesn't really translate into fun for me. On the second visit, you fight the Doctor's Experiment as the world's final boss. This is a big robot thing that can break into different parts, sort of like the first game's guard armor. Each part has its own attacks and movements, and after a while it condenses itself into a floating main body that starts using a new set of attacks, including a laser beam AoE attack and the spinning top move you can interrupt with a reaction command. This is pretty straightforward, but fun and challenging, and the story leading up to it is actually really unique and goes beyond the scope of the story from even the original movie. After you beat this boss, you've completed the world and are rewarded with the decisive pumpkin keyblade, which weirdly is one of the most effective keyblades in this game for a variety of reasons. Halloween Town has Mushroom 2, and the challenge is to deflect 80 of its projectiles. This one's super easy, and I actually did it in my first try just by using Reflect every time it fired projectiles at me. Okay, listen, it's the Pride Lands, and I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Sora gets to be a lion here! And it's probably one of the most transformative and creative world-specific form changes he gets in this entire series, and I love it. Just look at him. Look at this little guy. Goofy is a tortoise now for some reason, but Donald gets to remain a bird. Plus, in a first, as Pete's a recurring villain, he gets his own lion form too. I guess the rules don't apply equally for whatever you transform into, unless you count cuteness, which is a category Sora's lion form takes home the gold medal in. The Pride Lands have a pretty varied set of environments, and it's actually kind of a shame that in order to be faithful to the movie's story, they have to make Pride Rock and its surrounding areas a kind of desolate wasteland, with you not seeing any kind of foliage until a cutscene in the credits. There is an oasis area around the outskirts of the world with some lush vegetation, but it really doesn't hit quite the same. So I have to be fair and say that, yeah, because of the commitment to accuracy here, this world can and does feel a little bland. There's a lot of environments here that are just kind of huge fields of brown and gray, and while I enjoy this world a hell of a lot more than I did Atlantica from the first game, it still suffers from a very similar issue with its overall sameness. However, a key difference here is that unlike Atlantica, there's not a winding verticality because you're not like swimming up and down. This world is actually navigable, and I never really felt lost here. Even in the Wildebeest Valley that looks daunting but is actually pretty straightforward to navigate. Plus, I like how big the landscape is. It's not necessarily the most detailed or interesting world, but it is starkly different from the environments we've seen come before. There's a whole lot of empty space, which can feel a bit like a slog to get through, but unlocking the extra dash ability makes you move super quickly and makes traversing this vast landscape kind of satisfying in a way. And speaking of abilities, while in lion form, Sora's gameplay is adjusted a bit. You can't use summons or drive forms, and growth abilities like glide and high jump are removed. Not all abilities are removed, thankfully, meaning that you can still use stuff like aerial recovery. But Sora also gets some access to world-specific abilities. Some are just basic combat abilities, but some are things like the eventual dash ability that allows you to sprint at a super high speed and slide around corners like you're drifting in your Toyota Sprinter. Now, unlike Atlantica from the first game, it still feels like you're playing Kingdom Hearts 2 in this world. There's never a time where I felt like I lost control or had to fight with the game's movement to hit an enemy. I'll be honest, it feels like a small downgrade from the general gameplay and combat of the other worlds, but it never feels outright bad like Atlantica did to me. And even then, the lion transformation gimmick alone makes up for it in my eyes. The story here is, as you'd expect, pretty much an adaptation of the movie's story starting after Simba's all grown up and the Pride Lands are struggling. The first boss fight is against hyenas, and while it's not mechanically complex or difficult, there are 3 targets, which makes it kind of tricky when you also have to protect Timon and Pumbaa. After this, the major bosses here are both technically against Scar. In the first visit, you fight him after a really cool recreation of the Simba vs. Scar fight from the movie. Here, he can move super quickly around the map with fast sprints and giant leaps, and for some reason, he can use magic. He's got this super powerful rush attack, though, that makes him invulnerable for a period of time while he gets this dark glow effect and runs insanely fast back and forth toward you. He also has this move where he can pin down Sora, which you can get out of with a reaction command. On the second visit, we've left movie territory entirely, and Scar's ghost constantly haunts you the entire entire time, even when you're just kind of exploring. Eventually it disappears and we fight the last boss of this world, the Ground Shaker Heartless. This thing is huge. It's probably one of the biggest bosses you fight directly in this game. It has 4 legs and stomps down on the ground, dealing a ton of damage, but you're able to use a reaction command to hold it back and stun it so you can deal damage. Eventually, you're able to jump on its back, which doubles as a secondary battlefield against the Heartless that are riding on there, which have their own attacks. Similar to the Land of Dragons boss, this fight is a mixture of spectacle and real challenge, balancing both to a pretty nice degree for a satisfying conclusion to the world. Plus, it's just really cool to see just how creative these games can get with the settings, and it establishes that you can adapt just about anything into Kingdom Hearts.
My favorite world is the Pride Lands. You might ask, why my favorite world is the Pride Lands? Ever since I was a small child, much like when I saw the commercial for Kingdom Hearts, I saw that The Lion King was a movie, and loving Disney like I do, The Lion King has been a favorite of mine since I was a child, and to see 2 of my favorite things come together like that, it was just a magical experience for me.
Apart from it being mentioned specifically in this game, I think this world is kind of forgotten by a lot of people. I don't usually see a lot of people talk about it. I see more people talking about Timeless River, but I think this was a really cool and novel concept and really showed that they were trying to be as creative as possible with the worlds in this game. Every single complaint I had about the combat in the first game's version of Atlantica was addressed or fixed in Kingdom Hearts 2, every single one. And that's mainly because this entire world has no combat or major exploration whatsoever. Instead, it's a hub that exists solely for a rhythm-based minigame. But even on top of that, Atlantica's environments here are so much more vibrant this time, thanks in part to a variety of colorful tufts of coral littered around every area. And the story adapts more of The Little Mermaid with Prince Eric, and this time we actually get a look at the shore outside and see that this game's version of this world is saturated with a color that otherwise would have gone unseen had we never ventured into the open air. I'm gonna be honest, Kingdom Hearts 2's focus on combat mechanics would not have done Atlantica any favors if they'd attempted to execute it in the same way they did in the first game. I just can't imagine how horrible it would have felt to have been forced to interface with a watered-down, no pun intended, version of the game's combat after how great it's felt thus far. Now, to the game's credit, the Pride Lands was handled pretty well, all things considered, but the combat there was almost a lateral move, where most of the fundamentals could be kept intact, because, you know, you're on land. For a hypothetical Atlantica with the combat in this game, I cannot imagine it'd feel even close to as good, and a lot would have to be sacrificed to make it work, let alone taking into account the swimming mechanics. The actual rhythm minigame here is not really the deepest thing. Basically, as the songs go on, you get button prompts on the screen, and the goal is to try to hit them in the yellow zones as closely as you can, with different feedback depending on how closely you get it, the highest being excellent. Some of them require you to mash the prompt. Some of the songs have missions that you have to complete, like Swim This Way, requiring 5 excellence in a row. And the songs here are Swim This Way, Part of Your World, Under the Sea, Ursula's Revenge, and A New Day is Dawning. Completing the songs and their mission progresses the world's story, and the quote-unquote boss fight would probably be Ursula's Revenge.
Loyal darling, strong as the tide, sweet as poopsies, hasten to my side right now. Mommy needs you. Smash those stupid fools. Make them rise.
Sorry, Mommy. Your poopsies are toast.
So listen, this world is really just meant to be fun, and it kind of is. I look at it like I look at the 100-Acre Wood. It being here doesn't take away from anything in this game, and while it's not the standard action gameplay, I'd still take this over what they did in the first game. Plus, you get to hear Sora, Donald, and Goofy sing, so that's a huge and hilarious bonus.
You found your first love and he found you too.
We were glad to help you out and very proud, it's true.
Seeing how we make you grin just makes us want to twirl a fin.
Is Atlantica my favorite world in this game? Nah, I don't hate the world though, like some people do, but I'm not really clamoring for more either. It's a perfectly fine world that to me speaks to the spirit of what many agree kicked off the Disney Renaissance with its musical focus that doesn't take itself too seriously. In fact, I'd argue that this game honors The Little Mermaid in a far, far better way than the first game did.
It's my personal opinion that Atlantica in Kingdom Hearts 2 is not optional. If you don't play Swim This Way, you are not having any fun, and you're just missing out.
Don't be shy, let the music inside and dance, dance, dance.
The The world that never was is the final world you visit in this game, and it's a bleak place, but also kind of a really cool place. First off, it's very obvious that this is the place from the secret ending of the first game. If the rundown Neon City vibe didn't give it away, maybe Memory's skyscraper does, you know, the exact place where that one scene took place. Though I gotta ask, why is this truck here? For real, what's the story behind the truck?
There's just like a truck and it never was, and no one knows why. Like, why is there a truck there? I find that really weird and funny. They literally had to make a truck model to put right there.
I don't know. Anyways, in a way kind of similar to Hollow Bastion from the first game, this world gives off a real heavy sense of foreboding, especially since you have the context of, this is the place from the secret ending, what's gonna go down here?
Before I even played Kingdom Hearts 1, I played Final Fantasy X, and in the first area of Final Fantasy X is a city called Xanarkand. It's a nighttime city with a bunch of tall buildings with lights everywhere, and something about that like awakened something in me. I was like, I need to go there. And then fast forward, the world that never was is a very similar style with a dark city with tall skyscrapers and lights and whatnot, and I'm just like, oh, this is my aesthetic. Like, this is where I want to be. I want to live wherever this is.
Plus, there's all the stuff in the city, and then there's a whole second entire half of the world that's just the organization's castle, which has its own extended climb, challenges, and a hospital-like aesthetic because of the drab, whitish grays that the organization embraces. This is genuinely one of the coolest, most creative worlds we've seen so far, and it's a personal favorite of mine and a lot of people's.
The world that never was is just so cool. Like, that is the best, like, end game world or final world or level for a game, like, ever, pretty much. It's so fun.
While this is the final world you visit, the Mushroom 13 challenge here is against Mushroom 1, and the challenge is to hit it from behind 70 times within the time limit. I really should have phrased that differently in my script. And being the final world, this is where a bunch of boss fights happen in the endgame, mostly against organization members, and the very first one is almost out of nowhere too, Roxas.
You instantly get introduced with the Roxas fight and understand that this world is where everything means business.
So this was obviously covered in the synopsis, but I want to drive home just how impactful this fight is. In the original pre-final mix version of Kingdom Hearts 2, this fight was simply a cutscene, but it works so much better as a playable boss battle, both mechanically and narratively. I cannot overstate just how much of a sense of impact, emotion, and utter amazement this fight awakens for me, even on replays of the game.
In the original 2, you don't fight Roxas, but in 2FM, you do get to have that showdown with him that's so unbelievably like special, especially as someone that didn't get to access that as a kid but always heard about it, like saw these grainy 240p videos that people have uploaded of that fight. Like, then you get to experience that for yourself, and it's like, oh, it's awesome. Like, I knew the fight without ever having played it myself because I'd seen people on YouTube doing it so many times.
The slightly changed version of Roxas's theme that is still somber and downbeat, but with an extra layer of dramatic stringed chords and oppressive church organs, evokes such incredibly heart-wrenching feelings, which you have to grapple with during a challenging boss fight. And this cements it as one of the greatest boss fights in the series, especially since it comes almost out of nowhere. In fact, it shouldn't come as a shocker that this is a lot of people's favorite fight in the entire series, let alone the game itself.
Just hearing Roxas's theme in that Station of Awakening throughout the fight, I think really changes the tone. It's still a really incredibly difficult fight, but it's got such a tinge of sadness to it that, like, I don't know, it's just one of those moments where you have to be very focused and cry at the same time, and there are very few video games out there that make you do that, so I kind of love it for that.
This fight shouldn't be able to happen, but it does. It's almost like Roxas is fighting for his existence. His theme song a haunting backing track to his desperate struggle to prove that he is his own person. Out of the entire series, this fight stands above most others, not because of its mechanics or scale or anything like that, but instead just its emotional impact, and that's something that I find beautiful about this series. If you like Roxas as a character, how does it feel being forced to fight him like this? And the fight itself is pretty challenging too. I'd argue that it's a pretty big difficulty spike. Roxas is dual-wielding the Keyblades and uses a huge number of light beam attacks that fly out from his origin in every direction. He has rotating beams that surround him, flurries of attacks with the Keyblades that he uses while simultaneously launching more beams, and projectile moves you have to dodge from a distance. Toward the end of the fight, there's a callback to the Samurai Nobody's dual stance reaction command, where you have to select the correct "the end" option on your command menu when it appears. Doing this successfully launches Roxas and gives you these cool phantom Keyblades that increase your attack speed significantly. It's a challenging, fun, and satisfying fight both mechanically and emotionally, and one of the absolute highlights of this game. After this fight, you make your way to the castle itself and explore its interior. There's a pretty substantial climb up the castle, and it's broken up by a lot of tough fights against a variety of nobodies, including some walled-off sequences where you're forced to defeat them to move on.
You make your way all the way up to this castle, and it's this like beautiful escalation that I think, holy moly, does it ever nail that ending. Like the second you get from, I think it's that final Twilight Town visit all the way through to like you're warped into the world that never was, and that entire run up that castle is just like bang, 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 so good, so good. Like organization fights, I don't know, just a visceral reaction, but it's like, oh my god, that's awesome, that's so rad.
The world that never was ascent, especially the first time you're going through it, not knowing where it ends, it's so cool to play through that.
One of the cooler areas here is this one where you're sort of outside and can see this gigantic empty space between this area and the castle's inner walls. It gives this sense of scope that's kind of insane. There's a few areas that kind of evoke that feeling, like the Crooked Ascension, but this area feels even bigger. Eventually, you reach the next boss, Zigbar. In this fight, he's perched up on a high platform and fires homing bullets at you that you can deflect with the reflect spell or dodge with movement. There's a unique sequence here where he aims a crosshair at you and you have to escape it from Zigbar's perspective in the first person. There's a reaction command that lets you deflect shots back at him, and at various intervals, he'll warp down onto the battlefield and rapid fire shots at you, but leaving him susceptible to your attacks during his reloads. Eventually, he starts changing up the arena's layout, making it a lot harder to avoid some of his attacks and to reach him. Once Zigbar is defeated, the next fight is up against Luxord. I'm sorry, it's Luxord, the gambler. This dude oozes cool, but his fight is a weird time-based thing where instead of HP, you have a timer gauge at the top of the fight. He has a variety of wacky attacks too, like one that turns you into a defenseless six-sided dice, which is kind of obnoxious to be honest. He's got another one that's sort of like the dual stance reaction, but you have to select the constantly moving circle on your reaction command or be turned into a similarly defenseless card. Luxord himself will sometimes turn into a card, mixing himself up with other cards and making you identify and find him. Eventually, his desperation move comes out and he summons giant cards, requiring you to do the circle reaction command, but for 4 circles in a row. The best way I can describe this fight is that it's kind of obtuse. It's not my favorite of the organization fights, and I don't really like replaying this fight all that much, but Luxord is also just such a super cool character, so as he'd probably say, you win some and you lose some. After him, you're up against Syx, who uses his claymore to deal heavy blows, but has moves that make him discard the claymore, allowing you to pick it up and use the berserk reaction command for easy damage. Over the course of this fight, his berserk gauge slowly fills, and when it's full, he activates berserk mode, which makes him invincible as he does this huge flurry of fast shockwave attacks and these massive dives that send out energy pillars that are pretty tricky to dodge. You can kinda sorta avoid it if you stay up high in the air, but only for a little bit, and you can easily miss out on the short window where you can grab the claymore for the reaction command. After Syx, there's a lot of story, and Riku joins the party as a guest character. His limit is incredibly cool, with Sora and Riku teaming up to deal these spinning energy saber rush attacks before using their keyblades to fire a huge beam of energy. It's very cool and cathartic after all of this time that Sora and Riku have been separated. Of course, once you climb up the rest of the tower, it's the final showdown against Xemnas himself. The first fight is a solo battle in front of Memory's skyscraper, and I know I'm not a thesaurus full of distinct, diverse, varied, and disparate adjectives to describe how cool things are, but this fight's cool. Right off the bat, he uses a move that surrounds you with these damaging symbols that lower your health over time, and he jumps up to the top of the tower, and then you use the face down reaction command to make Sora sprint up the tower and do a sick reaction command clash with him that at times looks just like that scene from the first game's secret ending. After that, you can wail on him while he does melee strikes with his lightsaber, ethereal blades. All the while, he can interrupt your combos with these energy walls or by teleporting away. If you move too far away from him, he basically slide teleports to you before starting up a whole nother combo. After you get his HP low enough, you redo the whole face down sequence and then repeat until he's defeated. And we did it! We defeated Xemnas! Oh, never mind. Let me just say, Xemnas' voice actor Paul St. Peter has a voice that I can only describe as audible chocolate. It is so satisfying to listen to Xemnas talk. I'm sorry, getting off track. After this fight and some cutscenes, you head into a huge door. Something we see a lot in this series, huh? The next Xemnas fight is not just against Xemnas, but the Xemnas-possessed castle. Oh yeah, we get to fight a castle, or at least part of it, I guess. And not only that, Xemnas starts to attack Sora with entire buildings that he can effortlessly cut through, followed by Xemnas flinging more buildings at him that he cuts in half as he leaps across them. Yeah, Sora's been pretty power-scaled here. I'm sure he won't get nerfed a second time after this game, right?
Yeah, maybe they peaked a little too early with that. Maybe we should have, cut some, minor apartment buildings before we moved on to full skyscrapers,
This whole sequence is insanely awesome, and you're doing these stunt dodges to get to this big energy thing, and then you fling a bunch of nobodies at it to blow it up, and of course, Sora leaps away like a superhero every time and makes his way into the moving castle itself to fight the energy core. This is kinda similar to the World of Chaos thing from the first game, but on a much larger, cooler, and less unsettling level. Once you've defeated the core, you're in an arena where an armored Xemnas sits on a throne and attacks you with various weapons and abilities used by other organization members, which is both neat and kinda sad at the same time, but I've gotta reiterate, this is a sick fight, and a lot of it is just because of how cool Xemnas is, I think. Once you finish this phase, Xemnas seems defeated, but of course it's not that simple. There's some more cutscenes, and then a giant dragon monster thing appears. I don't think there's any logical explanation for this, but I'm also not against it. Sora and Riku hop on a glider, and Riku pilots it while Sora stands on a little attached platform, and we're on rails again, baby! This thing is presented pretty similarly to a normal gummy ship mission or the magic carpet stuff, with the changing perspectives and everything. It's pretty much just a really stylized, adapted gummy mission. Here you're using an absorbing move on projectile attacks to charge up your energy, which you can release as a huge mega laser beam to deal a ton of damage to the dragon ship thing. You can also use standard attacks that are slightly weaker on the various enemies that appear, but most of the challenge for me was just avoiding the close-up projectiles that required precise movement. After you clear this segment, you fight up against armored Xemnas on his throne again, but this time there's low gravity and he can launch you insanely far away. You have to glide back to the battle platform, and as you do, he launches more buildings at you along with lasers, but you can launch buildings at him too to break his defenses. God, I'm sorry I keep saying it, but this is just such a cool battle and the most straight up anime the series has been up to this point. This cycle repeats a few times depending on how quickly you defeat him. He has a few counter moves that can stop your combos, so just wailing on him can kind of take a while, and toward the end he has these floating lasers that are really hard to avoid getting hit by. Once you defeat this phase, you're on to the final phase, Final Form Xemnas. In this fight, it's you and Riku versus a now white-robed Xemnas with black accents in an arena that I don't even know how to describe. I just want to say that this fight is basically a bunch of really sick team-up moves between Sora and Riku. As soon as the fight starts and throughout the rest of the fight, Sora's put into a chokehold and launched into the air, and Xemnas deals a flurry of attacks while dark energy surrounds them. You can use the reversal command to maneuver out of the way, calling all the way back to the Roxas Twilight Thorn boss battle. After this, Sora briefly loses his Keyblade, but Riku tosses it right back to him in a sick cinematic sequence. As you approach Xemnas again, there's a reaction command called Dark Shield, where Riku can help you block attacks. Xemnas also shoots out these phantom doppelganger things that make him kinda hard to track. Eventually, Xemnas breaks out the lasers and surrounds Sora with them before they home onto him. Plus, he does also just kinda fire them out at random intervals too. Eventually, Xemnas puts Sora into a stasis lock thing, and Riku tries to intercept it but is knocked away, and you're given direct control of Riku as you rush toward him to help. All the while, he sends out more doppelgangers that attack you, but once you make it all the way up, Riku frees Sora and you regain control and continue the fight. At the end, Xemnas does his final attack, a gigantic laser dome with thousands of lasers flying at Sora and Riku in rapid succession. You have to mash both the attack button and the reaction command button to make Sora and Riku deflect these, and oh my god, this is the sickest, most iconic sequence. After this, there's a whole scene where Riku gives Sora his Keyblade and Sora kicks some ass, dude. Then together they launch an energy beam at Xemnas to initiate the final phase of the fight and finish him off, finishing Kingdom Hearts 2.
Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Xemnas is one of the coolest fights in the entire game. An amazing arena, a really fun fight with really iconic parts of the fight. I guess like the laser dome is super iconic in the series.
The final fight with Xemnas, I'm talking Zebra Man Xemnas, is also just iconic because you're hearing this low, melodious sort of final fight music while you're fighting him, which just really does something to you. It's not a tension builder, but I can't even quite describe it. You just know that like this is the fight.
Listen, this fight is cathartic. It's such a grand, magnificent payoff that just bursts at the seams with coolness. The whole final couple of hours of this game is about as close as you could get to a modern set piece in the game's medium. Me showing you this and describing it doesn't even come close to conveying how awesome this feels to play after experiencing everything before it. This fight caps off an incredible game, and after we get the ending in the credits, which again do that cool thing that shows you a nice little closure scene for the characters of each world, including the Beast and Belle dancing around and the Beast finally becoming human again. And oh, how could I forget, the Hercules stuff heavily focuses on Auron, which is always nice, but the biggest thing hidden behind these credits is a short scene where Sora goes into the secret place and sees Kairi's addition to the original drawing of them sharing a Paopu fruit. I feel like this is a really important scene. It's done in a way that mimics the ending of the first Kingdom Hearts, and I feel like it should have been in the normal ending, but I guess maybe it would have thrown off the pacing, so what do I know? Also, there is a secret ending featuring a bunch of characters we don't recognize yet, and while I won't spoil anything ahead of time, this ending is eventually adapted into an almost one-for-one cutscene in a future game. Plus, when this game came out, I thought this scene was the most over-the-top thing, given that not only is it a super violent battle sequence, you wouldn't even know this is a Disney thing until Mickey shows up at the very end. Anyways, now that Kingdom Hearts 2 is completed, let's talk about the data organization battles at the end of the Cavern of Remembrance. Real quick, I just want to take a second to say that if you're still here and still watching, first off, thank you so much. This has been a labor of love. I've been putting so much work into these Kingdom Hearts videos. They were originally supposed to be out way sooner than they were, but the scope just got bigger and bigger and bigger. But if you're enjoying these, please consider subscribing to the channel, liking the video, leaving a comment, you know, all that kind of stuff. It genuinely does help. I know every YouTuber says it helps, but it really does. It really helps the algorithm push my video. It really helps YouTube think, okay, people are interested in this video. And if you're this deep in, then I mean, I imagine you might be interested. So again, even if you don't like or subscribe or leave a comment or whatever, I still want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for watching this. It means the world to me. All right, let's watch me be bad at video games, huh?
Now, I'm gonna give you a brief overview of all the data organization fights, but let me be clear, this is by no means meant to be anywhere near a guide as to how you're supposed to clear these fights, and in fact, there's a couple I explicitly didn't clear. Before I get into it, I need to mention that scattered around the various worlds are portals called absent silhouettes that lead to fights against organization members that were defeated in Castle Oblivion. Defeating these absent silhouettes unlock the data fight for that member in the Cavern of Remembrance. On to the fights. First, Data Larxene. I brute forced this fight. There was basically no strategy here outside of spamming Reflect. I couldn't tell you how the fight actually works, so we're really just starting off strong here. Lots of really fast movements and electricity. Then there's Data Luxord, and I'm gonna be real, this fight is obtuse. It is interesting mechanically, but obtuse. I couldn't beat it, nor did I really have much desire to after a ton of tries. It's more reaction commands and games and being turned into dice, and the big HP timer mechanic. Next up, Axel. You're constantly losing health. You can only beat him when the firewall isn't up, which requires a reaction command that seemingly only comes out at random. Except I'm saying this having actually just kind of completely forgotten how the mechanics of the original version of the fight worked. Data Zexion heavily draws from his Rechain of Memories fight, and just like Rechain of Memories, the fight's not hard, it's just super drawn out. While there's no cards for him to steal this time, he does take over your command menu inside of his little book world. Data Vexen, first you have to break the shield. Then you use Final Form Firaga because it melts him. Like, for real, like this is a cheat code for Vexen. Data Zigbar feels a lot like his normal fight, just with a much faster pace and a way trickier platform layout right at the beginning, which makes it way more difficult to avoid the projectiles. He also no longer seems to reload, removing one of the easiest windows to get in hits. Data Demix requires you to defeat all the water forms under the time limit and is kind of obtuse in a similar way to Luxord's, and I'll be honest, I just couldn't do this one without getting overly frustrated. Data Saix's fight is like Data Demix's, which makes him nearly impossible to hit, because you have to cut off his berserk, and in order to do that, you have to pick up his weapon after he throws it down during certain attacks. Issue is, the reaction command is only there for a split second, and his knockbacks knock you away just long enough that I couldn't use the command. I spent probably 30 plus minutes in this one fight just chasing his weapon endlessly before calling it quits. I'm sure it's not as hard as I'm making it out to be, but hey, I gave it a try. Data Lexius is pretty straightforward, and it's a brute force battle. It feels almost like an adaptation of the Chain of Memories fight. There's a power gauge for him, which increases his power over time. He uses a lot of earth-based attacks, but for the most part, you can just kind of go wild on him, being careful to dodge his distance hurling attack. Data Zaldin, like the Zigbar fight, feels like a slightly harder and faster-paced version of the original fight. And Data Zemnis, hey, it's the final boss again, baby! That's not a joke either. This is just the final boss again, just a little bit harder this time. Listen, I may be bad at these fights, but watching someone who is good at these fights is actually kind of a spectacle. In fact, while I'm obviously mid at the high-level combat in this game, the secret bosses highlight just how ridiculously tight and mechanically deep the Kingdom Hearts 2 combat truly is, while somehow still being approachable for a casual player like me. There's so many intricacies and so much strategy and a skill ceiling that goes way higher than the average player will usually bother to reach, and that's one of the huge reasons I think Kingdom Hearts 2 is so beloved.
It might be rose-colored glasses, but I think it's hard to beat the experience that I had with 2, that I think a lot of people do have with 2, where I'll never really understand the not liking the prologue being too long or anything like that. I feel like it was the perfect amount of like setup and intrigue for, you know, a really good length RPG where, I mean, even from that starting world, you get like hit with that beautiful Traverse Town theme, and it's this massive mystery because you're in exactly the same position as Sora's about to be, where, at least I know I was, where I wasn't able to play Chain of Memories at the time. You know, RE Chain of Memories didn't even get released in Australia. So I'm in this, yeah.
So if you remember what I said about the first game, I'm gonna say it again. Kingdom Hearts 2 is also a masterpiece. Everything about it from beginning to end is just, it's a fantastic experience. And I'm just gonna preface it and say that that's probably one of the reasons it's considered one of the greatest games ever made by a lot of people.
Kingdom Hearts 2, that game is just,
exudes magic and joy. It's radiant, for lack of a better term.
I mentioned this during the overview, but Kingdom Hearts 2 was kind of the warning signal for the direction the series would take with its design decisions when it comes to things like level design and overall focus. The game very much streamlined the level design to make it easier to navigate in service of a hard focus on combat mechanics, set pieces, and boss battles.
With the amount of action games I've played, it's absurd that this Disney game has the best action RPG combat system I've ever played to this day.
For some reason, this hard change in direction was seen as a downgrade to the series by a lot of people, because a lot of people were really drawn to the platforming and exploration from the first game. That isn't to say that Kingdom Hearts 2 has none of that, but I can admit that some of these things were noticeably reduced or outright removed in this game, and this change in focus has persisted through most of the series.
I don't think KH2 is the worst, but I think it's my least favorite just because of dry forms. I think dry forms, leveling them up is so tedious and exhausting. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it's, like to level up Valor form, you have to go to this single hallway in Agrabah, and you have to, for like 80 hours, and I'm like, oh my god, I don't want to do that.
I've seen some arguments online that Kingdom Hearts 2 turned the series into like a hallway simulator, but I personally think that's an extreme take rooted in a bit of hyperbole. Exploration and environmental interaction have gotten a bit better in some of the newer, more recent releases, with the addition of stuff like airstep, more sprawling worlds, and various other things, but I'm not gonna get ahead of myself here. I personally am fine with the focus on combat and gameplay mechanics, but I know that one of the things that made the first game so special to so many people was its very unique and specific type of world design, and its platforming gameplay, and just the balance of that platforming with the combat mechanics. And additionally, Kingdom Hearts 2 is where a lot of people believe the story went kinda off the rails. Again, I disagree with this take, and I think that Kingdom Hearts 2 is where the story really showed that Kingdom Hearts can be more than just Disney, and more than just Final Fantasy with its story. It turns into its own thing, using Disney and Final Fantasy influences as tools rather than as a crutch. I already went over my general thoughts on the story earlier, but I did feel that this was important to bring back up. Something that needs to be said, though, is that while Kingdom Hearts has a story that becomes more and more complex and at times mature, it never stops feeling whimsical. There's always a feeling of charm and childlike wonder, even in the Final Fantasy JRPG-esque story events.
I've always been a big advocate for Kingdom Hearts being one of the few things in media where they found a way to make the perfect goofy edge title. The game gets dark, the game gets edgy. It has those moments where it's like, oh wow, yeah, the organization coach Rox is fighting all the Neo Shadows and the world never was. But at the same time, this is a Disney title where we travel to 100 Acre Wood and whatnot, and I feel Kingdom Hearts finds that perfect balance in order to have the perfect sense of like a goofy edge.
And like I said earlier, this story establishes a lot of the threads that the series would eventually dive into pretty deeply, including the idea of there being a handful of Keyblade wielders, not just one or two. Unfortunately, I do still prefer most of the more recent Kingdom Hearts games to the first Kingdom Hearts game in general. Like, in my opinion, Kingdom Hearts 2 has some of the best combat, encounters, and bosses I have ever had the pleasure of experiencing in a video game. There's just so much depth to this game, yet it still feels approachable for a casual playthrough too. The skill ceiling is ridiculously high though, and the secret boss fights especially have even higher skill ceilings, especially on the higher difficulties. But this game is so mechanically sound that you can learn the patterns and the rhythms and constantly improve, because at the end of the day, it's all fair and it's up to you to hone your skills. I personally put this game in my top 5 favorite games of all time. It's fun, memorable, challenging, whimsical, complex, and impactful, and is an experience that I can always go back to and play over and over and over and never get tired of it. There are so few games that make me feel so passionate about video games in general, and I know I'm introducing my own personal bias here, but it's just really hard for games to top this game for me. To put it simply, Kingdom Hearts 2 is not without its flaws, but it's also one of the best games I've ever played. Plus, you can make Sora skateboard! Skateboarding is fashionable, it's in! Skateboarding will always be cool. 10 out of 10, incredible game. Kingdom Hearts 358 Days Over 2 was released for the Nintendo DS in 2009. I know the title is kind of a mouthful, so from here on out, I'll just be referring to it as Days. This game is the second handheld title in the series, but unlike Chain of Memories, this game was developed primarily by a studio called Hand, with Square Enix's oversight. Before I begin, Days actually has two distinct modes: story mode and mission mode. I'm going to be talking about story mode first, as it's the primary focus of the game and really kinda is the game in the traditional sense. So let's go. Days is a really unique entry in the series because the way it's presented is very different in structure from any other game, and it takes direct inspiration both structurally and thematically from the introduction of Kingdom Hearts 2 by breaking it up into discrete, days. Roxas, the protagonist, experiences and documents his time in the organization one day at a time. Some days you'll have cutscenes and story developments, while others are just Roxas waking up and then going out on a mission. Instead of traveling in gummy ships or hopping between worlds, you instead embark on a series of missions, each one taking place in one of the worlds that we've seen before. After the first few days, most end with one or more cutscenes, and these are usually of one or more of the main characters sitting atop the Twilight Town clock tower eating ice cream together. Many of these post-mission scenes are really important and drive the story forward, but some of them are less important and only really exist to bring closure to that day or provide character development. But sometimes days are outright skipped over, often in pretty big chunks, so you're not actually playing all 300 plus days. I think the story is broken into these days both to tell the story in a unique way and call back to Roxas's final week of summer vacation in 2's prologue. It's also probably because it makes the game accessible in bite-sized chunks for shorter play sessions on a handheld console. It works pretty well though, and I've really grown to enjoy the unique way it's presented, at least on paper, but only to an extent, which I'll get to later. To put it simply, the usual flow of the story is Roxas waking up, maybe getting a cutscene, then Roxas taking on a mission, returning to the castle, maybe another scene, then to top off the day, a scene on the clock tower. Then, depending on the day, you'll unlock a diary entry written by Roxas. These entries take the place of Jiminy's journal and serve as an inside look into Roxas's psyche, while simultaneously recapping the story. It's a clever change that fits in with Roxas's character, and it really serves to let the player get to know him too. Each day begins with Roxas in the game's hub area, the castle in the world that never was, aptly named the castle that never was. In the castle, there's a main hub area where various members of Organization 13 rest and prepare between missions. Roxas can freely run around this area and talk to the organization members that stand and lounge around, who differ by the day. Sometimes they'll even give Roxas side quests, like asking him to find a chest in a very specific mission or to synthesize a certain item, and if you complete these time-limited tasks, you earn rewards from them. In this hub, you can also find the shop Moogle, this time draped in an Organization 13 robe, which is just super endearing, not even accounting for the fact that this particular Moogle is a ruthless business Moogle. Like Kingdom Hearts 2, the Moogle shops let you buy items and perform synthesis. However, unlike Kingdom Hearts 2, Days uses more than one currency in the form of heart points for outright item and panel purchases, while synthesis requires recipes, synthesis materials, and money. Items you can purchase with heart points are limited by Roxas's rank in the organization, which increases over time through story progression. The higher his rank, the more items he can choose from in the shop. And to go on a tangent for a second, the game's synthesis recipes aren't a one-time deal like the last time we saw this mechanic. This time, synthesizing an item uses up the recipe, meaning that if you want to do the synthesis again, you need another one of the synthesis recipes. A new Days-specific option for the Moogle shop is the Redeem menu, where you can exchange two new kinds of currency, challenge sigils and mission crowns, for special consumable and equipable items. I'll explain how you earn these in a little bit. Every day in the hub area, there's usually an organization member standing in the center that you can talk to who will give you your mission for the day. Usually you have a choice between a few missions and can tackle one at a time in any order you choose. The missions are numbered and take place in a predefined world, and sometimes you'll have a bunch of missions that all take place in the same world. Other times you may have more than one choice. Either way, every mission has specific minimum requirements and usually optional tasks for 100% completion. There's a bunch of different kinds of missions, like eliminating all of a certain kind of Heartless, collecting all of the organization emblems scattered throughout the world, or defeating a specific powerful enemy. When you select a mission, you're given the mission details in the form of a summary, the mission objectives, and the mission rewards. In the mission summary, you can see the background for the mission along with helpful tips. The objectives will give you more precise details on the exact mission requirements, and the rewards list shows you which bonuses you get from simply completing the mission, along with possible random rewards that you have a chance of receiving along with them. Some missions fill this bonus gauge that, if completely filled, increases the mission rewards by up to 3 times. Before I go into further detail about the missions, I need to explain a few new concepts first, starting with combat and basic gameplay. When Roxas is in a mission, the interface looks incredibly similar to what we're already used to seeing, albeit with some changes in adjustments due to both gameplay adjustments and and the Nintendo DS's form factor. The biggest change is the addition of the bottom screen. While Days is a DS game, it doesn't really use the touchscreen much outside of just displaying information, and in this case, the information is the mission objective, the world's map, and the mission gauge at the bottom, which shows your mission progress along with how many chests you found in that mission. On the top and main screen, there's Roxas's HUD with his HP on the bottom right, the command menu on the bottom left, and the heart points counter on the top left. The command menu works pretty much like it has in the past, but because of the lack of analog sticks on the DS, some of the controls have been adjusted. Now, in order to cycle through the command menu, you have to tap the X button, which would be equivalent to triangle on a PS2 controller. This is kinda hard to get used to at first, but eventually muscle memory does kinda get overridden. Additionally, camera rotation is very limited in this game. You can slide the stylus across the touchscreen to rotate the camera, or you can map the rotation to the shoulder buttons, but both of these feel pretty finicky at best and are more of a compromise. Fortunately, the game's auto camera adjustments work fine, for the most part at least. Outside of these things, controls are mostly the same as their PS2 counterparts, outside of the jump and attack buttons being flipped because, Nintendo controls, but even then the Japanese games had attack mapped to the circle button already on the PS2, so this is really only going to be different for Western players. Cycling through the command menu, you can see your equipped spells and the number of uses you have left, along with the items that you have in your backpack. In missions, you can only carry a certain number of items, and while you can increase this limit through equipable upgrades, once you hit the limit in a mission, you have to either use a consumable item or drop a less valuable item if you want to collect new ones, even from chests. I kind of understand why it was built this way, since it adds a layer of complexity and challenge to the missions, along with a nice upgrade path, but it is still admittedly annoying to have to do inventory management in the middle of missions. Now, before I get into combat and the specifics of how that works, I need to explain panels, which are this game's main progression and customization system. Between missions, but not during, you can access the start menu, which includes a variety of options and has a distinctly different layout from what we're used to seeing. On the bottom screen, you can see Roxas's level, HP, stats like strength, magic, and defense, along with a bunch of other statistics, and on the top screen, you can see Roxas, the weapon he's carrying, the day you're on, and of course, the menu options on the left side. The first of these options is the panel editor, which is broken down into two halves, the left being Roxas's equipped panels, and the right being his available inventory of panels. Panels represent every item, spell, weapon, and experience level Roxas can use, and only his equipped panels have any benefit. As a super basic example, if you have a potion in your inventory, you can equip that potion to his panel board. Now that it's on his board, he can use it in the next mission. As potions are a consumable, if he doesn't use it, it stays on the panel board until he does, even if it's not until a later mission. If he uses it, he has to put another one back on the panel board between missions. Spells work almost the same way, but in this game, spells don't use MP but are rather limited by uses. So if Roxas equips a fire panel, he has access to a fire spell, but only one time. If you equip more than one fire panel, you can use fire more than once. These are not consumable, fortunately. Additional movement abilities like dodge roll, air slide, and glide are also panels that have to be equipped, and Roxas can have up to 3 saved configurations he can switch between. Additionally, Roxas earns level up panels throughout the game, and this is how he gains experience levels that increases overall stats. This means that you can equip and unequip levels, and if you don't have the space but want to level up, you have to make room. Speaking of, you probably noticed that these panels have a finite amount of space to work with. Each panel takes up at least one square spot on the panel board, with many panels taking up more than one slot. Because the panel board is a grid, the panels themselves take the form of almost Tetris-like shapes. Now, these extra slots taken up by the panels can usually be taken advantage of with additional support panels, but only if you have the correct panels for those supports. Let's take the backpack panel, for example. This panel increases the number of items Roxas can carry in a mission by 2. You can install these alone, but there's another panel called Pack Extender with 3 linked zones on it. These 3 empty zones can slot backpack panels, and each backpack you slot into it increases Roxas's carry capacity by 4. But in this case, I only have 2 backpack panels. Since literally nothing else can fit in that empty slot is wasted unless I can obtain another backpack panel. And this here is kind of the challenge to the panel system. You can't just unlock abilities and have them in this game. You have to equip them as panels, which means that everyone who plays this is probably going to have a slightly different experience based on the panels they equip. Now, of course, you can increase the number of panels that you can have through the use of slot extenders, and these can be earned as mission rewards as well as redeemed from the Moogle shops for sigils and crowns. Each slot releaser is automatically used and increases the number of slots by 1. The game has built-in ways to make the most of the slots, like how you can essentially double them. Let's take Double Cast, for example. This is a support panel that takes up 4 slots and has 3 empty slots for any spell. Each spell equipped to one of its slots gets 2 casts instead of 1, meaning that while Double Cast takes up 4 panel slots, it has the value of 6 spells if you were to equip them individually. Of course, the Double Cast panel still takes up a slot by itself, but its utility makes giving up that 1 slot worth it. There are additional support panels like Triple Cast and Quad Cast, along with entire other categories like level doublers and quadruplers for your panels too. Some standard panels also have extra slots for improvement. For example, the basic glide panel gives you the glide ability, but has 2 extra slots which can fit a glide level up panel that increases glide's level, improving the ability overall. On top of abilities, items, and spells, you can equip weapons and accessories as panels too. Accessories are simplified into ring panels, each with its own specific stat boosts. You can equip a ring to your panel board and it only takes up 1 slot, but you can only have 1 at a time. Weapons are called gears in this game. If Roxas doesn't have a gear panel equipped, he uses the Kingdom Key, which has a standard combo. However, equipping a gear panel changes Roxas's weapon to a variety of different weapons, some with multiple upgraded versions indicated by a plus sign. Each gear panel has its own stats and abilities like we've seen in previous games, but some gear panels have additional open panels on them, allowing you to add unit panels. These include power, magic, and guard units, which increase strength, magic, and defense stats respectively, but also ability units, which add additional abilities Roxas can use, and these abilities differ between gear panels. But even with all of that, what really sets the weapons apart from previous games here is that the gear panels not only change the appearance of the Keyblade Roxas uses, but their entire playstyle as well. Each Keyblade has its own speed, animations, and combo styles. Some have longer, faster combos, while others have slower, more powerful combos. Some even have a small reaction command-esque button prompt that gives you an extra finisher if you hit it at the right time. The variety of weapons is really one of the strong points of this game in my opinion, as the first time I played it, I went into it fully expecting bare-bones Kingdom Hearts 1 combat at best. But what we actually got was something distinctly different from both 1 and 2, especially with the addition of limit breaks. Limit breaks are special abilities that can be activated when your HP reaches the yellow zone visible on your HP bar. These are super powerful and flashy moves that deal a ton of damage, similar in style to the limit finishers we saw in Kingdom Hearts 2. You can upgrade these limit breaks with panels to get a final limit, which adds an even more powerful finisher to the end of the limit break. But I still have a big complaint about the game's battle mechanics. The panel system is actually kind of interesting and novel, but I feel like it eventually wears out its welcome. It feels like equipping abilities, but just with extra steps that almost rise to the point of being considered hurdles. As I completed missions, I found myself constantly just wanting to move on because this game's story is incredible, but I'd have to constantly stop and fiddle around with the panels playing Tetris to use any new abilities I found, if I even had the space for them. There's an argument to be made that unlocking new panel slots is the real reward, allowing you to use more and more of your abilities, but I just found myself getting tired of it as the game wore on. And speaking of wearing on, I can finally talk about the missions themselves. I've explained some of the possible different mission requirements, and once you've selected your mission, you then begin at a dark portal in the world that mission takes place in. The worlds in this game are all taken from worlds we've seen before, a mixture of the worlds from Kingdom Hearts and Kingdom Hearts 2. There's also the Return of Neverland, but it's completely different this time around, mostly taking place on a series of plateaus in the ocean. Now, to this game's credit, these worlds aren't just reused wholesale. While they do have the same layouts as their previous counterparts, there are brand new areas to visit in each world, like secret passages in Beast's Castle or new alleyways in Agrabah. Oh, and I haven't mentioned this yet, but you do have party members in this game in the form of various Organization 13 members. You have 1 or 2 in your party at any given time, though there are plenty of solo missions as well. When you arrive in the world, you come through a dark portal. Once you've completed the mission, you leave through the same dark portal, sometimes having to trek all the way back from the other side of the world to reach it. As you explore, you're limited to certain areas of the world on a mission-by-mission basis, though the boundaries are typically pretty large. As you'd expect around these worlds, you'll find various things to interact with in these missions, including spawning Heartless. Many missions revolve around defeating a certain number of Heartless or a specific type, but regardless of the mission requirements, defeating them earns you heart points, this game's main currency. While exploring, you'll also find treasure chests along with floating badges, which present similarly to the puzzle pieces from Kingdom Hearts 2. And speaking of wearing on, I can finally talk about the missions themselves. These badges come in 3 varieties: Unity badges, Ordeal badges, and Ordeal blazons. Unity badges unlock the current mission in the mission mode, that other mode from the title screen. Ordeal badges unlock special challenge missions that can be accessed in between the normal missions. Ordeal blazons are the rarest type of badge and unlock SP challenges, also accessible between the normal missions. Something DayZ does that I really appreciated at first was bring back a focus on exploration and discovery. Some of the missions Roxas is sent on are recon missions, where the goal is to search the world and gather information. Typically, you're searching the world area by area in order to find points of interest that you can examine. These give you an opportunity not only to explore those worlds, paying probably more attention than you did the first time you visited them, but also have the opportunity to get acquainted with the new areas that were added to this game. Now, this can be a double-edged sword, because while these missions feel novel at first, they also eventually began to wear on me. This is uniquely my experience, but there are a couple of times where I just could not figure out what it wanted me to examine. The points of interest you've already examined are marked on the map with a check mark, but that doesn't really help all too much for the ones that you haven't found, which led to me backtracking over and over again, sometimes just hugging walls and hoping to find something I'd missed the first 8 times. But that isn't even really the main reason I got tired of these missions. No, the main reason is the new stealth mechanic, which only appears in this game, and I sure am glad glad because I genuinely hated these sections. In a few of the missions across the worlds, there are a handful of these little stealth sections where you're either following someone or trying to get past someone. They have these cones of vision, and if you step into the cone, you're caught and have to watch a short little cutscene before being teleported back to where you started. But you see, there were certain points in this game where I was just trying to get back to the dark portal to complete a mission, but unfortunately had to engage with one of these little stealth segments. It's the worst in Beast's Castle and Wonderland though. Don't worry, you'll hear more about those later. This return to a focus on exploration in this game really does make it feel a little bit more interactive than Kingdom Hearts 2 though. It feels like there's more platforming, more environmental puzzles, and just a general trend toward more of the world design of the first Kingdom Hearts. Take Agrabah for example. The Cave of Wonders has a brand new interior this time, and there's straight up box pushing puzzles here along with a bunch of little platforming segments too. You just really didn't see much of this in Kingdom Hearts 2. I admire this sort of mixture between Kingdom Hearts 1's and 2's world design principles, but echoing what I said earlier with the panels, some of these missions did start to feel like they were here to kind of intentionally waste your time or at the best pad out the game's runtime. I do get that these missions are a great way to make the game absorbable in bite-sized chunks, especially since again it's on a handheld device that you can take with you, but I think leaning this way does hold back the game in the long run. Now, one thing this game deserves credit for is somehow recreating these worlds that originally appeared on a home console and cramming them into a DS game. This game looks great for a DS game. The DS wasn't exactly a powerhouse, so I don't know what kind of wizardry Hand used to put this much detail into the world and character models. In fact, while I have complaints about the game's combat and mechanics, it's a miracle that they're even as good as they are in this form factor. You do kind of lose something when you don't have an analog stick to help you with platforming and camera control, but I think they did a great job working around this nonetheless. Like I mentioned earlier, there are missions that you can unlock with the badges that you find inside of the story missions. Between the story missions, you can open up the menu and access the Hollow Missions menu, and here you can choose from any of the mission challenges you've unlocked from finding Ordeal badges. You can replay these missions at any point, and completing them gives you challenge sigils, which can be redeemed for rewards in the Moogle shop. There are also SP missions, which are more difficult Hollow missions you can unlock from finding the Ordeal Blazons in some story missions. A lot of these missions have similar requirements to the standard story missions, but there's usually extra challenges like completing the mission in a certain amount of time, not jumping more than a certain number of times, not missing attacks or taking damage, and more. This adds quite a bit of replay value, and the fact that there's a reward for completing these helps, since some of the rewards are really nice. I also love that for some missions you can watch the number of sigils that you'll earn from that mission disappear in real time when you screw up. It's frustrating when it happens, but kind of hilarious in hindsight. One thing I've forgotten to mention is that the game has a pretty wide array of negative status effects that can be inflicted on Roxas and enemies alike, including stuff like Freeze, which freezes you in a block of ice, Blind, which makes you unable to land physical attacks, and Flip Foot, which reverses your movement controls. There's way more, but it feels like Days is the first Kingdom Hearts game with a big emphasis on the status effects. But let's take a step back for a second. Back on the title screen, you can choose Mission Mode, a totally separate mode from the main story. When you launch Mission Mode, you can choose one of your save files or play as a guest. In this mode, you can play through any of the missions you've unlocked from finding Unity badges in the story missions. But the key difference here is that not only does this mode feature multiplayer through wireless connectivity with other DSs, it also allows you to play as one of any organization members you want, along with a handful of other unlockable characters. Yeah, you can play these missions as Roxas, Xion, Axel, Xemnas, Demyx, Sora, and even Donald or Goofy. Every character has their own unique animations, attacks, and limit breaks. While they all do share a single panel board that you can modify between missions, they still have their own stat differences and of course all the actual mechanical differences in their movesets. The huge breadth of options is actually really impressive and really cool. The missions themselves are just like the missions from the story mode though, and the multiplayer element turns them into a competition where the player who collects the most points wins at the end. Unfortunately, I couldn't capture a whole lot of helpful footage of the actual multiplayer in action, so I'm glad this mode is still perfectly playable alone, unlike the multiplayer mode from the Game Boy Advance version of Chain of Memories. Also, remember how I mentioned that the gear panel you have equipped to Roxas changes his Keyblade's appearance? Well, the same is actually true for every single character in the mission mode. Each character has their own unique sets of weapons and weapon appearances, albeit the base gear panels are the same across the characters. My favorite example of this is the casual gear, because this is essentially just a joke weapon for everybody. For Roxas, it's an umbrella, Axel gets dual pizza chakrams, Xemnas gets giant fans, Zigbar gets hair dryers, and Demyx gets a giant tennis racket. But let's move back to the main story mode. Know how I mentioned earlier that you bring other organization members with you in the story missions as party members? Well, before, during, and sometimes even after these missions, there are cutscenes where the party members share dialogue with each other, let alone go into full-on story development and more important scenes. And over the course of the game, this gives almost all of the organization members significantly more character development than they got in any other title in the series. For most of them, their one-on-one interactions with Roxas give them so much more personality, and over time I found myself more attached to these characters than I ever would have been if I didn't get to see these interactions in the game. game. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but this game never got a real remake in the HD collections, but what it did get was a compilation of major cutscenes remade from the ground up with full voice acting, including some scenes that didn't even have voice acting to begin with. This essentially turns Days into a movie, which I imagine is how most newer fans actually experience the story of this game. The problem is, a crucial element that was cut from the movie was all of this one-on-one stuff, and that really sucks because some of my favorite moments in this game can be found in these scenes, like basically everything with Demix, along with some of the conversations Roxas has with Shion and Axel outside of the bigger, more important scenes. I know that you still get the gist of the story through the movie, but it absolutely loses something in the transition. Actually, let's talk about the movie. In Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 Remix, there are HD remastered versions of Kingdom Hearts and Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories, along with this movie version of Days. This version has its own title screen where you can play a movie either from the beginning or where you last stopped. There's a chapter selection where you can select which scenes you want to view along with the diary entries, and then an outright diary section where you can view each of the diary entries in order. Because of the diary entries and some text explanations, the movie isn't just cutscene after cutscene, making it less of a direct movie and more of a semi-interactive cutscene collection. It's definitely easier to just call it a movie though, but I mean, it could have been a game if they really wanted to remake it, and I personally think it was actually meant to be a remake, but I won't get into that right now. And this leads me to my final point before we move on, and that's that this game actually deserves an actual remake. I'm gonna be honest. I know a lot of people feel this way, and I don't think it's the main game that should get a remake, but it deserves better than this movie, I think. And again, this is a popular sentiment among Kingdom Hearts fans, but the movie just doesn't do the game justice. It doesn't replace the experience of actually playing the game. So much is lost in the movie that, yeah, you can get by just watching it and moving on, but the game has all these little intricate moments that just didn't make it in. Plus, the gameplay itself isn't bad. It could definitely be improved, but I just don't think we'll ever actually get a remake of Days at this point, but I'd love to be wrong. For a minute, I'm gonna turn it over to the biggest Days fan probably alive right now.
I get a lot of flack for this every single time the topic is brought up, but the Days movie is an abomination. All right, it's really pretty, yes, but there's a lot of really pretty things out there that don't really have a lot of substance to them. The movie is just a compilation of some highlights. It's a highlight reel of the thing that is the good game. You know, most people don't even really acknowledge Days most of the time because they experienced it through the movie and they never really got the chance to really grow connected to these characters. You're just watching little fragments of their lives play out.
You heard it from the man himself. Anyways, that's about as much as I can say about the overview of Days, so let's take a deep dive into its fantastic story.
Sora's nobody awakens for the first time in front of Twilight Town's old mansion. Immediately, Organization 13's leader Xemnas finds him. Xemnas tells the boy that while he is incapable of feeling, he can give him purpose. Xemnas grants the boy the name Roxas and brings him to the world that never was, adding him to the ranks of Organization 13 as number 13, the key of destiny. Without so much as a single memory or sense of identity, Roxas begins his new life with the organization, recording his life in a personal journal day by day. In a Days, Roxas chronicles his struggle with understanding the world around him. As a member of the organization, Roxas is sent out on daily missions to further the organization's ultimate goal, defeating Heartless in order to collect enough hearts to complete Kingdom Hearts. However, Roxas laments in his journal that he doesn't understand this mission, especially when he doesn't even know what a heart really is. He ponders whether the nobodies like him who are born without hearts actually exist, and why he's the only one able to wield the Keyblade, the weapon that can release hearts. These missions vary in requirement, but always start and end the same way. Roxas leaves the castle through a dark corridor to the mission location, either alone or with partners. He completes the mission, and then he immediately returns to the castle through the same dark corridor. On the first few days, various members of the organization accompany Roxas on his missions to show him the ropes and introduce themselves. Not only does he learn how to perform his missions, but also some of how the world works, as he lacks any memories or experience of his own. On the 7th day, Xemnas holds a meeting with the organization's ranks to announce a new 14th member, a young girl by the name of Shion who conceals her face. The next day, Roxas is sent on a mission with rank 8, Axel. After the mission, Axel offers Roxas what he calls the icing on the cake, and brings him to the top of Twilight Town's clock tower to unwind. Axel offers Roxas his favorite treat, sea salt ice cream, and Roxas notes that it's salty but sweet. And Axel reminds him that he's already said that before, highlighting Roxas's general confusion and absent-mindedness. On day 14, Roxas is sent on another mission with Axel in Twilight Town. Axel invites Roxas to have ice cream with him again once it's done, but Roxas asks why. Axel tells him it's because they're friends, a concept Roxas doesn't seem to fully grasp yet. Axel tries to explain friendship and compares it to the local kids of the town they saw playing together. The two then head back to the top of the clock tower to eat ice cream yet again. Axel invites Roxas to join him there next time after their next mission, and Roxas agrees, recognizing this as a start of a new friendship. On day 22, they're back in the same spot yet again, and Axel tells Roxas that he's going to be away for an extended mission starting the next day. He tells Roxas that he's going to Castle Oblivion, the organization's second base of operations. Roxas expresses his disappointment about not being kept in the loop of the organization's dealings before Axel leaves to prepare for the next day's mission. Roxas finishes his ice cream alone and notices that the leftover stick has winner printed on it. Unsure of what he won, he writes in his journal that he'll ask Axel when he sees him next time. As he prepares to leave for Castle Oblivion the next day, Axel runs into rank number 7, Syax. Syax relays a message from Xemnas warning him that some of the organization members going to the castle with him are traitors. Syax says that Xemnas has tasked Axel with identifying and eliminating the traitors, but Axel expresses his suspicion that the order may have actually come from Syax himself. Roxas starts his day after Axel has already left, unsure of what to do with his winning popsicle stick. And as he departs for his mission, Syax tells him that Xion will be accompanying him from now on. Xion joins Roxas on the missions, weaponless and silent. After each of the missions, Roxas dismisses Xion back to the castle and heads for his usual spot on the clock tower. There, he sits and eats his daily treat, longing for the fleeting companionship he felt with Axel. On day 24, rank 9 and obnoxious Demix tells everyone that he is so happy the so-called loudmouths are away on an extended mission, a statement that upsets Roxas. Xigbar, rank 2, teases Roxas about not getting to spend more time with the absent members, mockingly calling Roxas a kiddo and Xion Poppet, to his frustration. Roxas learns that 6 total members were sent to Castle Oblivion, nearly half of the total ranks. Roxas departs on his mission with Xion once again silently tagging along, and when the mission is complete, Roxas dismisses Xion to the castle, but in a shocking moment, Xion speaks for the first time and utters Roxas's name. Roxas heads up to the usual spot alone, reflecting on his name and the moment it was given to him. On day 25, Roxas greets Xion, and with some initial hesitation, she greets him back. Shortly after they arrive in Twilight Town, Xion addresses Roxas directly and removes her hood, revealing her appearance for the first time before warmly wishing Roxas good luck on the mission. Roxas awkwardly reciprocates the sentiment before the two begin. During the mission, they're faced with the powerful dark side Heartless. As the only one with a weapon, Roxas attempts to face the enemy alone, but it proves too much for him and he's knocked away, dropping his Keyblade at Xion's feet. Suddenly, the Keyblade materializes in Xion's hand, allowing her to deal the final blow. Roxas tells her that he didn't know she could use the Keyblade, to which he replies that she didn't either. The two share a moment of ease, and Roxas offers her the icing on the cake and invites her to his usual spot. There, he offers her the sea salt ice cream and they enjoy it together. He tells her about how he and Axel meet in the same spot every day after work, sharing Axel's favorite flavor of ice cream. Xion notes that he and Axel must be close, and Roxas tells her that Axel is his friend. Xion asks him if she could be a friend too, and Roxas promises that they'll all have ice cream together when Axel returns from his mission. The next day, Roxas overhears that at least one of the organization's members has been eliminated in Castle Oblivion. Worried for Axel, he asks Syax and Xigbar for details. Syax tells him that Axel is missing in action but offers no concrete answers. Feeling helpless, Roxas still heads out for his daily mission with Xigbar tagging along. Roxas still finds himself uneasy and worried about Axel, with Xigbar telling him that the longer he takes in the mission, the longer they'll be in the dark, which is unusually comforting coming from Xigbar if you think about it. As the mission comes to a close, Roxas asks Xigbar what happens when hearts are destroyed. Xigbar explains that the hearts remain and gather to form Kingdom Hearts. Roxas follows up by asking what remains when a nobody is destroyed, to which Xigbar says that nothing would be left behind as they shouldn't exist in the first place. Connecting the dots, Roxas realizes that he'll never see the members destroyed in Castle Oblivion again, a notion Xigbar confirms. As the two begin to depart for the castle again, Roxas is suddenly struck with an overwhelming pain and collapses, everything going dark. In the darkness, he sees Axel and Shion, along with a third blonde-haired girl. He asks who she is, but receives no reply. Roxas approaches a robed Xemnas on a desolate and dark beachfront. Xemnas tells Roxas that, "I've been to see him, and he looks a lot like you." Roxas asks who the man is, to which he replies that he is what's left, or maybe all there ever was, but says that his name is of no importance. He asks Roxas if he remembers his true name. Roxas is unable to answer. He stands and tells Roxas that he's been with the organization for 6 days, and whispers something intangible before departing. Xemnas and Sayax stand above a comatose Roxas. Xemnas asks if Roxas will recover, and Sayax says he will if the hero is stripped of all of his memories. Sayax expresses that Shion wielding Keyblade was all part of the plan, and that she can stand in for Roxas until he awakens. Xemnas also asks Sayax if he managed to find a certain chamber, but Sayax laments that they've made no progress on that front. Roxas remains comatose as many days pass. On day 49, Shion visits him and speaks to him in the hopes that he can somehow hear her. She tells him about a new world that she visited, saying that it was beautiful and that she hopes he can join her the next time she visits. She promises to visit tomorrow, and as he departs, she leaves another memento from the world she visited on the bed next to him. The mementos, a number of brightly colored seashells, showing that she visits Roxas often. Roxas stirs as he remains in his deep slumber. On the 50th day, Roxas finally awakens. He heads to the castle's meeting room to report for his next mission, but finds that no one is there. Without direction, he heads for his usual spot at the clock tower. There, Shion gleefully finds him and tells him he slept for a long time. Shion expresses her joy that he's finally woken up and offers him another large seashell, one of the many that she's picked up on every mission. She tells him to hold it to his ear, and he hears a sound that reminds him of a very familiar place. As Roxas strolls into the gray area on the following day to begin his duties, he learns from Xigbar that the entire Castle Oblivion team has possibly been eliminated. Given no answers, Roxas embarks on the day's solo mission. Afterward, he heads to his usual spot, disappointed to find that no one else is there. Still lacking in any answers, the organization continues their operations, with every member having to work double time to make up for the reduced body count. And Roxas continues to perform his missions dutifully day by day. And on day 71, Roxas completes another mission, and as he begins to wrap it up, he's greeted by Axel. He expresses disbelief as he thought everyone from Castle Oblivion was eliminated, completely destroyed, frustrated at the worry he was put through. Amused, Axel tells Roxas that nobodies don't have the hearts to worry. Roxas and Axel head to their usual spot and enjoy ice cream together. Axel reveals that he hasn't reported back to the castle yet, wanting to unwind a little bit beforehand. Roxas tells Axel about how he and Shion have been having ice cream together, along with his promise that she'd be invited to join them when Axel returned, affirming that she is also his friend. The next day, Sayax confronts Axel about his delay in returning. He asks Axel about where Namine has gone, and Axel lies, saying that he has no idea. She just disappeared. He commends Sayax on identifying Marluxia as one of the traitors, but Sayax deflects and says he just sent away the members who were getting in the way. Axel jokingly takes this as an insult as Sayax leaves. Having been away for so long, Axel is immediately assigned to more missions along with Roxas, and the two venture out together over the next few days. During these missions, Roxas begins having frequent visions of deja vu, remembering a hazy recollection of events involving a boy he doesn't recognize. Later, the two once again are enjoying ice cream in their usual spot, and they both agree that each of them seems more cheerful since Axel has returned, and Axel expresses his appreciation for their daily ice cream rendezvous, and Roxas is wondering why Shion still hasn't shown up to join them. All the while, Shion has seemingly gone missing. Roxas notes that no one has seen her in at least 10 days, and Axel promises to ask Sayax for information, giving Roxas some solace in his worry. On day 74, Axel tells Roxas what he learned from Sayax. Shion departed for a mission but never returned to the castle. He reassures Roxas that they'll find out what happened to her, as their next mission is to search for her, a mission that Roxas excitedly accepts. Roxas battles a powerful enemy in Twilight Town with Axel, when suddenly Shion appears and is knocked away. Roxas and Axel defeat the Heartless before rushing to check on Shion. Axel suggests that they head back before discussing what happened. The trio, finally united for the first time, share sea salt ice cream together in their usual usual spot. Though while Roxas sees Shion's face, Axel mysteriously sees only a hooded girl. Distraught, Shion explains that she is suddenly unable to summon her Keyblade. Without the Keyblade, any hearts released by a destroyed Heartless will just find their way into another Heartless. She worries that without her Keyblade, she'll be seen as useless to the organization, maybe even turned into a Dusk. Roxas asks Axel if there's anything he can do, but he laments that she's probably right to worry, but suggests that Roxas might be able to work double duty on missions with Shion to make the organization think she's fulfilling her missions too, at least until she's able to use the Keyblade again. Axel says that friends need to learn to lean on each other, prompting Shion to ask him if she's his friend too. Axel says that if she's friends with Roxas, she's friends with him too. Shion thanks him, and in that same moment, he begins to see her face in the same way that Roxas does. From then on, Shion begins to accompany Roxas on his missions as they wait and hope that she will eventually regain the ability to wield her own Keyblade. On some missions, Roxas allows Shion to use his Keyblade as they switch roles. They continue to deceive the other organization members in the hopes that eventually her Keyblade will rematerialize. On day 94, Xemnas gathers the remaining organization to show them the collection of released hearts, manifested in the form of a heart-shaped moon in the sky. He calls it the crystallization of all hearts, Kingdom Hearts, and says it's the promise of a new world. He reminds them that their overall mission is to claim hearts of their own, so they can be full people once again. Later that day, the trio sit in their usual place and discuss the plan. Roxas inquires what Kingdom Hearts is, and Axel explains that it's where all the hearts released by the Keyblade gather. When enough hearts are gathered, they can all have hearts of their own. Roxas then asks if Kingdom Hearts is really that important, or if even having a heart of their own is worth it. He doesn't understand why it should be important if he doesn't have a heart to compare it to. Axel says they'll understand once they do have hearts, which is worth continuing to fight for. Roxas thinks about what his life was like before he was a nobody, as most of the other organization members can remember their lives as humans before, Axel included. Roxas asks Axel what he was like before he was a nobody. He says he was almost the same. Roxas says he wishes he could remember his life, but Axel says those memories are just baggage. Shion echoes Roxas's disappointment, also unable to remember her past. Elsewhere, Diz and Naminé stand before the old mansion's gate. The next day, Sykes tells Roxas and Shion that they are going to go on separate missions, but Axel convinces him to give them just one more day together. On this mission, Roxas encourages Shion to muster the ability to summon her Keyblade, and finally, she succeeds. Excitedly, Roxas congratulates her, and they rush to their usual spot to tell Axel the good news. Shion thanks Roxas and Axel for the help. Axel initially says he didn't do anything, but Shion says he bought them extra time, and in return, Axel asks Shion to pay him back in the form of sea salt ice cream. As the trio sits together, Roxas says that he hopes they can keep spending time together like this forever, with Shion echoing the sentiment. Axel asks what he means, and he explains that he wants to be able to hang out and enjoy the sunsets with ice cream together with them forever. Axel says that while nothing lasts forever, as long as they keep each other in their thoughts, they never have to be apart. For the next few days, Roxas takes on his mission solo or with other organization members apart from Shion, reassured that she will be able to summon the Keyblade on her own. On day 117, Sayak speaks to Axel, asking what Shion has been doing, saying that she and Axel seem close. Axel says that he doesn't spy on her, nor does he rat on his friends. Sayak replies that Axel and Shion will be going on the same mission today, and that Axel will need to return to Castle Oblivion soon to uncover the location of Xemnas' missing chamber. Axel protests, saying that they returned the castle inside out and found nothing, and that Sayax is the one who truly wants to find the chamber. To Axel's surprise, Sayax reveals that Shion comes from Castle Oblivion just as Naminé does. Axel tells Sayax that he suspects an ulterior motive, namely that discovering the chamber would unveil Xemnas' true agenda. It's not Xemnas who wants him to revisit Castle Oblivion, it's Sayax. Revealing Axel's hunch to be true, Sayax says that Xemnas' search for the Chamber of Repose and the Chamber of Waking indicates an agenda that he has not revealed to anyone, even Sayax. He hopes that finding the Chamber of Waking will give them clues about his agenda and an upper hand in their own personal objectives. Axel notes that he took the initiative to eliminate Vexen and Zexion as a favor to Sykes, allowing him to more easily climb the organization's ranks. Axel decides, however, to accept the mission, which Sayax says is a solo mission that will begin soon. Later, Roxas is kept late on a mission with Xigbar, so Shion sits alone with Axel in the usual spot. She tells him that watching the sunset with them gives her the feeling that a long time ago, she used to watch the sunset with someone else. She recalls the same feeling anytime she sees the sea, reminiscing about talking to someone and the sounds of waves as she holds holds one of her seashells. Axel asks if this could be her remembering her past, but she says she's unsure. She asks Axel about his memories of his past, and he says they've never done him any good. The next day, Roxas wakes up to the organization's headquarters being empty, but sees that operations have closed for the day to give everyone a vacation, a word with which Roxas is unfamiliar. He questions Axel about it, telling him he's never had a day off before and isn't sure what he's supposed to do, going as far as asking what his job is supposed to be during this vacation. Axel tells him he can do whatever he likes, but Roxas isn't even sure what that could be. Roxas then meets up with Shion, who says she's going to use her day off to practice with the Keyblade. She invites him to join, but he declines, instead deciding to search for his own use of the free time. Roxas heads to Twilight Town, where he sees a group of local youths hanging out. He speaks to the youths, and they introduce themselves as Hainer, Pence, and Olette, who are currently practicing a grandstander routine that involves knocking a ball into the air using a foam bat. Hainer is initially dismissive of Roxas, but they invite him to try his hand at the grandstander routine, impressing Hainer enough to accept him and apologize for his initial dismissiveness. After a short chat, Roxas breaks off from the group and heads to his usual spot, watching the trio bond at the station plaza below. Axel arrives shortly after having slept the entire day away. Axel wonders if the kids in the plaza below are on summer vacation, but realizes it's probably too early, prompting Roxas to ask what a summer vacation is. Axel then describes it as a dream come true, given that it's a whole month off, and Roxas says that he can't even fill a day, let alone a month. Shion then arrives and joins the group, and Axel tells them about his upcoming mission, keeping the details under wraps. Axel returns to the castle and is greeted by a Sayax, who lectures him about getting too attached to Roxas and Shion. Sayax leaves Axel, telling him that he's changed. Roxas spends the next number of days completing missions and unwinding in his usual spot with Shion as they await Axel's return. On day 149, Axel finally returns, greeting Roxas in the usual place. Roxas notes that Shion is unusually late. In the castle, Shion is haunted by an experience she had with an unknown robed man. In the memory, the robed man, revealed to be a blindfolded Riku, disarms Shion with ease. He peels back her hood, shocked at the face he sees. He asks her who she is and why she has a Keyblade, but she replies with a question of her own. Why is Riku dressed like the organization? Riku says it's to make sure his best friend can sleep in peace, before calling her Keyblade a worthless sham. Insulted, Shion charges at Riku once again, but he easily deflects her. He begins to depart, telling her to find a new crowd because the ones she's with are bad news. As he walks away, Shion calls Riku the real sham, and he seemingly agrees, saying that he could be the biggest nobody of all. Distraught, Shion screams. The next day, Shion pleads with Sayax for another chance as he calls her a mistake, saying they can't afford to take any more chances on her. Roxas approaches her, but she silently walks away. Later that day, she doesn't meet with Axel and Roxas in their usual spot. Roxas asks Axel if there's anything he couldn't bear to lose, prompted by his experience with Zaldin on that day's mission. He wonders why he doesn't have something he couldn't bear to lose, and Axel explains that it's because he doesn't have a heart. Roxas counters this point, saying that if Demyx lost his sitar, he'd definitely be upset. Axel replies that in that case, then the closest thing a nobody has is the memories of their past. Roxas laments not remembering his own past, but Axel reminds him that he's made new memories since joining the organization, and Roxas agrees that he couldn't bear to lose his memories of Axel or Shion. Roxas says he's scared by the thought of losing them, despite Axel's insistence that nobodies can't feel scared. On a following day, Roxas embarks on a mission with Shion, and afterwards the two enjoy their daily ritual together. Shion continues to be haunted by the memory of her experience with Riku. She goes into a daze and Roxas snaps her out of it. He asks her if something is wrong, and she apologizes before asking Roxas why he thinks they're doing all of this for the organization. Confused, Roxas says it's so they can get hearts of their own, to which Shion asks why they even need hearts. Unsatisfied with the answer, Shion says she wishes that she understood why she was here, revealing to Roxas that she's had persistent nightmares. Roxas tells her that Xigbar described the two of them as special, but Shion interprets that to mean she could be a mistake. She agrees that while she and Roxas may be exceptional, they aren't quite the same. She gives Roxas her ice cream and leaves Roxas alone for a short while before Axel arrives. Over the next few days, Roxas worries about the friction between himself and Shion, Shion, but Axel reassures him that he just needs to give her space. Roxas continues his mission day by day, visiting new worlds and learning more and more about the other members of the organization's personalities. Depending on the day, he sits in the usual spot either with Axel or alone, but Shion never shows. Axel ponders talking to Shion directly, but Roxas echoes his earlier advice of giving her space. On day 172, Roxas learns that Shion, in Luxord's words, bungled her previous mission and has been comatose ever since. Dismayed, he runs after her, but is stopped by Sayax, who tries to dissuade him from seeing her, describing her as a broken and defective creature. Roxas demands Sayax not call her that, but says that he can call her whatever he wants, and how they deal with her is not of Roxas's concern. Frustrated and distraught, Roxas rushes to visit Shion anyways. As a caring gesture, Roxas leaves her a seashell. Axel confronts Sayax for his treatment of Roxas and Shion, demanding honesty about Shion's condition. Sayax coldly scoffs, accusing Axel of being the dishonest one. Sayax then says that Shion has no right to be among them, but refuses to elaborate. Later, a second shell is left next to Shion. Shion remains comatose for a number of days until she finally awakens with a jolt on day 193, startling Roxas. She notices the seashells and holds them up to her ear, saying she can hear the sound of waves. Roxas tells her she was asleep for about 20 days. She apologizes for worrying him and Axel, pointing out how it's strange that they can worry even though they have no hearts to feel with. Shion asks to tag along with Roxas for his day's mission, and he obliges. Roxas asks Sayax if he can bring Shion along, and while he initially forbids it, Axel promises to watch after her since he'll be on the mission as well. The trio embark on the mission together in Twilight Town. About halfway through the mission, Shion collapses and in her daze has visions of events involving figures she doesn't recognize, with the memory of a girl giving someone her lucky charm standing out the most. Roxas and Axel bring Shion back to the castle, and Sayax belittles her, asking if it is broken again. Roxas passionately defends her, and Axel tells Sayax to shut his mouth and keep it shut. To himself, Sayax laments once again that Axel has changed, wondering if the past suddenly means nothing to him. Roxas and Axel lay Shion down to her bed, and Roxas worries that Axel's annoyed by the inconvenience. In a moment of vulnerability, Axel tells Roxas that he and Shion are his best friends. Shion wakes up to this, thanking a now meek Axel before apologizing for worrying the two. Elsewhere, Naminé sits in a gray room and sketches Roxas, Shion, and Axel. The next day, Axel searches through pages and pages of documents before finding an article written by Vex entitled The Truth About Naminé. For the next few weeks, everything goes on as normal. Roxas completes his missions with no major developments, but elsewhere, however, Diz finds a distressed Naminé. She tells him that she thinks a nobody is interfering with Sora's recovery. She worries that as she tries to piece his memory back together, there would be no way for her to finish it if some of the pieces were lost or found their way into someone else. Diz asks Naminé if she knows more than she's letting on, and Naminé reveals that not only is she aware of Shion, she can tell that Sora's memories are finding their way into her. Naminé says that if his memories become her memories, she wouldn't survive. However, Diz is unaware of the she that Naminé refers to. One day, the trio is in their usual spot, and Shion asks Axel what Castle Oblivion is like. Axel brushes it off as nothing special, saying it's just an organization research facility. Roxas and Shion note that for how unspectacular it is, there are many high-profile missions to Castle Oblivion, yet the two of them have never been there. To Roxas' surprise, Shion stands up to leave early, but before anyone can react, she momentarily blacks out and tips over the side of the tower's edge, with Roxas barely able to catch her in time. The mood becomes tense as Shion assures the others that she's fine, but Axel lightens the tension by saying that on their next day off, they should all go to the beach. He says they should go someplace different for a change, with Roxas noting that it would be a vacation with friends, just like the summer vacations he's heard all about. The next month is quiet and business as usual. However, Shion begins to do her own research in secret. On day 255, Xemnas holds a meeting with Sayax and Xigbar. Sayax says that he sent Axel back to Castle Oblivion to, in his words, expedite a matter they had previously spoken about, along with clearing out their facilities in the castle. Xemnas asks about Naminé's whereabouts, but Sayax reports that she's still missing. Xigbar sarcastically implies that he knows where she is, but Xemnas pursues the original line of questioning. Sayax reports that someone accessed their main computer without authorization, with Xigbar immediately concluding that must have been Shion. Xemnas says that no matter what happens, they will stick to the plan they've already made, despite Sayax's concerns about Shion. Xemnas tells him that Shion's actions may actually help them in the grand scheme of their plans. Shion travels to Castle Oblivion, wandering alone in its pale white corridors. As soon as she arrives, she feels a pain in her head and remembers being there before with Sayax. Axel arrives in the the entrance hall and tells her there's nothing for her to see here, but she calls him a liar and says she knows that this is where she comes from. Axel warns Xion not to be selfish because the organization will destroy her if she's not careful. Assuming Axel is acting out of deception rather than empathy, Xion spitefully asks if it's because she's useless, to which Axel disagrees. Xion says she's starting to have memories of when she was human, and Axel encourages her to stop remembering because nothing good will come of it. Xion pleads with him, telling him about how her dreams and the fact that he is even in them. Axel attempts to deflect it as just being dreams, but Xion pushes further, saying they've met before in this very castle, and pleads with Axel to help her figure out who she is. She breaks away from him and rushes further into the castle, and the doors open into a blinding white light. Sometime later, Roxas sits alone atop the clock tower, and Axel joins him. Roxas notes that it's been 255 days since he joined the organization. Axel's impressed by his ability to keep the number memorized, but Roxas says it's one of the only things he has to hang on to, especially since he lacks memories from before he was in the organization. He remembers that his first week or so there, he was basically a zombie, and Axel jokingly says he's still kind of like one. After a while, Roxas wonders why Xion still hasn't arrived. With some hesitation, Axel tells him that she probably won't show up because she's on some kind of important mission. Meanwhile, in Castle Oblivion, Xion still searches for answers. Xemnas holds an all-hands meeting, and to everyone's shock, tells them Xion is gone. Xemnas expressly forbids anyone from looking for her without his permission. Roxas demands to know why, but is shut down by Syax, saying that the alternative is punishing her. Xemnas closes the meeting by saying they'll find her in due time. That evening, Roxas sits in the usual spot alone, disappointed that Axel didn't show, while Axel somberly hides in secret. For a number of days that follow, Roxas sits and eats his ice cream alone. But one day, Roxas stands on the shore of Destiny Island, the same place Xion found her precious seashells. Then, Roxas sees her in the distance and approaches her excitedly. She raises her hood, revealing the face of Zexion, who addresses a now revealed Riku behind him. This is a memory, more specifically, Riku's memory of confronting Zexion during his time in Castle Oblivion. Roxas begins to break down as the world around him becomes loud and chaotic, and as he falls to the ground, Xion is revealed to be the victim of this dazing experience, not Roxas. She writhes in pain as Riku's memory forcefully floods her consciousness, morphing her appearance into Riku, and then finally to Sora. Xion awakens on the beach in Riku's arms, asking who she is and why she's truly here. Riku recalls the recent meeting with Namine, where he reminded her of her promise to look after Sora. She explained to him that she's trying her best, but some of Sora's memories are escaping through his nobody Roxas and into Xion, becoming a part of her. She further explains that Xion's face wasn't originally blank, only materializing after she entered Sora's memories. She tells Riku that if Xion and Sora's memories keep getting weaved together, it will take longer and longer for Sora to wake up. Asked if she has any other options, she says that she doesn't want to risk just jumping in and rearranging Xion's memory, as Sora probably could wake up forgotten by everyone else. Namine notes that no one expected Roxas and Xion to fight as hard as they have to become their own people, a fight that only further delays Sora's reawakening. The only solution is, in her words, for both of them to just go away. Back in the present, Riku sees Roxas run through a dark portal elsewhere on the islands. Xion dreams of spending time with Roxas and Axel on the islands, expressing that all she wants is to be with her two friends. As her dream fades, Roxas asks her to come back to them, but she says she can't with the way she is right now. Xion remains in Riku's arms as she sleeps. At the usual spot, Roxas tells Axel that he visited the beach and saw a girl who looked like Xion, but he couldn't get close enough to know for sure, with an overall feeling of haziness as the mission was a dream. He wonders if he saw Xion because he wanted her to be there so they could fulfill the promise Axel once made. In defiance of Xemnas' orders, Axel asks Roxas if he wants to join him in a search for Xion in their spare time, and starting the next day, they begin their search after every mission. They search every world they visit day by day, but after an exhaustive search, they come up empty-handed. After a number of days following that, Roxas tells Axel the only place left that he hasn't searched is Castle Oblivion. Axel says the castle has been cleaned out, but Roxas insists that she still might be there. Axel finally confides in Roxas that Xion originally came from Castle Oblivion, and that's likely the reason she's been asking about it. Later, Roxas and Axel visit Castle Oblivion together. Echoing Xion's experience, Roxas begins to feel an excruciating pain in his head before collapsing. Axel carries Roxas to a dark portal to escape. As Roxas blacks out, he hears Riku taunt Sora before jolting awake in Twilight Town, shouting Riku's name. Axel tells him what happened as they enter the castle, but Roxas immediately tries to head back to Castle Oblivion. Before they can leave, Xion and another hooded figure appear before them. Xion flees into a dark portal while the hooded figure walks into Twilight Town. Roxas chases the figure, but eventually he too escapes. Roxas disappointingly wonders why Xion would run away, as her and Riku convene in the shadows. Later that day in the usual spot, Roxas continues to question why she had fled, but Axel expresses relief that at the very least, she seems safe. However, neither of them know the identity of the other hooded figure. The next day, Roxas overhears Axel receiving an unknown order from Sayax, to which Axel reacts with shock and disbelief. Sayax argues that there's no choice, as Shion has had contact with the hooded man. Seeing Roxas, Sayax immediately ends the conversation. Roxas speaks with Sayax to be briefed on the day's mission, and Sayax tells him that Shion has betrayed the organization. Roxas argues that just because she was with the robed man, it doesn't mean she was working with him willingly. Sayax refuses to give her the benefit of the doubt and orders Roxas to destroy the so-called imposter, tasking Axel with bringing Shion back to the castle by any means necessary, even if it means ending her. On the mission, Roxas finally catches up to Shion and tells her they've been looking for her as Axel listens on. He promises to make sure she's safe from Sayax, but she hesitates, saying she can't come with them. She tries to run away, but Roxas grabs her hand to stop her. In response, she draws her weapon against him. In the same moment, Axel throws his chakram at her, initiating a full-on battle between the two. Roxas shouts out for them to stop, distracting Shion just long enough for Axel to knock her out. As Roxas runs toward the two, Axel takes her through a dark portal without him. Roxas returns to the castle and confronts Axel, demanding to know where Shion is. Axel merely replies that she's safe, and Roxas asks how he could do that to her, saying he didn't have to use force, but Axel disagrees. Conflicted, he ends the conversation abruptly and leaves Roxas alone. The next day, Sayax asks an emotionally torn Axel which he'd rather lose, a so-called make-believe friendship or a real one. He assures Axel that the measures they're taking will set things right despite the cost. Then he addresses Axel by a different name, Lee. Roxas asks around to see if anyone knows where Shion could be, eventually addressing Xemnas directly. He asks him what happened to her, and he tells Roxas that he shouldn't worry, as she just needs rest. This statement triggers Roxas's memory, revealing the intangible word Xemnas uttered in the Dark Beach, the word Sora. Roxas echoes the word to Xemnas' amusement, asking who Sora is. Xemnas says that Sora is a connection, and the person who makes Roxas and Shion a part of each other's lives. However, he advises Roxas to focus less on these so-called distractions if he wants Shion to remain with the organization, assuring him that she will return to her missions the following day. As Roxas leaves the meeting, Axel awkwardly greets him, but is ignored. Later, Sayax meets with Xemnas as well. Xemnas says that Shion has strayed from their original plans for her. They hoped that Roxas would affect Shion, but they never planned for Shion to shape into an individual with an identity. Shion claiming Sora's memories as her own prevents Sora from waking, a side effect that Xemnas sees as a victory. In the world that never was, Riku stands atop Memory's skyscraper, peering at the imposing castle in the distance, the same castle where Shion contemplates what she's supposed to do, calling out to him for guidance. Day 300 goes as usual, with Roxas, Axel, and Shion meeting atop the usual spot together as they peer over Twilight Town's sunset. Elsewhere, Naminé panics as Sora's memory has stopped completely. Disgusted, Diz says something has to be done, as nobodies never should have existed in the first place. A couple of weeks later, on day 321, Roxas dreams of Sora's confrontation with Riku in Hollow Bastion, Riku giving Sora a toy wooden sword as he collapses in defeat. As Roxas wakes up, a single tear falls from his eye. Roxas, unsure of what a tear even is. Roxas departs on another mission with Shion, and Shion dispatches a powerful opponent with an unexpectedly explosive attack. Shocked, Shion wonders where this sudden extreme boost in power could have come from. Roxas, on the other hand, notes that he has been far weaker than usual as of late, wearing out quickly when he uses the Keyblade, but he boils it down to being overworked. At the usual spot, Shion asks again if Roxas is okay, and he expresses that he's used to worrying about her, not the other way around. He says he's glad Shion is back, even if it was a rough experience, calling Axel a jerk for attacking her. Shion defends Axel, saying she wouldn't be with Roxas right now if it wasn't for Axel. She laments that things don't feel right when it's not all three of them together. Back at the castle, Shion asks Axel if he knows why Roxas is suddenly becoming worn out when using the Keyblade while she gains more power. Axel tells Shion that she should know more about Roxas by now before suddenly asking if she's a puppet. He tells her that she should know that she's a replica whose original purpose was to copy Roxas's powers. As her powers grow, Roxas weakens, meaning she may be taking more of his power than she's supposed to. She asks what she's supposed to do, and he tells her to think for herself as he believes she isn't just a puppet, reaffirming that the three of them are best friends. Before parting, Shion mentions that she saw a boy who looks just like Roxas, asking if the boy is who she thinks he is. And in the shadows, Xigbar is eavesdropping on the conversation. The following day, Xigbar again meets with Xemnas and Syx. Xemnas decides that Xion is a more worthy vessel for their cause, and confirms with Syx that certain devices will be ready for their use within a few days. Syx asks what will happen to Roxas, to which Xemnas replies that while Xion could take all that is left from Roxas, Roxas could also destroy her to reclaim what he's lost. Either way, their plans remain unchanged, since Sora's power will be in the organization's hands with either of them as its vessel. On day 352, Xion recalls the day Riku cradled her on Destiny Islands. Riku introduced himself by name, saying he's Sora's friend. Xion asks Riku to tell her about Sora and the girl he's always with, as she has memories involving both of them. He tells her that her name is Kairi, and she's very special to Sora, but refuses to reveal Sora's location. Pained by this, Xion wonders why she has someone else's memories if she's nothing more than a puppet of someone's creation. Riku tells her that her memories belong to Sora, explaining that he's asleep so his memory can be pieced back together. Xion realizes that she's the reason Sora can't wake up, and Riku offers to bring her to him so he can get them back. Xion declines, as her friends need her. Riku empathetically tells her to take some time to think about it and consider who needs her more and where she belongs. Doubtful that she can come up with the best answer, Riku tells her she needs to come up with the best answer for everyone, not just herself. In the present, Xion clutches her shell, resolving to make the most of the time Riku has given her. That same day, Roxas sets out on a mission to defeat a powerful Heartless. The battle is fierce, but interrupted by Axel, who reveals that the mission was a setup, showing that the Heartless Roxas thought he was fighting was actually Xion, who also believed she was fighting a Heartless. In disbelief, the trio close out their day and head to their usual spot to unwind with some sea salt ice cream. Axel tells them that they should be checking their ice cream sticks because it could say winner. Roxas suddenly remembers his winning stick and asks what happens when you win. To Xion's amusement, she openly admires the sunset, expressing how she wishes things could stay like this forever. Roxas asks what would happen if they all took off together, but Xion says they have nowhere to run. Axel begins to repeat what he said another time prior, that as long as they keep each other in their thoughts, they'll never be apart. Xion says she'll have these moments memorized forever, and Roxas concurs. Elsewhere, Diz tells Riku to begin what needs to be done to bring Sora back. Back in the castle, Syx accuses Axel of meddling, emphasizing that the organization needs Xion or Roxas, not both. Later on, he groups together Xigbar, Axel, and Xion for a mission while sending Roxas on his own mission solo. On their mission, Xion and Xigbar fight. Annoyed, Xigbar asks aloud why, of all faces, does he see the face of a certain boy when he looks at Xion. Xion incapacitates Xigbar before telling Axel she has to leave. She reveals her face to Axel, triggering a shocked response. Torn, Axel hesitates to hear her pleas to leave, knowing it would ultimately seal her fate. After some consideration, he allows her to leave, and she thanks him as she does. In the castle, Roxas overhears Syx demanding answers from Axel and Xigbar, disappointedly referring to Roxas as the one they can't use. Xigbar tells a distraught Roxas that Axel allowed Xion to escape. Axel explains to him power's sapping nature, calling her a mirror that reflects him. Axel struggles to explain to Roxas why he let her go, knowing that doing so doomed her. He tells Roxas that if someone didn't act, Roxas would no longer be himself. Roxas dismisses the thought, telling Axel that he'll always be Roxas, and that he's Axel's best friend, just as Xion is his best friend. Stricken with grief, Axel attempts to explain further, but Roxas turns away. Elsewhere, Xion makes her way back to Riku, desperate to protect the things she cares about. Riku instructs her to meet Naminé in Twilight Town, and Xion thanks Riku as she departs. The next day, the organization holds another all-hands meeting, where Xemnas says that Xion has disappeared once again. He finally explains Xion's true purpose, and says it was one of the several projects they were undertaking in Castle Oblivion, though these efforts were derailed by Vexen's demise, along with Xion forming her own identity, a phenomenon they had never seen in any other replica before. Xemnas tasks Axel with capturing Xion and returning her, as he's the one who let her escape. One by one, the organization's members come to grips with the fact that one of their ranks was a replica this whole time as they depart the meeting. Roxas once again advocates for Xion, angrily telling Syx that she's not a puppet. And Syx replies that a puppet could never be part of the organization. He motions to the room, telling Roxas to count the seats. After all, they have and always will be 13. Roxas leaves the meeting to catch up to Axel as he's leaving to find Shion. In desperation, Roxas asks Axel if he has to follow Xemnas' orders, and Axel says he does, or else he'll be eradicated himself. Roxas then says to Axel to at least try not to harm her, and Axel says that's up to Shion, especially since she's dangerous. Roxas accuses Axel of knowing about Shion's origins for a long time without telling him, but Axel disengages and leaves for the mission. Feeling defeated, Roxas departs for his own mission, questioning if he has anything left as he cries for a second time. Roxas finishes his mission and raises his hood before returning to the castle. In Twilight Town's woods, Mickey Mouse encounters a hooded man who bears the appearance of Ansem, Seeker of Darkness. Mickey draws his Keyblade, but the man is revealed to be Riku, whose true appearance returns when he puts on his blindfold. Mickey asks Riku where he's been, and Riku says he's been searching for a way to conquer his inner darkness while he waits for Sora to awaken. Riku tells Mickey about the organization's plans with Sora's memories. Mickey offers to help, but Riku says he has that covered and asks for a favor instead. He tells Mickey that he may have to fight one of the organization's strongest members soon, which may force him to give into the darkness. If that happens, he asks Mickey to be there to guide Sora, Donald, and Goofy when they awaken, a promise Mickey accepts. On day 355, Roxas tries to wrap his brain around the organization's plans and Axel's role in it. He realizes that Axel intentionally allowed Shion to leave, meaning he's known about Shion's true origins and kept it from both of them. He wonders if Axel also knows more about his own origins and meets with him to discuss it. Axel tells him that while he's known about Shion for a while, it wasn't the whole time. Roxas asks him who he really is, and to confirm that the organization was trying to get rid of him in favor of Shion, assuming Axel also wanted him out of the picture. Axel says that the last part isn't true, as Roxas is his best friend, but Roxas, dejected, says that best friends don't keep secrets, again demanding to know who he truly is. He quotes Xemnas saying that he and Shion are connected to Sora, but wants to know how, and Axel exclaims that knowing the truth doesn't always work out for the best. Undeterred, Roxas says that he has a right to the truth, to know how he got there and why he can use the Keyblade. He desperately pleads for any answers at all, and that would help him understand who he is. Axel deflects the questions, asking Roxas to trust him, but Roxas doesn't accept this answer, resolving to find someone who is willing to tell him the truth, even if he has to abandon the organization to do it. Roxas decides that there's nothing left for him in the organization, and on a whim, decides to leave in his search for answers. Roxas begins to escape the castle, now officially branded as a deserter. Before he can make it out, he's intercepted by Syax, who says that the organization doesn't accept resignations. Syax battles Roxas, but to his surprise is incapacitated and defeated. Finally outside, in the streets of the world that never was, Roxas passes by awaiting Axel, who asks him if his mind is really made up. Roxas reiterates that he needs answers, but Axel warns him that getting on the organization's bad side will get him destroyed. Roxas replies that no one would miss him, but Axel sorrowfully disagrees, saying that he would. On day 356, Shion meets with Namine, asking her what she should do. Namine asks what she wants to do, and she says that at first, she wanted to be with Roxas and Axel forever, before she realized that her memories aren't even her own. Namine says that she's not Sora or Roxas, but Kairi as Sora remembers her. Shion says that the more she remembers, the more she feels the need to return to Sora, but Namine warns her that if she does, not only will she disappear, but so too will everyone's memories of her. It will be as if she had never existed in the first place. Shion accepts this cost, saying that while she thinks Roxas should also go back with her, she understands that he's not ready. She asks Namine to watch over Roxas while she's gone, and Namine agrees to do so before preparing to take her to Sora. Suddenly, Diz arrives, saying that the organization has found them, and accusing Shion of leading them to their whereabouts. Shion offers to take them on alone, and rushes out to face Axel. In a very emotionally charged moment, he asks Shion what she plans to do, and she tells him of her plans. He says that while he thinks that that's the best course of action, something about it just doesn't feel right, warning Shion that the organization will destroy her. Accepting her fate, Shion forces Axel to fight her, making him promise not to hold back. Axel vents his frustration with both her and Roxas, telling her that she can keep running, but he'll always be there to bring her back. After a brutal fight, Axel just barely manages to defeat Shion and carry her unconscious body back to the castle before collapsing. Xemnas appears and retrieves her body, leaving Axel unconscious. The next day, a directionless Roxas heads to the usual spot and sits alone. Soon, a hooded Shion arrives, offering to share ice cream with him. They sit alone in silence for a while before Shion says that she's out of time. She stands and peels back her hood, revealing to Roxas that the face she now bears is the face of Sora, before walking into thin air, hovering in front of the tower. In an effort to force him to fight, she tells Roxas that she has to make him a part of her, only for her to disappear, leaving a mid-air arena below as she dons a new appearance in the form of a massive armored foe. Roxas is left with no choice but to fight his best friend. The two have a grueling match and deal heavy blows, neither pulling their punches, and Xion unleashes a final desperate attack, but Roxas avoids it, dealing the final ending blow, which destroys Xion's armor and sends them both hurtling down towards the plaza. Xion collapses as Roxas immediately struggles to remember who she is. She tells Roxas that he'll be better off now and collapses into his arms. He asks if he's the one who did this to her, but she says it was her choice to go away, a better choice than doing nothing and letting Xemnas have his way. She says that she belongs with Sora and is going back to be with him, but asks Roxas one favor: set the hearts she's captured for Kingdom Hearts free. As Xion's body begins to crystallize and fade away into the heavens, she pleads with Roxas to stop Xemnas from achieving his goals. She says that she's glad she got to meet him and Axel, and to never forget they're both her best friends. Roxas suddenly has a moment of clarity and remembers her. Heartbroken and desperate, he asks her who else he's supposed to have ice cream with, the only solace and comfort he's ever known in his short existence. Xion fully fades away and disappears into Roxas' arms, leaving him alone with only the shell they once exchanged to remember her by. As the memory of Xion fades away from everyone who once knew her, back in the castle, Axel finds a letter left for him containing only Roxas' winning popsicle stick. The next day, a hooded Roxas walks back into the world that never was, this time with a purpose. As he arrives in front of Memory's skyscraper, he's surrounded by Heartless and summons two Keyblades, dispatching them with ease. Riku peers down at him from atop the skyscraper, and Roxas runs up its face to challenge him. As Riku dives down, he realizes his own memories of Xion are beginning to fade. Riku and Roxas fight off more Heartless together before confronting each other. Roxas demands to know who Riku is, but he says it doesn't matter, he's here for him. He tells Roxas he's trying to stop him because he wants back the rest of Sora's memories, but Roxas scoffs at the mention of Sora, tired of hearing the name muttered over and over again. Roxas declares that he'll set Kingdom Hearts free, bring Xion back, and allow him to be together with his friends again. Riku says it's a struggle to even remember Xion's name now, but then warns Roxas that trying to make contact with Kingdom Hearts will only lead to the organization destroying him. Wanting to hear none of it, Roxas engages Riku in a fierce battle. Roxas incapacitates Riku, who angrily asks Roxas why he has the Keyblade. Roxas tells him to shut up before turning the tables on him and knocking him away. In a daze, Roxas reminisces his memories with Axel and Xion. Riku stands over him, assuming he's won, but Roxas unleashes a surprise attack. Riku goads Roxas and refers to him as Sora, and Roxas unwillingly answers as if he was Sora himself, confirming to Riku that Roxas is truly Sora's nobody. This angers Roxas, who reiterates that he is his own person. Left with no other choice, Riku is forced to unleash the dark power in his heart to overtake Roxas, even if it changes him forever. He removes his blindfold and takes on the appearance of Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, effortlessly neutralizing Roxas. Once more, Roxas reminisces about his time with his friends, but slowly, Xion disappears entirely, leaving only him and Axel in his memories. The now transformed Riku stands over the defeated Roxas and raises his hood before Diz arrives. He tells Diz that Roxas could feel Sora, but Diz scoffs at the thought of a nobody claiming to feel anything. Riku says that if Roxas had actually met Sora, things might have turned out differently. For a final time, Roxas hears Xion's voice, who reassures him that while he will forget her, the memories themselves will never truly go away and will live on forever inside of Sora. On day 359, Roxas wakes up in his bedroom in Twilight Town, disturbed by yet another dream about Sora. He rushes to meet with his friends, hoping that today will be the day they can finally visit the beach, but laments that there are only 7 days left before his summer vacation is over.
The ending of Days, that was the first time that I sobbed over a video game as a kid. That moment really stuck out to me.
Oh boy, that was a lot. This is a game with a heavy focus on dialogue, but man, is it one of my favorite stories in the entire video gaming medium. First off, Roxas. This game adds a context to his story that makes the events of Kingdom Hearts 2 so much sadder. He was desperately trying to gain a sense of identity, something to cling on to, and he was willing to sacrifice his only friendship, at least the only one he could remember, in order to do so.
You start out as Roxas, learning everything and being almost emotionless, kind of a zombie, and you get
to experience him becoming his own person and learning what it is to have real friends. Because at first he's just in this organization because that's what it feels like he's existing to do. Like that's why he's there. But as he has this connection grow with him between Axel and Xion, him learning all of these things that we actually learn as we are growing too is such a beautiful thing.
Identity is a theme that I think is integral to the overall Kingdom Hearts series, and while we saw our first taste of it back in Chain of Memories with characters like Replica Riku, this goes so much deeper because everyone in the organization is here because they want to be people again. They want hearts. A lot of them can't even remember what it was like having a heart. They just know that they want one. And there's something deeply sad about that almost makes you feel bad for them, even the ones that are pretty evil. And then there's Xion. I mean, what can I say? She really got the short end of the stick here, no pun intended. She was created as essentially a backup plan, and her entire identity was not even supposed to exist, let alone grow in a way that gave her her own personality and feelings and friendships. Yet, even though she was becoming her own person, she was doomed and forced to accept that doom.
Halfway through that story, I had to close my 3DS and just cry because I felt very seen by her in a good way, but also in the worst way, you know? And I love that they made that kind of character. I mean, the characters in that game, they're not heroes, they're not villains, they're not black and white. They do bad things and they do good things, and they struggle with that, and they have depression and anxiety, and they have things to live for, and then they have days they can't get out of bed. Something about that was so complex and so human in every one of them, in every character in there.
And Axel, his motivations in Kingdom Hearts 2 make a lot more sense here. He's lost his only two friends, and not only that, he's lost them after losing a friendship with Isa/Cyax, who seems to have had a bitter relationship with him at best in the organization. This story does have its flaws though. Like I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of focus on dialogue, and most of this dialogue takes place in 2 or 3 locations max. There's nothing wrong with a small-scale, self-contained story, but it's a bit of a tough sell if you're the kind of person who struggles to stay focused on things that aren't as dynamic as I sometimes like to experience in a story. In fact, this actually kind of creates a sense of intimacy that makes the events that play out in the end even more heart-wrenching. This game is genuinely dark, and the story is a lot heavier than most other Kingdom Hearts games. This is still one of the best stories in the entire series, and one of the few that really doesn't drive the plot forward, but it gives you so much context. There's little bits in there that actually do lay the foundation of some future lore stuff, but it's still pretty self-contained. I love this story, and I think most Kingdom Hearts fans probably are there with me. And I know that a lot of things that I've said about Days have been centered around discourse, but I should also mention the fact that it can be kind of unclear whether or not you should play this game or Kingdom Hearts 2 first.
You should play Kingdom Hearts 2 before you play Kingdom Hearts 358 Days Over 2, because it makes Roxas and Sora much more relatable. Especially Sora, when he's all confused. He's like, Roxas, who? Why are you calling me this? What's going on? And you, as a player, at the same time, you're like, I agree, Sora, what is going on?
This is a controversial take, but I wholeheartedly believe you should play Days first, though some people might disagree. I think that this is going to remain a contentious topic probably forever. But now that we've gone over the story, let's take a look at the worlds. So we're back at the title screen, and it's broken up between the 2 DS screens, with the Twilight Town clock tower rising up just into the bottom of the top screen. The bottom screen features the menu options, which are the story, mission, and theater modes. The movie version's title screen is a bit more traditional, though the clock tower is still cut off a bit at the top. I do want to point something out though. I feel like Mickey was not originally meant to be in this artwork. He just looks super out of place. Almost like the artwork was originally made without him, and someone at Disney was like, hey, you have to have a Disney character on this Disney Games box art. And Tetsuya Nomura was like, whoops, and added him at the last second. I mean, he just kind of floats there. I don't know, maybe I'm way off, but if I made you see it and you're not able to unsee it, I'm so sorry. I do want to take a second to talk about this version of Dearly Beloved because it opens up with the Friends in My Heart motif using woodwind instruments, which are the main instruments in Roxas's actual theme song, and I think that that's a really cool thematic touch that makes this version sound a lot sadder than the previous 2 versions. When you're starting a new game, your difficulty options are beginner, standard, and proud. These affect how much damage Roxas takes and how much recovery he receives from HP prizes. There are no secret endings or anything in this game though. The introduction scene is a bit of a departure, opening with a scene featuring an organization meeting, followed by a conversation between Roxas and Axel super deep in the story. All the while, Sanctuary plays in the background. Even though this is a DS game, there's quite a few pre-rendered scenes jammed into it. It's actually really impressive that they pulled this off. After this, there's a full montage showing each organization member and a short little segment about them, followed by a scene from Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, where Xemnas gives a freshly born Roxas his name. It closes off with a scene with Roxas and Axel sitting together on the clock tower, still pretty deep in the story. Then we see the first Roxas journal entry and a day listing that jumps all the way back to the beginning, day 7. There, you start your day as Roxas accepting missions in the world that never was. The world that never was is the main hub of this game, which is a stark contrast to its uninviting place as the final world in Kingdom Hearts 2. While the overall aesthetic of the inside of the castle is still intact with its gray hues and dreary atmosphere, you do get more of an intimate look at the everyday lives of the organization members. I'd say that while this is sort of like Roxas's new home in a sense, it's still as uninviting as ever, and definitely not a place where you can actually get any semblance of comfort. I mean, look at their beds! There isn't much actual playable exploration of the castle for a majority of the game, apart from a main area where you get missions and talk to the other organization members. There are plenty of cutscenes in the castle, but the only real extended gameplay happens at the end of the game, where you actually trek down the castle as Roxas abandons the organization. And you visit many of the same maps and locales we saw in Kingdom Hearts 2, including this outside area with the huge space between it and the inner walls. You also have the elevators and broken off areas, and at the base of the castle, nothing's call, including this rotating pathway littered with enemies. I love how at this point the music has even changed to a more menacing version of the same theme, which is a subtle but welcome touch. When you reach the bottom, you face off against Saïx in a full boss battle. Saïx uses a lot of the moves we saw in Kingdom Hearts 2, though they've been adjusted and adapted here. He still uses Berserk mode, but it's been a bit nerfed and he doesn't use a gauge this time. Plus, you can't take his Claymore with a reaction command like you previously could, so this is more of an all-out brawl rather than a tactical reaction-based fight. And I think these stretches of him just kind of standing there are supposed to make up for it, I guess. Can't say it's necessarily the best adaptation, but it's still a cool fight and one of the few humanoid bosses in this game. By the way, it's a shame that this entire sequence and scene and battle are completely missing from the movie version. It feels like a really important sequence, but I guess Square Enix didn't think it was necessary to adapt for some reason. Anyway, it's gonna feel kind of jarring moving forward given that we've been talking about endgame stuff here, but now we move on to Agrabah. Agrabah maintains the general structure we saw in the first Kingdom Hearts, but there is a small little extra area inside the city along with a completely new version of the Cave of Wonders, with some pretty neat environmental puzzles that remind me a lot of the kind of stuff you did in the first Kingdom Hearts. This includes pushing around boxes and doing some tight platforming across these huge pillars. Agrabah is also the first place you encounter one of the game's stealth sequences, and it has you tailing Pete. This is where I realized I do not like these stealth sequences. This world's big boss fight is the Antlion boss, which is a huge sand-crawling machine that moves across huge areas of the map very fast. I had to kind of chase it down and land whatever hits I could on it before it dove underground, and once it came back up, it started sending these shockwave sand pillars at me. But I was able to stun it for a short time, allowing me to deal a bunch of damage to it while avoiding these box things that launched out of its mouth. From there, it was basically a rinse and repeat of the process until I beat it. I think this is a huge scale for a DS game fight, and I find it really impressive that they were able to again pull something like this off. If there's one thing DayZ does really well, it's the uniqueness of the boss fights, despite the limitations of the DS. We'll see more things like this later, including in the next world. Beast Castle is fairly unchanged from what we saw in 2, but with the addition of some extra passages you can access to reach some new areas. However, this world is also where we see one of the best interactions in the game. During the time when Xion couldn't summon the Keyblade, Roxas lets her use his. She asks him what he'll use, and he says, "I can improvise," and Xion replies with the famous, "Roxas, that's a stick," which is peak comedy and totally missing from the movie too, which is a travesty. This world features a boss called the Dark Follower, a sort of palette-swapped dark side that you fight alongside Zaldin. This thing feels just like the dark side when you battle it, and I'm not actually sure what the difference is supposed to be. It definitely has more HP, and is one of the few times you do this fight with anyone in your party, but outside of it just dealing the shoe glue status effect that stops you from jumping, it just felt like a dark side. In fact, this game has a ton of smaller bosses that just feel like slightly modified enemies we've seen before. Fortunately, there is still the big world boss, the Infernal Engine, which is this huge steamroller looking thing that you fight on the bridge, and while it's fairly stationary, it's also a huge wall, meaning that you have to back up and dodge the rolling and airborne cannon projectiles it spits from its big mouth. The strategy I found that worked best was to get right up on it and air dash to dodge left and right to avoid the attacks. It's not a super hard fight, this thing just has a ton of HP. Olympus Coliseum is scaled back this time around, and we only see the actual Coliseum part like we did in the first Kingdom Hearts. The story here is a bit of fun, and Phil spends the entire time thinking that Roxas is one of his training candidates. You do some less structured game-style challenges, and interestingly, each of the fights have their own arena layouts with different sets of stacked pillars that make the fights way less straightforward. Toward the end, there's also a whole segment where you have to fight against Xigbar, and this fight is less of a boss fight and more of just a sparring match. He isn't super aggressive and kinda just runs away, firing off a few shots every once in a while. It is nothing like the fight in Kingdom Hearts 2, that's for sure. Right after this fight, there's a really cool fight against the actual guard armor. It feels really similar to the first Kingdom Hearts game's guard armor, but there's a really cool detail that isn't shown in the movie version for pretty obvious reasons. During some scenes, and in this case the entire guard armor fight, the bottom screen will show a hazy, fuzzy memory of Sora mirroring Roxas at certain times. Usually when Roxas does something or experiences something similar to what Sora experienced. It only happens a handful of times, but it's a really immersive detail that only adds to this game's presentation and themes. In this fight, the entire fight is mirrored on the bottom screen, with Sora in Traverse Town during certain segments. By the way, one of my favorite parts of this world, hands down, is that most of these missions have Demyx tagging along with you, and Demyx makes up an excuse not to help you with any of these missions every single time. He just straight up lies to Roxas, and it's pretty hilarious. Another thing that unfortunately isn't in the movie. Oh yeah, it's Halloween Town again. As per usual, this is pretty much a recreation of the first Kingdom Hearts game's version of the town, and it's for the most part pretty similar, but there are a number of new enemies, most notably the bosses. One of the smaller boss fights in the world is against the Carrier Ghost Heartless, and I hate this thing with a passion. This thing stays super high up in the air, and because of the Keyblade I was using, I could only get in a 2-hit combo if I could even hit it, making this fight slow as molasses. However, this isn't the hardest boss in Halloween Town. That honor goes to the Leechgrave, which has both one of the coolest names and designs ever, but simultaneously one of the most frustrating challenges. This fight actually begins all the way back in the town plaza because the boss's tentaclaw arms spawn all over the place, and you have to destroy them before you can progress to the next area, where you'll probably find even more of these tentaclaws. The boss itself spawns the tentaclaws in a circle around it, and I'm gonna be real, I had no idea how to tackle this thing. The tentaclaws can absorb you and send you into the Leechgrave, spitting you out and dealing a ton of damage. If you get too close to it, it has these hands that reach out and hit you along with this toxic smog that can deal really heavy damage, not to mention how hard this thing already is to hit as it swings around. Plus, this thing can fire magic projectiles at you from a distance too. Your own magic seems to do nothing against it, and it's like my spells had no effect.
I hate the Leechgrave because I died to it like 500 times and it took me like 6 months to a year to beat. I was also a dumb kid and didn't realize that killing all of the tentaclaws around the outside of the arena stunned the actual boss in the middle and gave you an opening to attack it. So I just kept running into the center trying to kill it, and it kept grabbing me and pulling me in and taking all of my health away.
This took me quite a few tries to figure it out. I had to actually go back and switch up my panels a couple of times, and I still got multiple game overs here. Whatever the intended strategy for this fight was, I never figured it out, and I just kind of brute forced my way through it with basic attack combos, constantly backing up and healing until it died, trying desperately to avoid as much damage as possible. I don't know, this fight's cool conceptually, but I didn't find it that fun for obvious reasons, probably a skill issue. I did like the Tentaclaw fights leading up to the boss though. The story for this world has Roxas interacting with the characters directly, which isn't something he always does in this game, and that's because the organization is explicitly told not to. However, once you've defeated the Leechgrave, Jack makes a scarecrow that is meant to look like Roxas, and it's really funny to see Roxas stumble upon this real ugly thing and immediately realize it's supposed to be him. Ah, Wonderland. It's Wonderland. I'm forced to listen to that song I don't like, but hey, most of the world is intact exactly how I saw it in the first game. But remember how there were those mazes painted on the walls? Well, this version of Wonderland's been expanded with actual mazes. Horrible, awful, terrible mazes. Now listen, I'm gonna reveal something about myself. I do not like mazes in video games. I don't like arbitrarily labyrinthian game design in general because, for me, mazes and labyrinths in video games almost always feel like they exist, and I bet they do typically, solely to waste the player's time. Full disclosure, I have quit entire games over the existence of mazes, and even the implication of an intentionally confusing labyrinth with no other gimmick or fun mechanic will annoy me. It's not to say I'm lazy or have a low IQ and can't solve them, I just can't think of many video game mazes or labyrinths that exist for any reason other than to simply waste the player's time. I would love to know if you can think of a game that put in a confusing, dumb maze with no additional game mechanics that didn't exist to waste the player's time. time. If I wanted to do a maze, I'd do one of those little line mazes on a piece of paper, but I don't. I'm playing an action-adventure RPG. The maze area isn't even that bad on its own. No, it's the goddamn stealth cones. All the card soldiers have them, and if you walk into their view, well, sorry, you're sent back. God, this infuriates me. Again, I can handle a maze, even if I'm not generally a fan of them, but when you add in a secondary arbitrary game mechanic that also feels like it exists explicitly to waste my time, I'm probably not gonna take it very well, and these things are everywhere. If I have to deal with another maze in this series, especially in Wonderland, I am gonna lose it. But that's not all. I hadn't even talked about the Emerald Serenade missions. The Emerald Serenade, or more accurately, the single worst enemy in the entire Kingdom Hearts franchise, possibly any franchise, is a fast-moving flying heartless that speeds around the map on a set path. And there's a couple of missions where your main task is to simply defeat it. But here's the problem. This thing moves very, very fast, and Roxas is very, very bad at hitting it. Spells are slightly better at hitting it, but then there's that pesky issue of this game's mechanics limiting how many times you can use a spell on a mission. This leads to these becoming a slog as you chase this thing around, trying to get just one hit on it during the brief window that you can catch up to it. What's worse is that the second time you have to kill this thing, it's in a godforsaken maze! The only saving grace for this thing is that it stays on what seems to be a set path, and you can see it at all times on the minimap on the bottom screen, but oh my god, this is just icing on the cake for a world that I was already loathing. To give this world some credit, it has a neat fight against something called a Nova Shadow, which is basically just a reskinned Neo Shadow, but it's huge because Roxas is shrunk down, making it a much bigger threat. I like the shrinking mechanics still coming into play, even if the shrinking stuff isn't as much of a focus in this game. The world's big boss is the Crimson Prankster, which looks a lot like the Trickmaster, but this one splits itself into two. It's not all that hard thanks to Roxas having a ton of movement abilities and aerial combos by this point in the game, but there being two of them and the fact that they have to be beaten simultaneously adds a little bit of an extra challenge to it. I'm actually relieved it wasn't an annoying boss, because after all the garbage from before, I am done with Wonderland. Neverland is unique in that it's one of the only worlds that's entirely new to this game, even if it's based on a property we've seen adapted before. You're also able to fly here and only here thanks to Tinkerbell. This version of the world is set in the middle of the ocean and is a series of rocky landmasses with Captain Hook's ship off in the distance. At one point, there's a segment where Hook's ship is constantly hurling cannonballs at you too. For the most part though, the world's design is a bit bare bones and bland to me, but I imagine that's a technical limitation given how big and open the maps are. They're legitimately huge and that's pretty impressive. They're just a bit simplistic is all. Fortunately, the game introduces a brand new theme song for this version of Neverland that's unique from any other version. Eventually, you do visit the ship itself, and the outside of the ship along with the inner cabin are identical to their appearances in the first game. This world's boss, Ruler of the Sky, is probably one of the more ambitious set pieces I've seen in a DS game. The fight takes place at another huge open area in front of Skull Rock, and the boss flies around the area in a set path. At certain times, it gets aggroed and does these huge dashing attacks at you before diving into the water. It can also open the chest it's carrying to fire gold at you like a machine gun, and this is one of the better times to go after it for an attack since trying to hit it while it's flying around is pretty tedious. Eventually, once you've destroyed the 3 skull targets on its tail, the main target switches to its torso and it seems to get a lot more aggressive, but otherwise this fight is pretty simple, albeit flashy. Neverland is one of the more memorable worlds from this game due to it being totally original and featuring what is probably one of the coolest boss fights. Oh, and this world has a few of those fuzzy Sora memory moments I mentioned, and Roxas even notes that he almost feels like he's flown before. We're back in Twilight Town, which is adapted pretty much identically to its Kingdom Hearts 2 counterpart, but it makes sense given how important this world is to the overall story, and you embark on quite a few missions here. While most of the gameplay here in 2 was a sort of exploration, tutorial-like area, this place also works pretty well as a general mission-based world for combat too, especially with the underground passage areas, though notably you don't go to Sunset Station in this game. This is the first world you visit for missions, and while there are a lot of tutorials that take place, you continue to visit this place pretty consistently throughout the game. Toward the end of the game, you encounter a boss fight that a lot of people seem to consider as one of the hardest boss fights, the Dust Flyer. Before you can fight it, you have to do almost a boss rush against multiple bosses, including a guard armor variation called the Powered Armor, but here's the thing, this boss is entirely optional and you can choose to RTC, return to castle, without fighting it at all. In fact, I didn't realize I hadn't fought it until I started working on this segment of the video. So hang on, I'm gonna go try to fight it real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah, okay. This thing is brutal. Not only is it really difficult to target thanks to it being surrounded by Shadow Heartless that you have to hope that you don't accidentally lock onto, but this thing also has some incredibly powerful moves, some of which one-shot killed me from full HP. Not to mention that this thing's Shockwave move deals a random effect every time it hits you, which can include silence, meaning that you're unable to use any spells like Cure. I probably wasn't using the best gear / Keyblade for this since I was weak with aerial combos, but even if I was using something better, I'd probably not be able to beat this thing, at least not at my current level and without a lot of grinding and practice. Plus, every attempt with different gear would mean having to fight through the boss rush leading up to this over and over, so I'm just gonna let this one remain unbeaten. Toward the end of the game, you leave Castle Oblivion entirely and head back to Twilight Town for the final day, and I love the fact that the shop Moogle follows Roxas here, straight up saying, "Your money always has a place in my pocket," like damn, again, he's such a shrewd business Moogle, am I right? Once you reach the point of no return, the Station Plaza serves as the de facto home base until the end of the game, but this is a very brief period of time. Once you're done sorting out your business here, you can head up to the usual spot to initiate the climactic boss of the game, a multi-stage battle against Xion. The first part of this fight has her don her armor and transport you to Wonderland, where she absorbs energy from one of the organization's sort of anti-Roxas devices and changes her form, weapon, and moveset, which she does multiple times, each time using one of Sora's signature moves. Using a huge sword, she kind of waits and does quick but spaced out strikes against you. Sometimes she'll do this charged melee strike or rise up into the air and fly at you with a sonic blade dive attack. I consider this a bit of a warm-up as her moveset is pretty slow, and once you've dealt enough damage, she transports you to Halloween Town and changes form once again, this time using a claw-like blade. Here she seems a bit more aggressive with charged attacks and some lengthier combos in Ragnarok, which fires out a bunch of projectiles that loosely home in on Roxas, but can be avoided pretty easily with Glide. Well, you know, unless she immediately uses it a second time. Still, she's not too fast and has a lot of breaks in between attacks. The attacks are just really damaging. After this, there's another transition, this time to Agrabah, where she gets a whole bunch of scimitars and big lamp-shaped shoulder pauldrons. This phase is quite a bit tougher as she can now fly up into the air and deals way quicker moves with a much wider range. She also sprints at you now and has a shockwave blast move that punishes you for sticking too close. Here, her special move is Ars Arcanum, and it almost blends in with her other fast-paced swiping attacks. Once you've taken care of this phase, there's a short scene where Roxas runs after her, and this part is actually adapted in the movie. Then it's the final phase floating above the Station Plaza against a huge armored version of her with two giant swords, and the music changes over to Vector to the Heavens.
If there was a theme that embodied just a character and a story like completely, it would be that theme. Music in Kingdom Hearts is just great in general, and Vector to the Heavens I think is still probably the best thing Yoko Shimomura has ever done for Kingdom Hearts. It's absolutely amazing.
This last phase feels a lot like the Dark Side fight in some ways. She's pretty stationary a lot of the time, letting you wail on her, but she's got attacks with a huge range that are super hard to avoid unless you can get pretty good height on her. Fortunately, sticking close to her isn't too hard. On top of her swinging attacks, she has a few energy attacks, like this one with these moving pillars of light. Funnily enough, I was able to avoid a bunch of her attacks by just gliding directly into her for the duration of the move. Like, this was weirdly effective. Once you've defeated this form, the fight is over. Xion collapses and so does the invisible platform, and all of the remainder of this scene is adapted into the movie. There's just something gut-wrenching about how not only is Roxas forced to slay one of the two people closest to him, but also the fact that during this fight you have to listen to Vector to the Heavens, an up-tempo version of Xion's already somber theme song. This is another incredible use of music to convey emotion in this series, matching and quite possibly outdoing even the Roxas fight from Kingdom Hearts 2 thematically with music. Most people would think that Xion was the final boss, but nope. I'm cheating the structure of the video a little bit, and we're actually gonna go back to the world that never was. Here, Roxas has his hood up and summons 2 Keyblades, which he turns into the Oblivion and Oathkeeper. In this segment, you get to mow down some Neo Shadows in a rainy trek back to Memory's Skyscraper, and man, we are finally coming full circle with that secret ending from the first Kingdom Hearts, because guess who's waiting for Roxas there? The answer is actually some more Neo Shadows, but after that, it's Riku with a shot-for-shot recreation of the whole battle scene. After a dialogue scene, you're up against him as the game's final boss. Unfortunately, he takes the Oblivion, so you're back to 1 Keyblade for this one. This is a pretty standard brawl, and most of Riku's attacks are pure melee. He does have an energy attack that inflicts you with the blind status effect. Also, he eventually converts the Oblivion into this energy sword with a way bigger range that he uses to deal these fast, piercing dash attacks on you. Exactly the same ones he used in the first Kingdom Hearts. But once you've defeated Riku, you've beaten Kingdom Hearts 358 Days Over 2. The final scene is really executed in this really gut-wrenching gut-wrenching way. During the confrontation with Riku, you get a whole second scene playing out on the bottom screen with Roxas, Axel, and Shion sitting together in their usual spot. After Roxas is defeated, it shows Shion slowly fade away as they forget her. This is shown in the movie, but in a completely separate cutaway flashback scene that they obviously couldn't have recreated. So, Days is kind of tricky for me. It's not a bad game or anything, but I personally found the gameplay to become kind of a chore after a while. I think that the panel system is novel, but eventually it became frustrating, and the idea of revisiting worlds with new areas is fun until you're forced to endure something like a new hedge maze, or a forced stealth section, or both in the case of Wonderland. That being said, this is still one of the best stories in the entire series, hands down. The Sea Salt trio have such an emotional journey here given their backgrounds, and the stuff with Shion is soul-crushing. It's one of those plots that doesn't, again, drive the series super far forward, but it does give you a deeper appreciation for the story. Plus, this game introduces one of my favorite tracks in the series, Vector to the Heavens. Some of you may have noticed that I didn't cover every single boss in the game this time, but that's because there are a lot of small-scale boss fights littered throughout the game, a lot of which are actually kinda just variations of enemies we've already seen a few times, like the Dark Follower. But there are also really unique or otherwise notable or memorable fights, and those are the ones that I wanted to highlight, especially given this game's kind of jumbled structure with the out-of-order world visits. I get why it was done this way with the, portable format of the game. And that's kind of the crux of the problem, though. The game's pacing is atrocious by design because it was meant to be able to be played in short bursts on a portable device. Square Enix would eventually find better ways of managing this kind of thing, but this pacing issue really does turn a lot of this game into a pretty repetitive slog. And beyond that, I still think the movie could have done a lot better because just so much is lost. You miss out on all these really cool and developmental moments for a lot of the characters, like the Roxas That's a Stick moment, which is so funny and wholesome when it happens. It shows you that these characters have a real chemistry outside of just sitting on a tower together.
I think the Days movie is fine, but I feel like it could have been so much more. It should have been this remake. While here remaking Chain of Memories, how are we not remaking Days? It's ridiculous.
There's so much you would never learn about the organization members' personalities if you only ever watched the movie. While I understand why these moments aren't all crammed into the movies, I do think it'd be nice to at least be able to see a more fleshed out journal or something. Would I recommend playing Days today? I want to say no because of the gameplay, but I also want to say yes because the movie is kind of a less than ideal way to experience this excellent story. The movie covers a few of the skipped events and short still frame scenes, and the journal entries in the HD version are kinda sorta expanded, but they still don't even come close to matching the experience of actually playing the game.
I think I don't like Days before people fly out of their seats. It's not that I don't like the story, because the story is phenomenal. And I think that the mission system, it gets more and more grueling the more that Roxas's priorities shift. It becomes more about the connections with his friends, right? And so the missions become something of a back burner item. And so it becomes very grueling and annoying and kind of just frustrating.
It's just unfortunate that such a fantastic, heartfelt, gut-wrenching story has to be wrapped around such a just okay at best game. I hope someday that someone can make a supercut or something of the movie that includes all the additional supporting scenes that only happen in the game with maybe a fan dub or something. So to answer the question for now, if you want to play through the whole series, I highly recommend Days for experiencing the story alone, but not necessarily for the gameplay. You thought VCast was weird? Yeah, we're really pushing it now. Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 Days Magical Puzzle Clash was a web-based flash puzzle game based on Days. It's basically a Days-themed Bejeweled game, but it has some interesting, unique mechanics. You have a choice between 3 definitely Keyblade-wielding Organization 13, Organization 8 members? Roxas, Shion, and Axel. It seems like each character has access to different spells, though. For example, it looks like Roxas is the only one who can't use cure spells for some reason. Enemies, however, also have access to spells, and most of the time you can see the bosses using them. Enemy magic, especially bosses, can almost make some of the games unwinnable too, especially with things like this Petrify move that makes more and more of your pieces inaccessible unless you can get them to fall to the bottom, which isn't always easy or even possible. And also, it feels like this game has some kind of memory leak, I think. The longer I played, the worse the performance got, meaning that the frame rate just tanked and tanked after a while, to the point where it got almost unplayable once I got to the later levels. I did try it again really recently, and it was better, I guess?
But if you run out of moves, the game tells you and scrambles your board eventually. For some reason, there's a delay. You kind of just have to sit there and watch your HP go down as you wait for the game to realize that you're out of moves. It's super frustrating, especially during the boss fights where the boss can continually spam spells at you while you're stuck to not being able to do anything without it. I've already gone into way more detail than I ever planned to for this game, but it is a neat little game that's not amazing by any means, but it's a nice novelty that isn't super well known, and it's kind of hard to find as a sort of relic of the Kingdom Hearts series. I'm glad I tried it. And after all this time, that is it for part 2 of the Ultimate Kingdom Hearts retrospective. This part was supposed to be significantly longer. However, I started to realize that the number of games I wanted to cover meant that this video wouldn't have been out for another year, and I already meant to have a month max turnaround for this. Because of this, my original plan to make this a 3-part series has turned into making this a however many parts it takes series. Each video will still be multiple hours long, and they will come out more frequently now that I've rescoped. The content of the videos won't change, the guests won't change, it'll just be the number of videos, and in fact that means that you'll get content more often. But I just want to thank you so much for watching. I want to thank everybody that was involved in this video, all the absolutely fantastic creators. I'm going to put all of their information in the pinned comment. Please go check them out, subscribe to them, follow them on their socials. They're all wonderful people, they're all fantastic, and I am so thankful that I got to meet so many awesome people, and all of these people plus possibly more will be in the next parts too. But let me know what you thought of this video. Let me know if there's anything you learned. Let me know your favorite things about the Kingdom Hearts series, and thank you so much for watching. I want to give a huge shout out to my patrons and channel members, including That's Ash and Mego Play Kingdom Hearts in the Played Every Game tier, along with all these wonderful people you see here. You guys are amazing, and so are you, person watching this right now, and I really, really appreciate you watching this. You know what? A huge thanks to Square Enix for making this series that I love so much. But as always, thank you so much for watching. I can't wait to see you in part 3, but until then, have a fantastic day.